Section 18 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 18. The Mediterranean Peninsulas, Turkish and Slavish Territories. The Mediterranean Peninsulas. Geographically, and to some extent climatically, the three peninsulas of the Mediterranean Sea, the Iberian, Italian, and the Balkan, are situated alike. Their people, if not in race, are in temper and characteristics, and in their political economy, more or less alike. They represent the oldest civilization in Europe, and in their long history have been frequently in collision with each other. Their forests, through centuries of abuse, are wherever accessible in poorest condition. Long-continued political disturbances, which have prevented peaceful development and poverty, have been the greatest hindrances to economic reforms, like the recuperation of forests, which require sacrifices. Ancient rights of user, and the necessity of politicians to respect them, are also responsible for the fact that, while praiseworthy attempts in legislation have been made, execution has been usually lagging behind. The accessibility to sea, permitting readily importation, the temperate climate, the simple life, and abstemiousness of the people, and the lack of industrial development, have made the deficiency of wood material less felt than it would otherwise be, but the detrimental influence of forest destruction is being repeatedly experienced in floods and droughts. There is probably no more potent cause of forest devastation in all this section of the world than the pasturing of the woods, especially with sheep and goats. While Italy is now a united country, and only two peoples, Spain and Portugal, occupy the Iberian Peninsula, the Balkan Peninsula is occupied by 8 separate peoples, if we include all the country south of the Danube River and east of the Carpathian Mountains. Turkish and Slavish Territories. The Turks for centuries warred with, had under vassalage, or otherwise controlled and misruled all the Slavish states, as well as Macedonia and Greece, a territory of around 170,000 square miles and 16 million people, until, by the Congress of Berlin, 1878, ending the Russo-Turkish War, these states were recognized as independent kingdoms, namely Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, Rumelia, and Romania, while Bosnia-Herzegovina was placed under Austrian administration. See pages 155 and 166. With the exception of Romania, these people are still in the lower stages of civilization. The country is undeveloped, the forest still serves largely for the mast and pasturage, probably less than 24% of the country being forest covered, mostly with deciduous trees, oak, beech, and walnut, etc. Romania alone has systematically taken advantage of her freedom from Turkish rule in developing a modern civilization, and can also boast the beginning of a forestry system. Rumelia, comprising Macedonia, Albania, and Thrace, the Turkish possessions in Europe, with 67,000 square miles and 5 million people, contain large areas of untouched forest, not less than 5 million acres in Macedonia alone, with valuable oak and walnut, which have remained unused owing to their inaccessibility and the undesirability of developing them under Turkish rule. Where accessible, the forest is maltreated or destroyed. Bulgaria, to which in 1885 East Rumelia was attached, represents now 38,000 square miles and over 4 million people, independent under a German prince as king since 1879. The forest area of 7.5 million acres, 30% of the land area, mostly deciduous, oak, beech, walnut, etc., and largely confined to the mountains, is 1/2 in communal ownership, 1/6 in private hands, mostly small woodlots, and 1/3 state property. But ownership rights are still much in doubt, and until 1869 the state forests were freely open to the use of all, when some sort of regulation of the cut according to the needs of different communities was attempted. Since within 10 years such rights of user establish ownership, endless litigation has resulted, until in 1883 a law was enacted ordering the stoppage of rights of user, substituting money payment, 10% of value, and another restricting the diameter to which the most valuable export timber, walnut, may be cut. Changes in detail were made in 1897, but political exigencies, absence of an adequate organization, and other undeveloped conditions have largely prevented enforcement of these laws, and rough exploitation continues in spite of the nominal state control. Owing to inaccessibility of many of the agricultural districts to the wooded mountains, a large import was necessary. But lately export almost equals the import, and indeed the export of walnut has increased 14-fold in a few years. The Forest Administration is vested in a bureau under the Minister of Commerce and Agriculture, with a chief, an inspector general, and 2 assistant chiefs. When it is stated that in 1905 the entire budget for forestry was $150,000, the inefficiency of the service is apparent. Serbia, a kingdom with 19,000 square miles and 2 million people, has over 42%, 5 million acres, according to others only 32%, still in untouched forest, with valuable oak and walnut, the forest being mainly used for hog raising. Over 36% is state forest, over 43% communal and institutional forest, leaving about 20% in private hands. But, just as in Bulgaria, property conditions are still somewhat unsettled. Like Bulgaria also on account of the uneven distribution of forest area, lack of transportation and systematic development, a large part of the population are more cheaply supplied by importation, which amounts to near $1 million. Curiously enough, by the law of 1891 only the wood cut from state and church forests could be exported free of duty. This export duty was abolished in 1904, and the first attempt was made by the Minister of Agriculture to bring order into the Forest Administration by importing German foresters. The law of 1891, with various subsequent additions and changes, placed private forest property located on exposed mountain slopes or on shifting sands or on bog soils under government surveillance, and relieved plantations made under direction of the government of taxes for 10 years. Romania, with 50,000 square miles and nearly 6 million people, under the capable administration of a Hohenzollern prince, King Charles, was in Roman times as Dacia Felix, one of the most prosperous provinces, half of it hilly and mountainous, the other half in the rich alluvial valley of the Danube, now largely deforested. The hill and mountain country was, until the end of the 18th century, still well wooded. A rapid depletion then took place by the demands of the Turkish markets, until now not quite 17%, according to others 18 or 20%, of the area is forested, and multifarious rights of user, which made commons of the woods, have naturally led to widespread devastation in the accessible parts. In 1847, the National Assembly attempted regulation of the cut and of the rights of user, but with little effect. In 1894, the total area had decreased to less than 5 million acres, according to others 6.7 million acres, of which 2/5 is in private hands, 2/5 state property and royal forest, formerly until 1863 in the hands of the monks, the small balance belonging to communities and institutes. In the higher mountains, fir and spruce with some pine and larch form the forest, but broadleaf forest, especially oak and beech, is the prevailing type occupying the middle altitudes and the hill country. The private forest of small owners is being rapidly depleted, only the state forest and that of large proprietors being in good condition. In 1863, when the cloister property was secularized and taken over by the state, the rights of user in this property were suspended, and sales at auction to contractors were inaugurated, under condition that a certain number of seed trees per acre be left. There was little enforcement of this rule. The first comprehensive law organizing the state property and inaugurating a protective policy was enacted in 1881. This law recognized state, royal, and communal property as of public concern, and also placed such private property under supervision as was situated on steep slopes, near watercourses, and near the boundaries of strategic importance. These areas, coming under the protective policy, comprise 84% of the whole forest area. They were not to be cleared except by special permit, and not to be exploited except under specially approved working plans. In 1885, 3 French foresters were called in to organize a state forest department and to inaugurate the making of working plans. The personnel, 25 inspectors and 89 district officers, being insufficient and wood prices low, the income from state property being not over $400,000, the progress of the work was slow. Although, in 1894, the income had doubled, the administrative forces had not been enlarged to any great extent. 137 foresters of various grades, and by that term only 150,000 acres had been brought under working plans. By 1900, about 200,000 acres of state property, or 14%, and 500,000 acres of private forest, or 22%, were organised in some fashion. Lack of means of transportation, however, prevents a really well-regulated management. Altogether, only 65% of the state property is accessible, so that it can be worked, and the working plans consist mainly in leaving a number of seed trees. In 1889, a forestry association, Progressul Silvic, was formed, which with its organ, Revista Pajurilor, pushes the propaganda. In 1890, an energetic Minister of Domains, Karp, sought strenuously to bring improvement into the situation. A budget of $500,000 for foresters' dwellings was secured to bring the forest managers into closer contact with their charges. A planting fund of $100,000, later increased to $140,000 per annum, was voted, and reforestation and reclamation of sand dunes was begun. A forest improvement fund was inaugurated in 1892 by setting aside 2% of the gross forest yield. But, in the political struggles, Karp's party was displaced, and depression in agricultural prosperity causing financial distress. An era of increased exploitation followed, so that the export of forest products, largely cooperage, mainly to Greece, Italy, and France, which had been declining to less than half, rose again to about $4 million annually. The financial embarrassment of the state led even to a proposition to sell state forests, but before contracts for this purpose were consummated, relief came and the danger was averted. The state cuts about 22,000 acres annually, yielding about $1 million, the administration costing, in 1903, $240,000, leaving a net yield of 30 cents per acre. In 1898, the Forest Department, in the direction of domains under the Ministry of Agriculture, consisted of a forest director with 156 foresters academically educated, mostly in France, and since 1892 in the Agricultural Institute at Bucharest, and over 2,500 underforesters and guards. Of some 30,000 acres of sand dunes, one half belonging to the state, about 18,000 acres have been recovered by planting black locust, and some 9,000 acres of plains country have been reforested, for which 330 acres of nurseries furnish the material. In spite of all these efforts, excessive pasturing, although forbidden in the state forest, and fires continue to devastate the property. Private forestry is, of course, much less developed, yet some large properties, Princess Schauenberg with 20,000 acres, are under efficient German forest management. Here, money is spent on developing means of transportation, and a better revenue is secured than in state forests. End of section 18. Section 19 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 19. Greece. The history of the country has been so unfortunate and political conditions so unsettled that only lately efforts at improvement in economic conditions could hope to receive attention. For centuries after Greece had become a Roman province, 146 BC, it changed rulers, Romans, Byzantines, Franks, Venetians following each other, until between 1460 and 1473 it came under the Turkish yoke. As a result of an insurrection started in 1821, freedom, but no settled order as yet, was attained in 1829, through the assistance of Great Britain, France, and Russia, and the elected kings, Otho of Bavaria, Alfred of England, and George of Denmark, successively tried to secure social order and efficient constitutional government. By the time this new era had arrived, there was probably little valuable forest worthy of the name left, except in the inaccessible mountain districts. 1. Forest conditions. Although certain districts, like Attica, were already practically denuded in Plato's time, there is little doubt that originally the whole of Greece, with small exceptions, was a continuous forest. The destruction of the forest, protected by thousands of gods and nymphs in holy groves, proceeded slowly under the regime of the ancient Greeks, until the fanaticism of the Christian religion led to a war against these pagan strongholds, and the holy groves were reduced by axe and fire. Turkish misrule for centuries, overtaxation, reckless cutting, extensive herding of goats and sheep, and fires have reduced the forest area until now it occupies only 12 or 14% of the land area, 25,000 square miles. In 1854, a survey developed about 2 million acres of woodlands, probably an excessive figure, for the now 2.5 million people, while 67% of the surface is a useless waste and only 20% under cultivation, so that the general aspect of the country is desolate. The many islands are entirely deforested, and so are the seashores, where in olden times dense shady poplars stood, now only infertile sand and dreary rock waste remain. The forest in northern and middle Greece is confined to the two rugged mountain ranges, with numerous spurs which run parallel north and south with Mount Olympus, nearly 9,000 feet, and Mount Pindus, 6,000 feet, the highest elevations. The large fertile plains of Thessaly and Boeotia are forestless. So is the large Arcadian plateau of the Peloponnesus, and the other smaller, hot but fertile plains and plateaus. The most valuable conifer forest is found on the higher ranges between the 2,500 and 5,000 foot level, below the snow-clad mountain tops, where especially two species of fir, Abies apollinis and Abies reginae amylae, a species remarkable for its sprouting habit, with other firs and several species of juniperus and cypressus, form sometimes extensive forests. Other common trees are chestnut, sycamore, several species of oak and poplar, and on the coast, Pinus halepensis. The firs occupy about 35% of the forest area, oaks and deciduous forest 45%. Among the forest products which are exported we find galls, vermilion, and sumac prominent. It is believed that Greece in ancient times was more fertile than it is now, and that the deterioration is due to deforestation. Undoubtedly, soil conditions favoured such deterioration, for, with the exception of the Pindus range, which is composed of metamorphic rock, a poor dry limestone is characteristic of the country, except where fertile alluvial and diluvial deposits cover it in valleys along the coast. The climate is, however, so favourable that even the poor soil would readily reclothe itself if left alone. The winters are short, hardly 3 months, and with hardly any snow or ice except on the high mountains, making the vegetative period 9 months, and with temperature ranges from 20 to 106 degrees Fahrenheit, rainfall average 400 millimetres, the summers, to be sure, rainless and dry, but the other seasons humid, somewhat less than in Middle Europe. Rapid growth is the result of these conditions. But the continued pasturing of goats and sheep, some 6 million, prevents any natural reforestation. Increased taxation on this industry has had no effect, and the practice of permitting the people to gather dry wood for fuel is an incentive for making dry wood by setting fires, which also serve to improve the pasture. Perhaps nowhere are forest fires more frequent, in spite of heavy penalties. That a baneful influence on the water condition and river flow has been the result is historically demonstrated by Chloros. In the mountains some fine and quite extensive bodies of fir still exist, lack of transportation having preserved them. Elsewhere the rights of user and the herding of goats are so well established that reforms appear indeed difficult. Firewood, 3 loads for each person, supposed to be taken from the dead or otherwise useless trees, and a small dimension material, is free to all. For the right to cut workwood, the government charges a tax of 25 to 30% of the value of the material, the price for this being annually determined. On the material cut in private forests, the government also levies a tax of from 12 to 18% of its value. This pernicious system of promiscuous cutting leads to the most wasteful use imaginable. Not only high stumps, but large amounts of good material are left in the woods, so that it is estimated that hardly 50% of what is cut is really utilized. The cut, as far as the tax gives a clue to it, amounts to around 2.7 million cubic feet workwood, but with the firewood included, it was estimated that near 90 million cubic feet are cut annually. Importations to the amount of $1.5 million, mostly from Austria and Romania, make up the deficit in work material, especially for the box factories which manufacture the packages for the large export of currants, some 2 million boxes. The tax during the decade from 1862 to 1871 produced an annual income of $600,000, a little less in 1895. The forest has been from olden times, and is now almost entirely state property, some 80 or 90%, and in nearly all the remaining private, communal, and cloister property, the state has a partial ownership or supervision. The wasteland of probably 3 million acres extent also belongs to the state, the whole state property covering over 30% of the land area. 2. Development of forest policies. A first definite attempt to regulate matters was made by Otho, who, being a German, took a personal interest in this forest property, and instituted for each province forest inspectors, jvanstan, under one chief inspector, with forest guards to prevent devastation by fire and theft. The mistake was made of employing in these positions superannuated Bavarian army officers, who were merely a burden on the treasury. No management or even regular fellings were attempted. The population could, as before, supply its need upon permits, always granted, from the governor of the province, one of the forest guards being supposed to vise these, and to see that the wood was properly employed, not, however, to supervise the cutting. In 1877, further legislation was had, instituting in the Ministry of Finance a forest inspector, technically trained, with 2 assistant inspectors also technically trained, to superintend the outside work. A forest survey was begun in 1879, but interrupted in 1888 for lack of funds and personnel. The same law placed the duty of guarding the state property in the hands of the general police or gendarmerie, 50 officers and some 340 guards, and during the fire danger, June to October, 110 more, being detailed for this service under direction of the Minister of War. The pernicious permit system, however, was continued. Dr. Chloros, who obtained his education in Germany, became finally forest director, and was responsible for securing further legislation in 1888, the object of which was, as a first step towards improvement, to survey and delimit and round off the state property. It provided that enclaves and all absolute forest soil was to be expropriated. If no amicable agreement with the owner could be reached, the price was to be determined by the net yield which had been obtained from the property during the last 5 years, capitalized at 5%. No attempts, however, at an efficient organization of change of the destructive permit system were made. By general law, the state has the right to surveillance of private property, although the extent of this right is not fully defined. The government may take for its own use, by paying for it, upwards of 1/6 of the annual cut. It collects a tax of 12 to 18% for all woodwork cut. It forbids the pasturing of woods that have been burnt within 10 years, and obliges all owners of over 1,200 acres to employ forest guards. This and other interference with property rights naturally acts as deterrent to private forest management. A notable exception is the small private royal forest property near Athens, which, since 1872, under a Danish forester, appears to have been managed under forestry principles. A thorough reorganization of the Forest Service was effected in 1893, when 20 district foresters were employed. The number of forest inspectors was increased to 4, and a regular division of forestry was instituted in the finance department. The general police, or gendarmerie, were continued as forest guards. Until the native personnel could be educated by sending young men to Germany, foreigners were to be employed for the making of working plans. Yet, in 1896, the then director of the Forest Department, a lawyer, still complains of the absence of a proper organization and of any personnel with forestry knowledge. Apparently no progress had been made. In that year, however, the gendarmerie was to be replaced by forest guards, 52 superior and 298 subaltern, who were to be appointed from graduates of a special secondary school, which had been instituted at Weidtina some 2 years before. This replacement could, of course, not be effected at once, since hardly more than 25 men could be graduated annually. Hence, even this improvement in the lower-class police would not be completed for 6 or 8 years. No steps had been taken to educate officers for the higher grades, and in this direction propositions merely were discussed. In 1899, a change in the permit system was made, but hardly for the better, justices of the peace being empowered under certain conditions to issue such permits. Nor do we find in 1901 anything more than expressions of good wishes and desire for further legislation, besides some attempts at popular education through the formation of tree-planting associations under the patronage of the Crown Princess. In 1905 no change in conditions are reported. Forest fires still continue as a common occurrence. While the government makes efforts to improve conditions, the indifference, stupidity, cupidity, and malevolence of the people and the long-established abuses prevent rapid progress at reform. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 20. Italy. The efforts to secure improvement in the treatment of forest resources have been more active and strenuous in Italy than in Greece. They were induced especially by the urgent need of protecting watersheds, the rivers throughout Italy having been turned into torrents by deforestation. But, owing to the weakness of the government and to poverty, the actual execution of the very good laws has lagged behind. Indeed, while ample legislation has been enacted, the people, overburdened with debt and needing the small income that can be derived from pasturing or renting the pasture in the woods, make it difficult to carry on any reform, and the enforcement of the laws has again and again led to serious trouble. Forestry is a sore point in the national economy of Italy, as it involves sacrifice of money and time. Italy, therefore, is still in the transition period from forestral rapine to forest culture. Densely populated, 33 million on 110,600 square miles, with fully 1/5 of its area unproductive or at least unused, and 1/4 of this almost or quite beyond redemption, no country offers better opportunities for studying the evil effects of deforestation on soil and water flow. As a result of the combination of geology, slates and limestones, topography, steep slopes, climate and forest devastation or destruction, mainly by pasturage of goats, 2 million, the Italian rivers are invariably flooded in March and mostly dry in summer. The melting of the snow coinciding with the heavy spring rains turns them into raging torrents, fiumare, silting over the fertile lands in the valleys and occasional landslides in the mountain country, where extensive tracts are nearly bare of vegetation. Especially the rivers around Bologna, which in 1897 again caused damage in excess of $1 million, are dreaded. 1. Forest conditions. Situated similarly to Greece as regards accessibility and climate, and similarly torn by wars and political strife, and in unstable conditions for centuries, Italy has in proportion to population, if not to area, reduced her forest resources even more than Greece. Less than 1/3 of an acre per capita remains, with a total of somewhat over 12 million acres, or about 17% of the land area, and this includes much useless bushland, over 2 million acres. Apparently, if the uncertain statistics may be relied upon, a reduction of several million acres has taken place since 1870. Some 15 million acres of wasteland and swamps offer ample opportunity for increasing this forest area without infringing on the 42 million acres of usefully employed agricultural soil. Of the forest area, 25% is to be found in the Alps, about 50% on the Apennines, the one mountain range which forms the backbone of Italy. Less than 1/4 is distributed over the plains, and the small balance is found on the islands, especially Sicily, which is a hill and mountain country, once magnificently wooded, now largely denuded, 4% wooded, and on Sardinia, which, with nearly 45% under forest, is the best wooded part of Italy, although the condition of the forest is here no better than elsewhere. With the exception of the slopes of the Alps, 2.5 million acres of spruce, fir, beech, larch, and the tops of the Apennines and remote plateaus, 4.5 million acres, and of a few special places on which now and then even magnificent remains of virgin forest may be found, lack of transportation having preserved them, most of the area is occupied by miserable brush forest, coppice, or else open forest with scattered trees among a shrub undergrowth of thorns, hazel, and chestnut, called macchia, i.e. chaparral, so that most Italians have never seen a real forest. Nevertheless, Italy is by no means as treeless as this condition of forest would imply, for trees, poplar, ash, elm, are dotting the plains and slopes, planted for vine supports and boundaries, unshapely through pollarding and lopping the branches for firewood. Olive and chestnut groves on the hills, of the former 2 million acres, of the latter over 400,000 acres planted for the fruit, and 8.5 million acres in vineyards, add to the wooded appearance of the country and to the wood supply. The annual product of firewood from these planted trees is estimated at 6 million cords. On the sand dunes and near the seashore, especially in the marshes, the maritime, the Aleppo pine, and the umbrella-shaped Pinus pinea and picturesque cypresses are sometimes found in small groves, while the calcareous hills in this region up to 1,200 feet are studded with olives, cork, and evergreen oak. Osier growing is here also quite extensively practised. In the mountains, above the 2,700-foot level, conifer forest composed of Pinus sylvestris and Lauricio and Abies pectinata has been reduced to less than 7% of the whole. Mixed conifer and deciduous forest represents 4%, the bulk being deciduous forest of oak, several species, and beech with chestnut. 48% of the forest area is in coppice, cedio, and of the 52% of high forest, the bulk is managed under selection system, a skelter. A small part under clearing system, ad alto fusto, although management can hardly be said to exist except in small groves. That supply of workwood is insufficient for the needs of the population and is decreasing is attested by the fact that the importations more than doubled in the decade from 1892 to 1903 to near $14 million, 80% of which was saw material, in addition to $2 million of wood manufactures, while nearly $5 million worth was exported in the last named year, mostly cork, casks, thin boxboards, olive wood manufactures, and charcoal. No better picture of the forest conditions can be had than by a statement of the home production, which in 1886, last official data, was placed at 48 million cubic feet of workwood, valued at $3.4 million, 223 million cubic feet firewood, valued at $4.1 million, 106 million cubic feet charcoal, worth $3.6 million, and byproducts to the large amount of $6.4 million, altogether a little less than $17.6 million. Firewood and charcoal, which represent over 80% of the product, are of course furnished by coppice, and in addition by the pollarded material, almost the only fuel to be had. The ownership of the forest area is for the greater part private, 53%, and communal, over 43%, the state owning a little over 400,000 acres, less than 4%. The state property being so small, supervision of communal and private forest has become the policy. The state forest is of two classes: the alienable, under the Department of Finance, the larger part, about 375,000 acres, and the inalienable, so declared by law of 1871, which was then about 115,000 acres, and was placed under a forest administration in the Department of Agriculture. But of this, about 20% is not forest, and even in 1896 some of this small area was sold, so that now only 40,000 acres remain. This area is to serve for demonstration of model management and to supply government needs. Beech and oak with fir, pine, and larch, mostly in timber forest, characterize this property, which is managed mostly in selection system. Curiously enough, in 1888 the difficulty of disposing advantageously of the old timber is complained of, due to the lack of means of transportation. The personnel of the administration consists of a central bureau with one inspector general, 3 inspectors, and a council. For each province, and in some cases for 2 or more provinces together, an inspector with several sub-inspectors and a number of guards or brigadieri are charged with the management of the state property and the enforcement of the forest laws. 2. Development of forest policy. For centuries since the fall of the Roman Empire, 476 AD, until the end of the 18th century, Italy had been the victim of war and strife with neighbours or within its borders, being divided into numberless commonwealths, almost each city being independent. Hence, no economic improvements could take place until, under the influence of the French Revolution, the regeneration period began. Not, however, until the 7 or 8 states which the Congress of Vienna, 1815, had established, were moulded into one united Italy under Victor Emmanuel during the years 1859 to 1870, could an effective reconstruction be inaugurated. It is true that some of the republics in earlier times paid attention to their forest property. Notably, in Venice, old forest ordinances date back to 697, and in 1453 a regular forest administration was instituted, especially to take care of the large forest area in Istria and Dalmatia, which fell into the hands of the Venetians about 1420. A tolerably conservative management continued here until the beginning of the 18th century, when, in consequence of political complications, supervision became lax, and devastation began which continued through the century, leaving to the new century, and finally to the Austrians, the legacy of the karst. See page 173. Florence, too, managed to prevent the deforestation of the summit of her mountains until the beginning of the 18th century, and in other republics, kingdoms, and duchies, similar efforts at forest administrations existed. Yet Genoa, which in Strabo's time was the principal timber market of Italy, had by 1860 nearly all its mountain slopes denuded. Before the general legislation for all Italy was enacted, there were at least a dozen laws in operations in the various provinces. In Lombardy, the law of 1811, in Naples, the law of 1862, in Rome of 1827, in Umbria of 1805, in Bologna of 1829, in Tuscany of 1829, in Piedmont of 1833, in Sardinia of 1851, etc. If these had been heeded, much better conditions would have been inherited by the new kingdom. With the arrival of a national spirit, many schemes for the promotion of forestry and of forest policy were discussed. The academies of Florence, Milan, Modena, Palermo, and Pesaro offered premiums for reforesting of mountains, and called for popular treatises on silviculture. A forestry journal came into being, furthering the propaganda. In 1860, a very well-written account of present conditions of forestry and production of sulphur in Sicily, a collection of reports, was published in Shiro. In 1860 also, an investigation of forest conditions in each province was ordered by royal decree, and propositions for their improvement were called for, which led to legislative proposals introduced in 1862 and legislation enacted in 1863. The law of 1863 still treated each province independently. Forest inspectors for each province, and for Naples an inspector general, with district foresters, and a large number of forest guards were appointed. Another law, applicable only to certain parts of the kingdom, was enacted in 1874, intended to check the progress of deforestation and prevent turning waste woodlands into pasture. These absolute forest soils were to be reforested within 5 years. The law remained a dead letter, yet it is still in force in part with the modifications enacted in 1886. The final unification of the country, as far as legislative unity is concerned, was completed in 1877, and in that year the first general forest law for all Italy was also enacted. This law, which has mainly in view the protective influence of forest cover as a factor in the public welfare, leaving all private property not falling under the character of protective forest entirely free, established provincial forest commissions, conservation boards, unpaid, who were to enact rules and regulations best adapted to their localities. The Board of Commissioners consisted of the prefect of the province, ex officio, president, an inspector of forests, the technical officer who administers the government property, an engineer appointed by the governor, and 3 members chosen by the provincial council. In addition, each communal council was to send 1 member to take part in the deliberations of the board as far as his particular commune was interested. By this law, the country is divided into 2 sections vertically, namely the territory above the limit of chestnut and that below this limit, the latter representing the farming country, the territory above being unfit for agricultural use. To the former, the restrictions of the law apply as a rule, terreni soggetti al vincolo forestale, ban forest. To the latter, as exception, namely where the removal of forest or brush cover might cause landslides or affect stream flow or health conditions unfavorably. The chestnut limit naturally varies in different parts, but generally speaking lies between 1,800 and 2,000 feet elevation. The determination of these areas was to be made by the provincial forest committees, and it is significant to note that in these the state forest administration did not have the majority. The territory under restriction was, in 1887, after various revisions, established as comprising 7.5 million acres of forest and 2.5 million acres of brush and waste, nearly 71% of the forest area being thus placed under restriction, leaving 2.5 million acres of forest and over 2 million of brush and waste outside the working of the law. These latter areas are left entirely without restrictions, except as general police regulations apply. The execution of the law and regulations is left to the State Forest Department, with an organization of forest guards, some 3,000 in 1883, appointed by the prefect of the province with the advice of the Forestry Commission, but acting under the State Forest Administration. Their pay was to come to the extent of 2/3 from the communes, the other third from the provincial treasurer. In the forests placed under the law, clearing and agricultural use is forbidden. Fellings and cultures must be made under direction of the committee. No compensation is made for this limitation in use except where hygienic influence was the basis for placing the forest under ban. If the regulations of the commissions had been observed to their full extent, all would have been well in time, but it is evident from subsequent legislative efforts that the execution of the laws was not what could be desired. Political exigencies required leniency in the application of the law. An interesting report on the results of the first quinquennium shows that during that time 170,000 acres were cleared, over 40,000 without permission, and by 1900 it was estimated deforestation had taken place on about 5 million acres. Wrangling over the classification of the lands under ban has continued until the present, and local authorities have continued to favour private as against public interest, to withdraw lands from the operation and to wink at disregard of the law. Moreover, rights of user to dead wood, pasturage (goats are by law excluded), and other privileges continue to prevent improvement, although several laws to effect their extinction had been passed. The devastating floods of 1882 led to much agitation, and upon a report of a special commission in 1886, the law of 1874, which had obligated the communities to reforest their wastelands within 5 years, or else to sell, was revived, extending the term of obligatory reforestation in the endangered sections to 10 years. By that time, out of 800,000 acres originally declared as requiring reforestation, not more than 40,000 acres had been planted, but the acreage involved had also been gradually scaled down by the forest committees to 240,000 acres. The report, on the other hand, found that the area needing reboisement was at least 500,000 acres, requiring an expenditure of $12 million. The law of 1877 did not contemplate enforced reforestation of ban forests. It sought to accomplish this by empowering either the Department of Agriculture or the provinces or the communities or special associations to expropriate for the purpose of reforestation. Results were nil. A revision and broadening of the law led to the General Reboisement Act of 1888, which has in view the correction of torrents, fixing of mountain slopes and sand dunes, one of the best laws of its kind in existence anywhere. The principal features of the law are obligatory reboisement of mountains and sand dunes according to plans and under direction of the Department of Agriculture, the areas to be designated by the department with approval or disapproval of the forest committees, contribution to the extent of 2/5, finally raised to 2/3, of the expense by the government, expropriation where owners do not consent or fail to carry out the work as planned, right to reclaim property by payment of costs and interest or else sale by government, right of the department to regulate and restrict pasture, but compensation to be paid to restricted owners, encouragement of cooperative planters' associations. The area to be reforested was estimated at somewhat over 500,000 acres and the expense at over $7 million. The execution of the law was not any stricter than before. In 1900, the Secretary of Agriculture reports that the laws do not yet receive effective application. The difficulty of determining what is and what is not necessary to reforest, what is and what is not absolute forest soil, made ostensibly the greatest trouble and occasioned delay. But financial incapacity and political influences bidding for popularity are probably the main cause of the inefficiency. Meanwhile, the Forest Department tried to promote reforestation by giving premiums from its scanty appropriation and distributing from its 130 acres of nurseries during the years from 1867 to 1899, some 46 million plants and over 500 pounds of seed, and furnishing advice free of charge. In 1897, again a commission was instituted to formulate new legislation. This commission reported in 1902, declaring that all accessible forests were more or less devastated, accentuating the needs of water management and proposing a more rigorous definition of ban forests, a strict supervision of communal forests, and the management of private properties under working plans by accredited foresters, or else under direct control of the Forest Department, the foresters to be paid by the state, which is to recover from the owners. It was found that in the past 35 years of the 125,000 acres needing reforestation urgently, only 58,300 acres had been planted at an expense of $1,340,000. In 1910, conditions seem not to have much improved, for again a vigorous attempt at reorganization and improvement on the law of 1877 was made by the Minister of Agriculture, so far without result. It is to be noted that Italy is perhaps the only country where forest influence on health conditions was legally recognized by the laws of 1877 and 1888. The belief that deforestation of the Maremne, the marshy lowlands between Pisa and Naples, had produced the malarial fever which is rampant here, led the Trappist monks of the cloister at Trefontaine to make plantations of eucalyptus, 84,000, beginning in 1870, the state assisting by cessations of land for the purpose. A commission, appointed to investigate the results in 1881, threw doubt on the effectiveness of the plantation, finding the observed change in health conditions due to the improvement of drainage, and lately the mosquito has been recognized as the main agency in propagating the fever. The new propositions, however, did not any more recognize this claimed influence as a reason for public intervention. Incidentally, it may be stated that to two Italians is due the credit of having found the true cause of salubriousness of forest air, namely in the absence of pathogenic bacteria. 3. Education and literature. The first forest school was organized by Balestrieri, who had studied in Germany at the agricultural school near Turin about 1848, transferred to the Technical Institute in Turin in 1851. This school continued until 1869, and from 1863 on had been recognized by the state, assuring its graduates employments in state service. In 1869 the state established a forest school of its own, Institute Forestale, at Vallombrosa, near Florence, with a 3 years course, since 1886 4 years, and in 1900 with 11 professors and 40 students. In spite of the state's subvention of $8,500, it appears that some peculiar economies are necessary, for owing to the absence of stoves, the school is closed from November 1st to March 1st. In spite of the existence of this school, the state service is recruited also from men who have not passed through this school. The legislative propositions brought forward in 1910 also provide for transfer of this school to Florence, leaving only the experiment station in Vallombrosa, and also for raising the standard of instruction. At the same time, however, there was at the old institution ordered a rush course to be finished in 15 months, since it appeared that not enough foresters were in existence to carry out the proposed reorganization. In 1905 a school of silviculture for forest guards was instituted in Città Ducale, the course being 9 months. Besides the technical school at Vallombrosa, agricultural schools have chairs of forestry or arboriculture, as for instance the Royal School at Portici. As an educational feature, the introduction of Arbor Day in 1902, La Festa de Alberi, should also be mentioned. The existence of a forest school naturally produces a literature. While a considerable number of popular booklets attempts the education of the people who are the owners of the forest, there is no absence of professional works. Among these should be mentioned Di Berenger's Selvicultura, a very complete work, which also contains a brief history of forestry in the Orient, Greece, and Italy. G. Colosemoni's Manuel d'Arte Forestale, 1864, and the earlier Scienza Silvana by Tondi, 1829, are encyclopedias of inferior quality. In 1859, R. Matthi, a private forester, began to publish the Rivista Forestale del Regno d'Italia, an annual review for the purpose of popularizing forestry in Italy, afterwards changed into a monthly, which continued for some time under subventions from the government. A number of propagandist forestry associations were formed at various times, publishing leaflets or journals, one of these L'Alp, a monthly, in 1902. In 1910 the two leading societies combined into a federation, Promontibus et Enti Affini, merging also the Rivista Forestale Italiana with L'Alp, which serves both propagandist and professional needs. End of section 20. Section 21 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 21. Spain. Poor Spain is the expression which comes to the lips of everybody who contemplates the economic conditions of this once so powerful nation, almost the ruler of the world. Once, under the beneficent dominion of the Saracens, a paradise where, as a Roman author puts it, nil otiosum nihil sterile in Hispania. It has become almost a desert through neglect, indolence, ignorance, false pride, lack of communal spirit, despotism of church, and misrule by corrupt bureaucracy. With the exception of a narrow belt along the seashore, the whole of the Iberian Peninsula is a vast high mesa, plateau or tableland, 1,500 to 3,000 feet above sea level, traversed by lofty mountain chains or sierras, 5 or 6 in number, running parallel to each other, mainly in a westerly and southwesterly direction. These divide the plateau into as many plains, treeless and for the most part arid, exposed to cold blasts in winter and burning up in summer. They are frequently subjected to severe droughts, which sometimes have lasted for months, bringing desolation to country and people. The rivers, as they usually do in such countries similar to our arid plains, form cañons and arroyos, and being uncertain in their water stages, none of them are navigable, although hundreds of miles long, but useful for irrigation, on which agriculture relies. The great mineral wealth has made Spain the California of the Carthaginians and Romans, and it is still its most valuable resource. Spain awakened to civilization through the visits of Phoenicians and Carthaginians, followed by the Romans. During the first centuries of the Christian era, there occurred one of the several periods of extreme prosperity, when a supposed population of 40 million exploited the country. After the dark days of the Gothic domination, a second period of prosperity was attained for the portion which came under the sway of the industrious and intelligent Moors, or Saracens, 711 to 1000 A.D., who made the desert bloom, and whose irrigation works are still the mainstay of agriculture at present. Centuries of warfare and carnage to re-establish Christian kingdoms still left the country rich, when, in 1479, the several kingdoms were united into one under Ferdinand and Isabella, and the Moors were finally driven out altogether, 1492. This kingdom persisted in the same form to the present time, with only a short period as a republic, 1873. Spain was among the first countries to have a constitution. After the conquest of the Moors, and with the discovery of America, again a period of prosperity set in for the then 20 million people, but through oppression by state and church, Inquisition, which also led to the expulsion of the Jews and large emigration to America. The prosperity of the country was destroyed, the population reduced to 10 million in 1800, and the conditions of character and government created which are the cause of its present desolation. Since the beginning of the century, the population has increased to near 18 million, but financial bankruptcy keeps the government inefficient and unable to accomplish reforms, even if the people would let it have its way. 1. Forest conditions. It has been a matter of speculation whether Spain was or was not once heavily wooded. See page 11. In Roman times, only the Provence of La Mancha is reported as being unforested, and in the 13th and 14th centuries extensive forest zones are still recorded. The character of the country at present and the climate, both resembling so much our own arid plains, make it questionable to what extent the forest descended from the mountain ranges, which were undoubtedly well wooded. At present the forest is mainly confined to the higher mountains. The best is to be found in the Pyrenees and their continuation, the Cantabrian mountains. The area of actual forest, bosques, is not known with precision, since in the official figures mere potential forest, i.e. brush and wasteland, is included, montes, and the area varies, i.e. diminishes through new clearings, of which the statistics do not keep account. Moreover, the statistics refer only to the public forests, leaving out the state and private forest areas, if any. In 1859, this area was reported as over 25 million acres, or 20% of the land area, 196,000 square miles. In 1885, the acreage had been reduced to about 17.5 million acres, and in 1900, about 16 million acres, or 13% of the land area, remained as public forest, and the total was estimated at somewhat over 20 million acres. The following peculiar classification, published in 1874, gives, in round figures, at once an insight into the meaning of montes and the probable condition of the public forest area. State reserves, 865,000 acres. Saleable state property, 4,550,000 acres. Public institute forest, 20,000 acres. Communal forest, 9,860,000 acres. Open commons for wood and pasture, 1,880,000 acres. Common pasture for draft animals, 425,000 acres. Total, 17,600,000 acres. An estimate of the actual forest, timber and coppice does not exceed 12 million acres, for a population of 18 million or 0.7 acres per capita. The latest official figures claim as state property around 600,000 acres and municipal institutional property 11.5 million acres, these constituting the public forests. According to official classification, these public forests are to the extent of 5.3 million acres high forest, 3 million coppice, the balance brushwoods. In spite of this evident lack of wood material, except for firewood or charcoal, the importations in 1903 did not exceed $13.5 million, accentuating the absence of industrial development. The official statement of imports reports $6.5 million more than the above figure, but this includes horses and cattle enumerated as forest products of the Montes. These also figure in the exportations of $15 million, which to the extent of one half consists of cork, some $5 million from 630,000 acres, and tanbark, while chestnuts, filberts, and esparto furnish the balance. In 1908, the imports of lumber and staves alone amounted to $7,382,000. In 1882, all the public forests produced from wood sales only $900,000, but the value of the products taken by rights of user was estimated at nearly twice that amount. In 1910, the average income of the Forest Service was reported as having averaged for the decade in the neighborhood of $2 million, and the expense approximately $1 million, a net yield of about 30 cents per acre on the area involved, resulting the total cost being 5.7 million cubic feet annually. The forest flora and its distribution is very similar to that of Italy, and is described fully in 2 volumes prepared by a special commission appointed for this purpose. 2. Development of forest policy. Spain is noted for its comprehensive legislation without execution. It is also known that official reports are rarely trustworthy, so that what appears on paper is by no means always found in reality. Hence all statements must be accepted with reservations. The forest laws of Spain are somewhat similar to those of Italy, yet show less appreciation of the needs of technical forest culture. The value of forest resources and need of economy in their use was, indeed, recognized early. Recommendations for their conservative use are recorded from the 13th century on. An ordinance of Pedro I in 1351 imposed heavy fines upon forest destroyers. Ferdinand V, in 1496, expressed alarm at the progressing devastation, and in 1518 we find the system of forest guards established, and even ordinances ordering reforestation of wastelands, which were again and again repeated during the century. In 1567 and 1582, notes of alarm at the continuing destruction prove that these ordinances had no effect. The same complaints and fears are expressed by the rulers during the 17th and 18th centuries, without any effective action. In 1748, Ferdinand VI placed all forests under government supervision, but in 1812 the Cortes of Cadiz, under the influence of the spirit of the French Revolution, rescinded these orders and abolished all restrictions. An awakening to the absolute necessity of action seems not to have arrived until about 1833, when a law was enacted and an ordinance issued at great length defining the means of Montes and instituting in the Corps of Civil Engineers a forest inspection. At the same time, a special school was to be established in Madrid. This last proposition does not seem to have materialized, for, in 1840, we find that several young men were sent to the forest school at Tharandt, Germany. No doubt under the influence of these men on their return, backed by La Sociedad Económica of Madrid, a commission to formulate a forest law was instituted in 1846, and in the same year, carrying out ordinances of 1835 and 1843, a forest school was established at Villa Viciosa de Odon, later, 1869, transferred to the Escurial near Madrid. This school, under semi-military organization, first with a 3-year, later a 4-year course, and continually improved and enlarged in its curriculum, 1 director and 13 professors in 1900, is the pride of the Spanish foresters, to all appearances deservedly so. It was organized after German models by Bernardo de Torres as first director. The creation of a forest department, however, Cuerpo de Montes, had to wait until 1853. This department, under the Minister of Public Works, now under the Minister of Agriculture, is a close corporation made up of the graduates of the school as Ingenieros de Montes, acceptance into which is based upon graduation and 4 years' service in the forest department as assistants besides the performance of some meritorious work. The school stands in close relation to the department service. The first work of the new administration was a general forest survey to ascertain conditions and especially to determine which of the public forests, under the laws of 1855 and 1859, it was desirable to retain. The investigation showed that there was more forest, defined as in the above classification, than had been supposed, but that it was in even worse condition than had been known. The public forests, i.e. those owned by the state, the communities and public institutions, were divided into 3 classes according to the species by which formed, which was the easiest way of determining their location as regards altitude and their public value, namely the coniferous forest and deciduous oak and chestnut forests, which were declared inalienable. The forests of ash, alder, willow, etc., naturally located in the lower levels, therefore without interest to the state, which were declared saleable, and an intermediate third class composed of cork oak and evergreen oak, whose status as to property of sale was left in doubt. In 1862 a revision of this classification left out this doubtful class, adding it and the forest areas of the first class, which were not at least 250 acres in extent to the saleable property. The first class, which was to be reserved, was found to comprise nearly 17 million acres, of which 1.2 million was owned by the state, whilst the saleable property was found to be about half that area. Ever since, a constant wrangle and commotion has been kept up regarding the classification, and repeated attempts, sometimes successful, have been made by one faction, usually led by the Minister of Finance, to reduce the public forest area, desamortizador, opposed by another faction under the lead of the Forest Administration, which was formed again and again to reclassify. In 1883, the alienable public forest area was by decree placed under the Minister of Finance, the inalienable part remaining under the Minister of Public Works, Fomento, very much the same as it was in the United States until recently. The public debt and immediate financial needs of the corporations gave the incentive for desiring the disposal of forest property, and to satisfy this demand it was ordered in 1878 that all receipts from the state property and 20% of the receipts from communal forests were to be applied towards the extinguishment of the debt. The ups and downs in this struggle to keep the public forests intact were accentuated on the one hand by the pressing needs of taking care of the debt, on the other hand by drought and flood. Thus, in 1874, the sale in annual instalments of over 4.5 million acres in the hands of the Minister of Finance was ordered, but the floods of the same year were so disastrous, causing $7 million damage, 760 deaths, 28,000 homeless, being followed by successive droughts, that a reversal of sentiment was experienced, which led to the enactment of a reboisement law in 1877. This law, having in view better management of communal properties, ordered with all sorts of unnecessary technical details the immediate reforestation of all wastelands in the public forests, creating for that purpose a corps of 400 cultivators, capatacas de cultivos. To furnish the funds for this work, the communities were to contribute 10% of the value of the forest products they sold or were entitled to, but funds were not forthcoming, and by 1895 under this law only 21,000 acres had been reforested, 3/4 by sowing. The financial results of the management of the public forests, although the Forest Department probably did the best it could under the circumstances, had indeed not been reassuring. In 1861 a deficit of $26,000 was recorded. In 1870 $600,000 worth of material was sold, $1.3 million worth given away, and $700,000 worth destroyed. Altogether, by fire and theft, it was estimated that 15% of the production was lost. In 1885 this loss was estimated at 25%, when the net income had attained to 15 cents per acre, or, on the 17.5 million acres, to less than $3 million. When it is considered that the governors of provinces and their appointees, beside the village authorities, had also a hand in the administration, it is no wonder that the Forest Department was pretty nearly helpless. While under the law of 1863 the department was specially ordered to regulate the management of communal forests and to gauge the cut to the increment, the political elements in the administration, which appointed the forest guards, made the regulations mostly nugatory. At last, in 1900, a new era seems to have arrived. A thorough reorganization was made, which lends hope for a better future. The technical administration was divorced from the political influence and placed under the newly created Minister of Agriculture. The machinery of the Cuerpo de Montes was remodeled. This consists now of 1 Chief Inspector General, 4 Division Chiefs, 10 Inspector Generals for field inspection, 50 Chief Engineers of District Managers, 185 assistants, and 342 foresters and guards, the latter now appointed by the departments instead of the governors, and not all, as formerly, chosen from veteran soldiers. The better financial showing referred to above was the result. In 1910 a special reboisement service, the Servicio Hidrological Forestal, was also placed on a new footing, the country being divided into 10 districts for this purpose, and an engineer placed in charge of each. But from a statement that, in 1910, of some 300,000 acres planned to be recovered, only 31,000 had been completed, it may be inferred that financial difficulties still retard the work. Private forests, which had been without any interference, were, in 1908, placed under government control so far as located within a defined protective zone, Zona Protectora da Socrática. Such must be managed under plans provided by the Forest Service, and in case of refusal on the part of owners, expropriation proceedings are provided, but the money for taking advantage of this provision would probably not be in the Treasury. Indeed, according to Professor Miguel del Campo at the Esquerrial Forest School, results so far are nil. Since 1896, popular education is attempted through Arbor Days, various associations fostering the idea. In 1904, La Fiesta del Arbor was made a national holiday, and premiums are distributed for plantations made on that day. The Revista de Montes, a semi-official monthly journal, began its publication in 1877 and serves the purpose of propaganda as well as the professional needs. A considerable book literature is also developed. End of section 21.
Section 22 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 22. The Mediterranean Peninsulas. Portugal. The small kingdom which occupies the west coast of the Iberian Peninsula, with 34,000 square miles and 6 million people, is in many respects similar to Spain, except that a larger portion is fertile, being situated in the littoral region, the climate less excessive, and the people somewhat more enterprising. Not much more than 1/2 of the country, however, is utilized, nearly 15,000 square miles being waste. 3 sections or zones are recognized. The northern, bounding on Spain, which is mainly mountainous, but also contains extensive sand dunes, is the best wooded. The central, which is hilly and less well wooded, contains in Extremadura and Beira one of the most desolate regions of Europe, and at the same time the best managed forest. The southern, the richest in farmlands, with semi-tropic climate and flora, the zone of evergreen broadleaf flora. About 10% of the land area, or 4 million acres, are under forest, although 2 million more are wooded with olive, fig, almond plantations, or open woodlands and brushwood. Of the actual forest area, the state owns only 82,000 acres, 30,000 of which reforested areas or sand dunes in process of recovery. The composition is nearly 1/2 of pine, Pinus maritima and Pinea, 1/5 cork oak with pastures, a little over 1/5, other greenwood oaks with pastures, and the balance chestnut and deciduous oaks. The fact of the extensive private ownership and the reference to the pastures in the enumeration of forest areas suffice to give an idea of the condition of most of them. The oak forest is also to a large extent still used for hog raising. Besides the native forest areas, there are in existence a number of parks and plantations of exotics. The climate of Portugal in parts resembling that of California, and permitting a wide range of introductions, even tropical. There is perhaps nowhere such a good opportunity of seeing the most varied forest, flora, and fine development as the forest parks of Montserrat, of Busaco, and in the various botanical gardens. Extensive eucalyptus and acacia plantations, some 1,500 acres, of highly economical value near Abrantes, are the enterprise of a private landowner, W.C. Tate. The deficiency of wood supplies is covered by an importation of about $1.5 million, against which there is an export of a little over $500,000, mainly cooperage stock. The best developed forest industry is the growing of cork, giving rise to an export of around $5 million. A considerable naval store production is also developed. The first attempt at a real management of the state's property dates from 1868. A regular organization, however, did not take place until 1872, when, under the Director General of Commerce and Industries, a forest administrator with a technical staff of 3 division chiefs, corresponding to the 3 sections of country, and 6 forest masters were installed. At present, the staff of the inspector consists of 8 technically educated assistants, each in charge of some branch of service. Under these there are a number of field agents or supervisors, some 14 in 1903, with less education, and under-foresters and guards. The only really well-managed forest, the pride of the Portuguese foresters, is the forest of Lleida in Extremadura, a planted pinery of about 25,000 acres, on which over 50 men of various grades are employed, with naval store distilleries, impregnating works, and sawmills. Its management and natural seed tree system dates from 1892. Besides attending to the management of the state forests, a committee composed of the administrator and some of the technical staff were to examine the country and decide what parts needed reforestation. As a result of a very full report in 1882, a reboisement law was enacted under which some of the sand dunes were fixed. In 1903, a more thorough organization of this work took place, which, with liberal appropriations, promises more rapid progress. The law recognizes 2 ways of placing private property under a forestry regime, namely obligatory and facultative or voluntary. Territory in the mountains and on sand dunes may, if deemed by the Superior Agricultural Council as requiring it from the point of view of public utility, be placed under the regime by royal decree. Or else private owners may ask to have their property so placed, either merely securing police protection, obligating themselves to keep the property wooded, or working under a working plan or reforestation plan provided by the Forest Service. In either case, the owner is obliged to pay the guards, and at the rate of about 2 cents per acre for the working plans. Planting material is furnished free or at cost price. An exemption from taxes for 20 years is granted for reforested lands. Expropriation of wastelands declared as of public interest is provided, if owners object to enforced reforestation. Some 275,000 acres have so far been placed under the forestry regime. There are provisions for forestry education in the School of Agriculture at Lisbon, or the education for the higher positions in the Forest Service may be secured at German or French forest schools, and some have secured it at Vallombrosa. End of section 22.
Section 23 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Great Britain and Her Colonies. Historical Inquiries Concerning Forests and Forest Laws by Percival Lewis, 1811, gives a full account of the practices in the old banned forests. English Forests and Forest Trees, 1853, Anonymous, gives an interesting account of the old forests and their history. Our Forests and Woodlands by John Nisbet, 1900, has a chapter on the historical development of forest laws. William Schlich, Manual of Forestry, Volume 1, 3rd edition, 1906, brings in convenient form an amount of conditions in various parts of the British Empire. Schwabach, Forstliche Zustände in England, Zeitschrift für Forst- und Jagdwesen, 1903, is an account of forest conditions from the pen of a practical observer. B. Ribbentrop, Forestry in India, 1900, also various reports of the forest departments of the various British colonies. It is a remarkable fact that the nation which can boast of the most extensive forest department in one of her colonies has at home not yet been able to come to an intelligent conception even, not to speak of application, of proper forest policy or forest economy. One of the English authorities on the subject writes still in 1900, "With so much land of poor quality lying uncultivated in many parts of the British Isles, the apathy shown toward forestry in Britain is one of the things that it is impossible to understand." If we should venture to seek for an explanation, we would find it in geographical and physical conditions, but still more in personal and political characteristics historically developed, such as also in the United States, make progress of forestry slower than it would otherwise be. Due to her insular position, with which in part the development of her naval supremacy is connected, England can readily supply her needs by importations. Situated within the influence of the Gulf Stream, the climate is much milder than her northern location would indicate, and is in no respect excessive. The topography is most gentle, except in Scotland and Wales, and the river flow even all the year. Hence, the absence of forest cover has not been felt in its physical influences. Britons, Picts, Scots, Scandinavians, Anglo-Saxons, and Normans are the elements which have amalgamated to make the English people. Through endless warfare and political struggle, the three countries, England, Scotland, and Ireland, had by the year 1600 come under one ruler, although final legislative union with Scotland did not take place until 1707, and with Ireland not until 1800. Theoretically, forming a constitutional monarchy, practically an aristocracy with republican tendencies, the history of the islands has been a struggle, first to establish race supremacy, then to secure the ascendancy of the nobility and landholders over the king and the commoners, in which the former have been more successful than the barons in other parts of Europe. Politically, the Englishman is an individualist, jealous of his private interests and unwilling to submit to government interference for the public welfare. Hence, state forestry, which is finally the only solution of the forestry problem, appears objectionable. Commercial and industrial enterprise, rather than economic development, appeals to him. The practical issue of the day, rather than the demands of a future and systematic preparation for the same, occupy his mind. He lacks, as Mr. Rosebery points out, scientific method, and hence is wasteful. Moreover, he is conservative and self-satisfied beyond the citizens of any other nation. Hence, if all the wisdom of the world point new ways, he will still cling to his accustomed ones. In the matter of having commissions appointed to investigate and report, and leaving things to continue in unsatisfactory condition, he reminds one of Spanish dilatoriness. This would appear to us the reasons for the difficulty which the would-be reformers experience in bringing about economic reforms. 1. Forest conditions. Caesar's and Strabo's descriptions agree that Great Britain was a densely wooded country. The forest area seems to have been reduced much less through long-continued use than through destruction by fire and pasture, and by subsequent formation of moors, so that it is now, excepting that of Portugal, the smallest of any European nation in proportion to total area, and excepting that of Holland, in proportion to population. Of the 121,380 square miles which Great Britain and Ireland represent, less than 4%, or 3 million acres, 880,000 in Scotland, 303,000 in Ireland, are forested, 1/14 of an acre per capita. But there are nearly 33% of wastelands, namely over 12 million acres of heaths, moors, and other wastelands capable of forest growth, and another 12 million acres partly or doubtfully so, while the agricultural land in crops and pasture comprises about 48 million acres. The waste areas reforested, it is believed, could meet the consumption now supplied by importations. Notably in Scotland, extensive heaths and moors of many hundred square miles in the Northern Highlands and the Grampian Mountains, well wooded in olden times, the woods having been eradicated supposedly for strategic reasons, are now without farms or forests, and are mainly used for shooting preserves. In the last 30 years, the land under tillage has continuously decreased, and now represents less than 25% of the whole land area, grasslands occupying 38%. The agricultural land, as well as the mountain and heathlands, are to the largest extent owned by large proprietors. In 1876, 11,000 persons owned 72% of the total area of the British Islands. With the exception of 67,000 acres of crownlands, the entire forest area is owned privately, and that mostly by large landed proprietors, there being no communal ownership, except that the municipality of London owns a forest area, Epping Forest, devoted to pleasure, and the Water Board of Liverpool has begun to plant some of its catchment basins. Practically, the entire wood supply is imported, and the rate of importation is rapidly increasing. While in 1864 it was 3.4 million tons, in 1892, 7.8 million tons worth $92 million, in 1899, 10 million tons and $125 million. In 1902, it had grown to $138 million, and in 1906 to 141 million. 700 million cubic feet, in which 7.4 million of wood manufactures, against which an export of 19 million mainly wood manufactures must be offset. This makes England the largest wood importer in the world, Germany coming next, and the amount paid to other countries exceeds the value of her pig iron output. Nearly 90% of the import is coniferous material from Sweden, Russia, and Canada. The home product, mostly oak ties, mine props, etc., satisfies about 1/6 of the consumption. In addition to timber and lumber, over $10 million of wood pulp and $60 million of byproducts are imported. The total wood consumption per capita is between 12 and 14 cubic feet, half of what it was 50 years ago. Pine is the only native conifer of timber value, and oak is the most important native deciduous tree, found mostly in coppice or in old, overmature, straggling pasture woods. Compact, larger forest areas are entirely absent, but there are many small plantations and parks. For, while Englishmen have not been foresters, they have been active tree planters, and the mild climate has permitted the introduction of many exotics, especially American conifers. Most of these plantings have been for park and game purposes. The most noted forest plantations are found in Scotland, among them the larch plantations of the Duke of Atholl, begun in 1728, of at one time over 10,000 acres, the ducal woodlands now covering over 20,000 acres, the pinery of 25,000 acres belonging to the Countess of Sealfield, the best managed forest property, partly in natural regeneration, and others. But these plantations, too, are mostly widely spaced and trimmed, hence not producing timber of much value, so that timber of British production is usually ruled out by architects. 2. Development of forest policies. The Saxons and Normans were primarily hunters, and this propensity to the chase has impressed itself upon their forest treatment into modern times. The Teutonic Saxons undoubtedly brought with them the feudal and communal institutions of the Germans, under which territory for the king's special pleasure in the chase was set aside as forest, and this exclusive right and privilege was on other territory extended to the vassals, while the commoners were excluded from the exercise of hunting privileges on these grounds. The Normans not only increased the lands under ban, but they increased also in a despotic manner the penalties and punishments for infraction of the forest laws, and enforced them more stringently than was done on the continent. The feudal system was developed to its utmost. Besides forests, in which the king alone had exclusive rights, and in which a code of special laws administered under special courts was applied, there were set aside chases, hunting reserves without the pale of the forest laws, parks, smaller enclosed hunting grounds, and warrens, privileged by royal grant or prescription as preserves for small game. Whole villages were wiped out, or lived almost in bondage to satisfy this taste for sport. In the forests, of which in Elizabeth's time not less than 75 distinct ones were enumerated, withdrawing an immense area from free use, both vert and venison, wood and game, belonged to the king, a host of officers, stewards, verderers, foresters, regarders, adjusters, woodwards, exercised police duties, and oppressed and ground the people by extortions, while special courts, woodmote, swainmote, court of justice seat, enforced these savage and cruel laws. The first of these laws was supposed to date from Canute the Great in 1016, but was eventually found to be a forgery perpetrated by William I in order to lend historical color to his assertion of forest rights. A partial reduction of forests and a modification of the cruelty and unreasonableness of the laws was obtained by the Charta de Foresta in 1225, which formulated the laws into a code, and again by the Forest Ordinance of 1306. But not until 1483, under Edward IV, were the people living within forests permitted to cut and sell timber, and to fence in for 7 years portions of the reserve territory. The last territory was afforested, in other words, withdrawn for purposes of the chase, under Henry VIII, but he had to secure the consent of the freeholders. The Long Parliament in 1641 stopped at least the extension of forests and modified the application of the laws to a more reasonable degree. The forest laws are still on the statutes, but have fallen into desuetude. The last Forest Court of Justice seat was held under Charles I. The forests themselves have also almost entirely vanished, some being abolished as late as Queen Victoria's time by Act of Parliament. But the last action under the forest laws was had in 1862, when the Duke of Athol tried to establish his right as forester for the crown. A full account of the forest laws is contained in Manwood's volume, title page of which is here reproduced. A treatise of the laws of the forest, wherein is declared not only those laws as they are now in force, but also the original and beginning of forests, and what a forest is in his own proper nature, and wherein the same doth differ from a chase, a park, or a warren, with all such things as are incident or belonging thereinto, with their several proper terms of art. Also, a treatise of the purelay, declaring what purelay is, how the same first began, what a purelay man may do, how he may hunt and use his own purelay, how far he may pursue and follow after his chase, together with the limits and bounds as well of the forest as the purelay, collected as well out of the common laws and statutes of this land, as also out of sundry learned ancient authors, and out of the Assizes of Pickering and Lancaster by Ian Manwood, whereunto are added the statutes of the forest, a treatise of the swirl officers, of verderers, regarders, and foresters, and courts of attachments, swanimote and justice seat of the forest, and certain principal cases, judgments, and entries of the Assizes of Pickering and Lancaster, never heretofore printed for the public. London, printed for the Society of Stationers, anno Dominum 1615, cum privilegio. In Scotland, the same usages and laws existed, only very much less rigorously enforced, until, in 1681, the extension of forests was discontinued by Parliamentary Act. It will be understood that the term forest did not only distantly refer to woodland, and that no economic policy had anything to do with the laws. Only, incidentally, was forest growth protected and preserved for the sake of the chase, the same medieval policy which still largely animates the forest policy of the state of New York. The woods outside the forests, which had mainly served for the raising of hogs and for domestic needs, experienced at various times unusual reduction by fire. General Monk, among others, laid waste large areas on the Scottish borderland in Cromwell's time. The first serious inroads by extensive fellings occurred under Edward III in the first half of the 14th century to enrich the treasury for the French wars. Again, Henry VIII in the 16th century, when he seized the church properties for his own use, turned them into cash. 100 years later, James I reduced the forest area, especially in Ireland, by his colonization schemes. Yet both Henry VIII and James I are on record as encouraging forest planting for utility. Charles I, James's successor, always in need of cash, alienated many of the crown forests and turned them into cash, besides extorting money through the forest courts. During the Revolution, beginning in 1642 and during Cromwell's reign, a licentious devastation of the confiscated or mortgaged noblemen's woods took place. Finally, under Charles II, the needs for the Royal Navy forced attention to the reduction of wood supplies, and as a result of the agitation to encourage the growth of timber, a member of the newly formed Royal Society was deputed to prepare an essay, which, published in 1662, has become the classic work of English forest literature, namely John Evelyn's Sylva, or A Discourse of Forest Trees, which has experienced 11 editions. It should, however, be mentioned that an earlier writer, whom Evelyn often quotes, Tuffer, before the reign of Elizabeth in 1526, published his 500 Points of Husbandry, a versification in which tree planting received attention. Ever since that time, periodically and spasmodically, the question of forestry has been agitated, without much serious result. From 1775 to 1781, the Society of Arts in London offered gold medals and prizes for tree planting, and in the beginning of the 19th century a revival of arboricultural interest was experienced, perhaps as a result of an interesting report by the celebrated Admiral Nelson on the mismanagement of the Forest of Dean, concern for naval timber giving the incentive, in which he recommended the planting of oak for investment. At that time, a surveyor general with an insufficient force was in charge of the crown forests. In 1809, the management was placed under a board of 3 commissioners, one of whom, being a member of the Parliament, was to be changed with the administration. Under this management, graft became so rampant that in 1848 a committee of the House of Commons was appointed, whose report revealed the most astonishing rottenness, placing a stigma on government management such as we still uncover in the United States from time to time. A reorganization took place in 1851. At that time, the Royal Forests and Parks, reduced in extent to about 200,000 acres, showed a deficiency of $125,000, mostly, to be sure, occasioned by the parks. There was then still a tribute of some $600 to be delivered to various personages, as was the ancient usage. At present, there are some 115,000 acres classed as royal forest, but only 67,000 acres are really forest, consisting of more or less mismanaged woods under the administration, not forest management, of the Commissioners of Woods and Forests, with deputy surveyors in charge of the ranges. Although there are a few notable exceptions in the management, it is to be noted that the same stupid ignorance which introduced the clause into the Constitution of the State of New York was enacted into law in 1877 by the English Parliament, forbidding in the New Forest all cutting and planting. In 1900, there existed just one planting plan, made by the professional forester, namely for a portion of the Forest of Dean, while now only 2 other state properties, or 2 or 3 private estates, are managed under working plans. In 1887, a committee appointed to inquire into the administration of this property expressed itself most dissatisfied, but a committee of Parliament in 1890 whitewashed the administration and reported that the management was satisfactory. These committees, as well as an earlier one in 1885, were also able to recommend measures for the advancement of forestry. They laid in their recommendations the main stress upon education, but no action followed, and it can be said that the government has never done anything for the advancement of forestry in the home country, whatever it may have done for the dependencies. A departmental committee again reported in 1902 with all sorts of recommendations, which have remained unheeded. The interests of forestry, as far as the government is concerned, are at present committed to the Board of Agriculture, an unwieldy body created in 1889, from which this departmental committee was appointed. There is now, however, a strong movement on foot, led by foresters returned from India, to commit the government to some action with reference to the wastelands and towards providing for educational means. Another committee, appointed in 1908 to inquire into prospects of afforestation in Ireland, reported in favor of acquiring 300,000 acres of wood and 700,000 acres of unplanted land, dwelling especially on the benefit to be secured by providing employment and a check upon immigration of the rural population. Instead of acting upon this proposition, the government redirected the Royal Commission on Coast Erosion, which had issued its first report in 1907, to suspend its inquiry into the inroads of the sea and apply themselves to the inquiry as to whether, in connection with unclaimed lands or otherwise, it is desirable to make an experiment in afforestation as a means of increasing employment during periods of depression, and how and by whom such experiment should be conducted. In 1909, the Royal Commission on Afforestation and Coast Erosion reported at length, proposing the reforestation by a special commission of 9 million acres of wasteland at a rate of 75,000 or 150,000 acres a year to be acquired by purchase, an elaborate plan which so far has remained without result. The government, although various committees have recommended it, has remained also callous in respect to educational policy, except that in 1904 the Commissioners of Woods and Forests instituted a school, one instructor, in the Forest of Dean for the education of woodsmen and foremen. As illustrative of the government's peculiar attitude to forest policy in general, we may note a curious anachronism, namely the Act of 1894, which relieves railway companies from liability for damage from locomotive fires, if they can prove that they have exercised all care, although traction engines cannot offer this excuse. The first attempt to secure educational facilities dates to 1884, when a chair of forestry was established in the Royal Engineering College at Cooper's Hill, an institution designed to prepare for service in India purely. Through private subscriptions, another chair of forestry was instituted in 1887 at the University of Edinburgh, and several agricultural colleges, noticeably that of Cirencester, as well as the universities of Cambridge and Oxford, had made provisions for teaching the subject in a way, but outside of Cooper's Hill, no adequate education in forestry was obtainable in Great Britain until 1905. In 1905, the Forest Department in Cooper's Hill was transferred to Oxford, the 3 years course, 1 year to be spent in the forests of Germany or other countries, being as before designed mainly for aspirants to the Indian Forest Service. Now, besides Oxford, some 9 other institutions offer courses in forestry, the reason for this educational development being difficult to imagine. The name of Sir William Schlich, a German forester and for some time the head of the Indian Forest Department now in charge of this school, is most prominently connected with the reform movement. Altogether, forest management and silvicultural practice are still nearly unknown in England, and until within a few years the useful idea of working plans had not yet penetrated the minds of owners of estates. This apathy is no doubt in part due to the fact that the government is in the hands of the nobility, who prefer to keep their shooting ranges, and do not see even a financial advantage from turning them into forest, as long as they can derive a rent of from 10 to 40 cents per acre for shooting privileges. Private endeavor has been active through the 2 arboricultural societies, the Royal Scotch, founded in 1854, and the Royal English, beginning its labors in 1880. The transactions of these societies in annual or occasional volumes represented the current magazine literature on forestry since the monthly Journal of Forestry and Estates Management, which began its career in London in 1877, transferred to Edinburgh in 1884, ceased to exist in 1885. At present, a very well-conducted quarterly journal of forestry, started in 1907 by the Royal English Arboricultural Society, replacing its Transactions, and that of the Irish Forestry Association, also the Journal of the Board of Agriculture, occasionally supply the needs of the continuously improving chances for development on forestry lines. Until within a short time, the English professional book literature has been extremely meager, although a considerable propagandist, arboricultural, and general magazine literature exists. Schlich, Manual of Forestry, first in 3 volumes published from 1889 to 1895, now in its 2nd to 4th edition, enlarged to 5 volumes, is the most comprehensive publication. Another author deserving mention is John Nisbet, known for his Studies in Forestry, 1894, who also engrafted continental silvicultural notions into later editions of James Brown's The Forester, an encyclopedic work of merit. Several German and French works have been translated into English, notably K. Die Forstbenutzung, R. Hess, Der Forstschutz, and hier Fürst, Waldschutz. John Crumby Brown's 16 volumes on forests and forestry in various countries may be mentioned among the propagandist literature. The arboricultural societies mentioned also make a brave effort to advance professional development of forestry in their publications. End of section 23, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Section 24 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow, Great Britain and Her Colonies, India. While so neglected of her forest interests at home, Great Britain has developed in her possessions in the East Indies a far-seeing policy and, under the lead of German influence, has established there one of the largest, if not most efficient, forest departments in the world. Contrary to a frequently expressed idea that the conditions and problems of India are comparable to the conditions and problems of the United States, so that the example of Great Britain in India rather than that of any European country might serve us in the United States, the writer thinks that the very opposite is true. Not only are the natural conditions for the most part different, India being mainly tropical with an entirely different flora and different conditions of growth, but industrial, cultural, social and political conditions are also entirely different, all of which entails difference in methods of procedure. There are, to be sure, a few points of similarity. The large size of country under one government, and that in the hands of an English-speaking race. The fact that the fire scourge, as with us, but from different reasons, is still the greatest problem. That there are arid regions and deserts, not over 10%, and irrigation problems and flood dangers to deal with. And finally, the long delay in establishing a definite forest policy. Although this policy was inaugurated over 40 years ago, India has not yet, and will, by the nature of things, not soon pass out of the first stage of development, which we may confidently expect to pass through much more rapidly, due to the conditions in which we resemble Europe more closely. The greater part of India, namely 62% of the 1,773,000 square miles, is under British administration and is peopled by a subject race of nearly 240 million, without a voice in their government, which is carried on by a small handful of the conquerors. About 100,000 Englishmen are living in India, while the balance, around 700,000 square miles with 53 million people, is divided among a large number of more or less independent native states, very different in their civilization from ours. Industrially, the difference will appear from the statement that about 70% of the population is engaged in agricultural pursuits, hence there is no active wood market as with us, except for domestic purposes, and as the woods, like those of the most tropical forest, are mainly cabinet woods, even the export trade is insignificant, amounting to hardly $3 million, while minor forest products, lac, kutch, and gambia, myrobalan, and caoutchouc, etc., represent about $12 million. Climatically, as is to be expected, on such a large territory, great variation exists, which is increased by differences in altitude from the sea level to the tops of the Himalayas. The climate is, of course, largely tropical, with a rainfall which varies from the heaviest known of 600 inches to almost none at all. Nevertheless, in spite of these differences from our condition, much may be learned from Indian experience in the matter of organization, both to follow and to avoid, and the fact that this can be done without the need of a foreign language will be attractive to most Americans. The British, like other nations, gained a foothold in India for trading purposes during the 17th century. This they extended during the 18th century, especially after they had attained the ascendancy by Clive's subjection in 1757 of the Great Mughal, one of the most powerful native princes. By conquest and amicable arrangement, the territory of British influence was gradually increased through the agency of the East India Company until, in 1858, the British government in India was formally established by royal proclamation, and in 1877 it was declared an empire. As stated, native princes still control, under British influence and restrictions, over one-third of the country, or a territory of nearly 700,000 square miles divided into 13 feudatory states. The total area under direct British control and government is 1,087,000 square miles, of which 25%, which is 280,000 square miles, is probably forested and waste. Some 232,000 square miles, or nearly 150 million acres, of which are so far declared government property. The British territory is divided into 3 presidencies: Madras, Bombay and Bengal, and 9 provinces, each with a separate government under a governor or commissioner, with a council, and all subject to control by the resident governor-general or viceroy and his council, and he in turn is responsible to the Secretary of State at home. There is, however, little centralization of government function, the provincial governments being to a large degree at least semi-autonomous like the states in the United States, and considerable variation exists in the conduct of affairs. The difficulties in introducing something like a uniform forest policy were, indeed, not small, and much credit is due to the wisdom and tact of the 3 German foresters who in succession filled the difficult position of head of the Imperial Forest Department and organized the service: Brandes, Schlich, and Ribbentrop. 1. Forest conditions. In the tropics, rainfall conditions more than any other factor determine forest conditions. The rains of India depend on extraordinary sea winds or monsoons, and the distribution is regulated by the topography of land and relative position of any district with regard to the mountains and the vapor-laden air currents. Thus, excessive rainfall characterizes the coastline along the Arabian Sea to about latitude 20 degrees north, and still more along the coast of lower Burma, and to a lesser extent also the delta of the Ganges and the southern slopes of the Himalayas. A moderately humid climate, if gauged by annual rainfall, prevails over the plateau, occupying the larger part of the peninsula and the lower Ganges Valley, while a rainfall of less than 15 inches occurred over the arid regions of the lower Indus. The rainfall, so unevenly distributed territorially, is, moreover, as unevenly distributed through the year. In most districts, the principal rains are experienced in summer, the rainy season being followed by a long dry season. But on the eastern coast, the summer rains are slight, and the principal rainy season is delayed into October and November, while in northern India and the Himalayas also winter rains occur, irregular and of short duration. Even where a relatively large rainfall prevails, the climate is dry on account of the high temperature, hence some 30 million acres of the cultivated acreage, which comprises 225 million acres in all, depend on irrigation, over half of this irrigated area lying in the tropical zone. Roughly speaking, at least 4 climatic zones with many subtypes may be recognized: the truly tropic, intensely hot and wet, over 75-inch rainfall, prevailing on the plains and tablelands of the lower half of the peninsula; the hot and dry, below 15-inch rainfall, climate of the northwestern Indus Plain and Plateau; the moderately warm and dry to humid, 30 to 75-inch rainfall, climate of the Ganges Plain and Central Plateau; and the temperate to alpine humid climate of the Himalaya mountain, with snow and ice in winter and moderate heat in summer. In keeping with this great diversity of climate, both as to temperature and humidity, there is a great variation in the character and the development of the forest cover. At least 6 types can be recognized, namely the evergreen forest, found along the west coast, in Burma, Andaman Islands, and the sub-Himalaya zone, which is composed of broad-leaved species with a dense undergrowth of small trees and tangled lianas, vines. but few shrubs, as is characteristic of most tropical forest. The deciduous forest, mainly in the interior of central India, with sal, teak, and ironwood as characteristic trees. The arid region forest, found in the Punjab, in Rajputana, and in Sindh, of varying composition, from the open shrub forests of the latter province, composed of acacias, tamarisk, and mesquite, to the denser, more diversified, dry, low tree forest of the former, the alpine coniferous forest of the Himalayas and of the mountains of Afghanistan, Baluchistan, and Burma, composed of pine, deodar, juniper, with oak, walnut, boxwood, approaching our own forest types. In addition, there may be segregated the coast forest, of small extent, composed of trees which, like the mangrove, will bear salt water, the overflow forest along rivers, and river forests in the desert regions, of which latter large areas exist. The natural differences in the forest cover are emphasized by the action of man, who for many centuries has waged war against the forest, clearing it permanently or temporarily for agriculture purposes, or else merely burning it over to improve grazing facilities or for purposes of the chase. Statistics, except of government properties, are somewhat doubtful. Apparently, the forested area of the whole of India comprises somewhat over 40% of the land area. The government forests, settled and unsettled, represent at present about 24% of the area under British rule, 149 million acres, not over 20%, being under cultivation, leaving about 56% either natural desert, waste, or grazing lands. The great forests of India are in Burma. Extensive wood clothe the foothills of the Himalayas and are scattered in smaller bodies throughout the more humid portions of the country, while the dry northwestern territories are practically treeless wastes. Large areas of densely settled districts are so completely void of forests that millions of people regularly burn cow dung as fuel, while equally large districts are still impenetrable, while woods where, for want of market, it hardly pays to cut even the best of timbers. The great mass of forests in India are stocked with hardwoods, which in these tropical countries are largely evergreen, or nearly so, although the large areas of dry forest are deciduous by seasons. Only a small portion of the forest area is covered by conifers, both pine and cedar, these pine forests being generally restricted to higher altitudes in the Himalayas. The hardwoods, most of which in India truly deserve this name, belong to a great variety of plant families, some of the most important being Leguminosae, Verbanaceae, Dipterocarpae, Combretaceae, Rubiaceae, Ebinaceae, Euphorbiaceae, Myrtaceae, and others, and a relatively small portion represented by Cupuliferae and other families familiar to us. The most important valuable species are teak, sal, and deodar. In the greater part of India, the hardwood forest consists not of a few species, as with us, but is made up, like most tropical forests, of a great variety of trees, unlike in their habit, their growth, and their product. And if our hardwoods offer on this account considerable difficulties to profitable exploitation, the case is far more complicated in India, several thousand species entering into the composition. In addition to the large variety of timber trees, there is a multitude of shrubs, twining and climbing plants, and in many forest districts also a growth of giant grasses, bamboos, attaining a height of 30 to 120 feet, which is ready to take possession of clearings. These bamboos, valuable as they are in many ways, prevent often for years the growth of any seedling trees, and thus form a serious obstacle to the regeneration of the valuable timber. The growth of timber is generally quite rapid, although to attain commercial size, teak requires usually a rotation of 150 years. But in spite of their rapid growth and the large areas now in forests capable of reforestation, India is not likely, at least within reasonable time, to raise more timber than it needs. In most parts of India, the use of ordinary softwoods such as pine seems very restricted. For only durable woods, those resisting both fungi and insects, of which the white ants are especially destructive, can be employed in the more permanent structures and are therefore acceptable in all Indian markets. At present, teak is the most important hardwood timber, while the deodar, a true cedar, is the most extensively used conifer. Teak occurs in all moist regions of India except the Himalayas, grows usually mixed with other kinds, single or in clumps, is girdled 2 or 3 years before felling, is generally logged in a primitive way, commonly hewn in the woods and shipped, usually floated, as timber, round or hewn, and rarely sawn in size. In 1905 to 1906, the cut in the state forest area was 240 million cubic feet timber, 25%, and fuel, of which 20% was given to grantees or those holding rights of user free of charge, and less than 2% was exported. In addition, over 200 million bamboos and nearly $2 million worth of byproducts such as lac, couch, kutch, cambier, myrobalance were secured. 2. Property conditions. Prior to the British occupation, the native rulers, or rajas, laid claim to a certain proportion of the produce from all cultivators of the soil. They also reserved absolute right to the forests and to all unceded or waste lands, although usually the people were allowed to supply their needs from these. The English government, by right of conquest, fell heir to these rights as well as to the properties, but without care in asserting its rights, the unimpeded use of unguarded forest property led to the assertion of rights of user by the people, and such were also sometimes granted by the government. Joint village communities in some parts, that is, settlements which occupy contiguous areas, claimed and occupied large areas of forest and waste as commons, and, in general, the original property rights of the government became uncertain. The necessity of bringing order into this question led to various so-called settlements, by which the rights were defined, properties delimited, and payment in kind changed into cash payments. After attempts to regulate these matters by local rulers, the first General Indian Forest Act, passed in 1865, modified by the Forest Act of 1878, laid down the basis upon which the rights of forest property were to be settled. These acts divide the forests into 3 classes, namely, those in which the right of the state is absolute, those in which the state has property rights, but which are burdened with prescriptive or granted rights of user, and those which are private property, but on which the state reserves the right to cut certain kinds of tree for government use, teak, sandalwood, and in some parts deodar, these being considered royal trees. The Forest Act being throughout applicable only at the choice and under the construction of the provincial governments, modified acts applicable to different parts of the empire and different in details were passed from time to time, and many different local rules were issued by the provincial governments, but all agree in fixing one definite policy, namely declaration or demarcation of government forests after inquiry into all existing rights, and division of the declared government forests into 3 classes: reserves or permanent state forests, protected forests, and unclassed, the latter 2 still open to change in ownership and adjustment in rights of user, etc. The absolute and relative areas of government property, therefore, are continuously changing. In 1900, the reserve forests comprised 81,400 square miles, or 8.6% of the total territory controlled by the British government, the protected forest 8,800 square miles, and the demarcated but unclassified area 117,000 square miles. These figures had, in 1904, changed to 91,567 for permanent reserves, 58 million acres, 9,865 for protected, and 131,269 for unclassed, showing the rapid change now taking place in the status of classification. The name of B.H. Baden-Powell, at one time Conservator of the Punjab and Acting Inspector General of Forests during 1872 to 1874, is closely connected with placing this forest legislation on a sound basis. The object of this legislation was mainly to settle the question of ownership and rights. Hence, reserved forests are not necessarily set aside for forest purposes like the forest reservations in the United States, although ultimately this will probably be their condition. Rights of users were under this legislation regulated or commuted. In some parts, even on the reserved forest areas, there are still retained rights to cut tongyas, i.e., to make partial clearings for temporary agricultural use under the restriction of not destroying teak trees over 18 inches in diameter, and with the right of the cultivators to supply their domestic needs under obligation to cut out fire traces, burning the brush, and instituting similar protective measures. The title to the forest property having been secured, its permanent demarcation and a survey of the same were the next steps, the first having gradually been nearly accomplished, the latter being still far in arrears. The area of private and communal forests is not precisely known, but, including wasteland and lands of uncertain conditions, there are at least 500,000 square miles so owned, including those of feudatory rulers within the provinces. Of these, some 500 square miles or more of forest are leased to the government and under its control, and in some cases forest administrators are instituted by the Rajas themselves. In the Act of 1878, there was a clause calling for protection of private forest property against trespass and encroachment, but this remained a dead letter. By later legislation, the government is entitled to exercise control over private forests and lands if it appears necessary for the public weal, or if the treatment which such forests have received from their owners affect the public welfare or safety injuriously. But in such cases, the owner can require the government to expropriate the land in question. The Forest Act also provided that the government may assign to village communities from the reserved forest areas so-called village forests and make rules for their protection, use and management. How far this policy has been applied does not appear. There are still areas the ownership of which is not settled, and rights which are still in doubt, the work of the so-called forest settlements still going on, several thousand square miles being annually changed in status, and several $1,000s annually spent to quiet rights of user. 3. Development of forest policy. Through the long history of India that preceded the arrival of the Mohammedans in the 10th to 12th centuries, it appears that the forest area was only slowly encroached upon by the Hindu civilization. Even when the invaders, nomads by habit, drove many of the native race into the jungle to eke out a precarious existence, owing to the remarkable recuperative powers of a tropical nature, the impression made was not permanent. Although much forest growth was then destroyed, cleared, or mutilated, changes took place only slowly. It has been claimed that in consequence of the destruction which was incident to the nomadic life of the Mohammedans and the shifting agriculture of the aborigines, climatic changes were produced, but the proof for this assertion has remained questionable. When in the 18th century the British entered India in rivalry with the French and other European nations, it was, of course, only for purposes of exploitation, and for a long time after the British had attained the ascendancy and had subjected most of the territory now ruled by them, not much concern was had about the forests. They furnished but small values, excepting in one particular, namely supplies of teak for naval purposes. In the beginning of the 19th century, the government became concerned regarding these supplies, which under the rough exploitation threatened to become exhausted. The first step towards securing some conservative management dates back to 1806, when Captain Watson was sent to India as conservator of forests to look after the interests of the East India Company in this direction. His inability to compromise with those who had secured timber privileges led to his removal and an abandonment of the office in 1823. Ineffective, sporadic efforts at administration by the provincial governments then followed. In 1839 to 1840, the government of the Bombay Presidency stopped the cutting of teak trees on government property. In 1834, M. Connolly, collector of Malabar in the Madras Presidency, began to plant teak on a large scale at Nilambur. In 1847, Dr. Gibson was appointed conservator of forests in Bombay. From 1848 to 1856, Lieutenant, now General CSI, James Michael conducted the government timber operations in the Annamalai teak forests, Madras. and made the first recorded attempts to protect Indian forests from injury by annual jungle fires. In 1856, Dr. Hugh Cleghorn was appointed Conservator of Forests in Madras. He checked the destructive practices of temporary cultivation in the government forests of that presidency, a measure which at first was strongly opposed by the people, but his well-known desire to promote native interests inspired the rulers of the country with confidence, and finally his measures were successful. Various attempts at some kind of regulation of the exploitation by lumbermen were also made by the general government after various examinations and reports, and in 1847 even a small and ineffective forest department was organized. The annexation of the province of Pegu in the Lower Burma in 1852 introduced a new complication and proved the turning point in forestry matters. In this province, the right to cut teak had been reserved by the native princes and hence became a right of the crown. But private lumbermen began to cut this timber, and after an investigation and report, it was decided to take definite steps to regulate the use of these valuable teak forests at least. Lord Dalhousie, the then Governor-General, upon the basis of the report of the Superintendent of Forests at Pegu, Dr. McClelland, in 1855 laid down in statesmanlike manner an outline of a permanent forest policy for the government and introduced the first professional advisor. In 1856, a German forester from Hesse, Dietrich Brandes, afterward Sir, was installed as Superintendent of Forests for Pegu with wide powers under contract for 10 years, at a liberal salary and pension after retirement. The only possible check that could at first be applied was to force the lumbermen to make contracts, limit the diameter to which the exploitation was to be allowed, and mark the trees to be felled. This was done, naturally not without a large amount of friction. The result of this experiment in forest conservancy, as the English are pleased to call it, was so satisfactory that in 1862 it was decided to organize a forest department for all India. Brandeis was entrusted with the organization, and in 1864 he was appointed head of the new department under the Secretary of Public Works with the title of Inspector General, acting as advisor of the various provincial governments. The forests of India during the next 20 years, during which Brandes held office, were, province by province, brought under the regime of the Imperial Forest Department, although the provincial governments retained full and independent administrative powers. The first problem was to settle ownership conditions, which was done in the manner described before by the Act of 1865 and by later acts. The discontent which was created by this act came very near wrecking the whole enterprise, and much difference of opinion between the local and general governments existed, the government of Madras going so far as to declare the impossibility of establishing state property in view of the acknowledged rights of the villagers over waste lands. The general policy, however, finally prevailed, and an increasingly harmonious cooperation of the provincial governments has allowed the development of an efficient forest service. Various provincial legislation was considered, passed and repeated until in 1878 the Indian Forest Act 7 settled the policy at least for the majority of the provinces, Madras and Burma and some minor districts still declining to extend its provisions to their forests. The Burma government enacted, however, similar legislation in 1881 and the Madras government in 1882, and much later the other outstanding governments followed. 1886 to 1891, so that, while the detail of application varies not inconsiderably, the general policy regarding forest property of the state is the same throughout the empire. Whatever of uniformity exists had to be secured mainly by persuasive means. The Forest Acts, as stated on a previous page, contains certain provisions regarding formation of village forests and control of private forest property, but no interference with private forest property has been attempted, although in some parts this is more important and larger than the state holdings. Most of the owners merely exploit their property, but some of the larger, more enlightened native princes have established forest administrations, imitating the example of the imperial government. Those of Mysore and Kashmir and Hyderabad have placed this administration under an imperial forest officer furloughed for this purpose and derived handsome revenues. The Kashmir forests of about 2,500 square miles yielding around $180,000 those of Mysore near 2,000 square miles, over $330,000. This largely derived from sales of sandalwood. Those of the Nizam of Hyderabad, with 5,200 square miles in reserves and 4,400 in protective forests, deriving a revenue of $75,000, 7 times the what it was 10 years before. 4. Forest organization and administration. The condition of affairs in the Forest Department can briefly be summarized as follows for the year 1909. Total area under government control, 241,774 square miles, namely reserved 94,561, protected 8,835, unclassed 138,378. Officials in 1905: higher grades 312, lower grades 1,663, guards 8,533. The controlling staff was in 1909 increased by 34. A number in all other grades increased. Rounded off expenditure: $4,500,000 revenues, $8,225,000. Net proceeds: $3,675,000, 45% of gross. Variation in the value of the rupee makes comparison with earlier years uncertain. In spite of the many difficulties, a poor market, no market at all for a large number of birds, wild, unsurveyed, and practically unknown woodlands, requiring unusual and costly methods of organization and protection, the Forestry Department has succeeded, without curtailing the timber output of India, in so regulating forest exploitation as to ensure not only a permanence in the output, but also to improve the woodlands by favoring the valuable species. It has prepared for an increase of output for the future, and at the same time has yielded the government a steadily growing revenue, which bids fair to rank before long among the important sources of income. In 1865, the net revenue was only $360,000. It had about doubled by 1875 and more than tripled by 1885, and since then has more than quadrupled. While in the period of 1870 to 1874, the expense of the administration was still 70% of the gross income, it has gradually been reduced to near 45%, while the outrun in material has in the last 5 years increased by 35% over the preceding quinquennium. At first, the department and its operations as well as its finances were imperial, the local governments having no control over its officers or over the revenue derived, but in 1882 decentralization was effected, the local governments obtaining a direct interest in the revenues. As a result, the financial interest overruled the conservative policy, and overcutting was the consequence. In 1884, the general government recognized the need of a change. After some struggle, the imperial department was placed at least in charge of preparing the working plans, and pressure for their execution, if not direct enforcement, can be brought through appeal to the general government by the Inspector General, which, however, has never been necessary to use. The organization of the Forest Service passed through various stages, and arrangement in the different provinces is even now not quite uniform. The Forest Service, then, is peculiarly organized as regards division of responsibilities and relationships between the imperial and the provincial governments, the autonomy of the latter being jealously guarded. It is divided into the imperial and the provincial service, the former consisting of the higher grade officials entirely recruited from England, the latter, the executive service, being in administrative functions independent of the former. An Inspector General, directly under the Secretary of Revenue and Agriculture, for some time under the Home Department, is the head of the service, and acts as professional advisor both of the imperial and the provincial governments. But this head of the service is shorn of most of executive functions, all administrative matters being reserved to the provincial authorities. The Inspector General has charge only of the forest school administration, of forest surveys, and of the making of working plans, which later, after approval by the provincial government, are in their execution inspected and critically supervised by him, but without power to enforce them or to give direction directly to the conservators in charge, at least in Madras and Burma. He also watches over and reports on the progress of all forestry matters in the empire. Peculiarities and great variety are also found in other official relations and in the appointing power, the general and provincial governments exercising certain rights in this respect. The controlling staff, 57 officers in 1869, now about 300, under the Inspector General, consists of conservators, deputy conservators, and assistant conservators. The conservators, now some 20, so far as they are not directly acting as assistants in the Inspector General's office, are the heads of the provincial departments and conservatorships, and, in that capacity, directly subordinate to the local government, which in Madras and Bombay also has their appointment. Each is in charge either of the entire forest business of the province or of a circle forming part of a province and the administration unit in India. These are, therefore, the most influential and most responsible agents in introducing forestry practices. Conservatorships are divided into divisions, each in charge of a divisional forest officer, a member of either the imperial or the provincial controlling staff. But these have to acknowledge subordination to the chief civil officer, the collector of the district in which they are located, in order to harmonize the financial and forestal interests. About 80% of the controlling staff in the imperial service are appointed by the Secretary of State from graduates formerly from the Forest School at Cooper's Hill College, now Oxford, the remaining 20% from Englishmen in the provincial service, the member of which have passed through the Dehradun Forest School and through the lower branches of the service. In addition to the superior staff, a subordinate staff of extra deputy conservators and extra assistant conservators form the provincial service, which is mainly recruited from the natives. The districts are divided into ranges, for which an executive service is organized of rangers, over 400, who are now selected from graduates of the Forest School in Dehradun. Deputy rangers and foresters, a lower grade, some 1700, and guards having their separate beats, over 8500, form the protective service, mostly or all recruited from the better class of natives. 5. Forest treatment. With the irregular distribution of forests, the peculiarities of Indian government affairs and population, and the wild and difficult forest conditions themselves, it is but natural that the work thus far has been chiefly one of organization, survey, and protection. In the protection against unlawful felling or timber stealing and grazing, the Government of India has shown itself fully equal to the occasion by a liberal policy of supplying villagers in proximity of the forests with fuel, building materials, pasture, etc. at reduced prices or gratis. Over $1,500,000 worth is thus disposed of annually, the incentive to timber stealing being thereby materially reduced. A reasonable and just permit system for grazing, where again the needs of the neighboring villages are most carefully considered, not only brings the government a yearly revenue of over $800,000, but enables the people to pasture about 14 million head of animals in the state forests without doing any material damage to tree growth. 31% of the total forest area is open to grazing. The work of preventing and fighting fires can, with the means available, not be carried on over the entire forest area, of which large tracts are not even crossed by a footpath, and in a land where the regular firing of the woods has become the custom of centuries, and where, in addition, intensely hot and dry weather, together with a most luxuriant growth of giant grasses, render these jungle fires practically unmanageable. Each year, however, additional territory is brought under protection. In 1902, nearly 37,000 square miles, or nearly 40% of the area in reserve, but only 12% of the total government forest area, were under protection at a cost of $4 per square mile, or less than 1% per acre, half of what it was 10 years before, and over 2% of the gross revenue. Nearly 5,000 fires occurred, to be sure, which burnt over 3 million acres, that is to say, over 90% of the area the protection was effective. For nearly half the fires, the cause remains unknown. Danger from fire has, however, become less in protected areas because of the changes in herbage and moisture conditions. Yet it costs still about 2% of the gross revenue to protect the area, and the figures just cited shows that this expenditure is only partially effective. In 1909, the protected area has increased to 43,000 square miles, the cost to $5, the efficiency to 94%. The first successful attempt to deal with forest fires were made in 1864 by Major, later Colonel G.F. Pearson, who was then conservator of forests in the central provinces and who devised a system of clearing fire lines or fire traces surrounding the areas to be protected, which were cut and burnt over early in the season, a system now in vogue in all India. In the jungle forests, the traces must be broad. The grass, often taller than an elephant, must be cut and burned before the grass on either side of the fire lane is dry enough to burn. This protection forms the most important duty of the forest officials, a trying one as it has to be carried on during the hot season. A separate branch of the Forest Service carried on the work of surveying and mapping the forest area instead of the regular Survey of India, with the result of cheapening the cost. Some 74,000 square miles had been mapped on the scale of 4-inch to the mile, the standard, some smaller areas on smaller scale at the rate of $25 per square mile. In 1908, however, this work was handed over to the survey. Silviculture. Silviculture practices are naturally but little developed. Protection against fire, grazing, overcutting has been the first requisite. The unregulated selection system with a diameter limit, which Brandis introduced, still prevails mostly, although beginnings of a compartment and group system in converting miscarried selection forest of deodar, pine and sal have been made, or rather of an improved selection method which seeks to secure reproduction in groups. Clear-cutting with seed trees held over is practiced in the coniferous mountain forest. Coppice and coppice, with standards reserves of sprouts, is a natural condition over large areas, especially with teak and sal. Even improvements, cuttings, or sowing on barren hillsides with remarkable success are not absent. The attempts at securing reproduction, especially in the truly tropic forests, have often miscarried, inferior species filling the openings. Girdling of inferior species to favor the better classes has hardly had the desired result. In the deciduous forest, the same difficulty of undesirable aftergrowth is experienced, deteriorating the composition, except in the case of the gregarious salt tree, Shorea robusta, the treatment of which for reproduction has, after many failures, been well established. Other gregarious species can also be satisfactorily reproduced. The culled and burned over forests, of which there are many, are rehabilitated in a manner by merely removing the old overmature and defective timber with comparative success. In some parts, the larger gregarious bamboos are a serious obstacle to reproduction. Here, the only chance for reproduction exists when they flower and die. Killing the bamboos by cutting the annual shoots proved a failure, but burning over the whole area and sowing seems to be followed by success. In other parts, as in the large teak forests of Burma, as well as of other provinces, the useless kinds of trees are girdled, huge climbers are cut off, and a steady ward is waged against all species detrimental to teak regeneration with satisfactory results. With teak, even planting on a larger scale is resorted to, especially by means of tongyas, that is, plantations, where the native is allowed to burn down a piece of woods, use it for a few years as field, though it is never really cleared, on condition of planting it with teak, being paid a certain sum for every 100 trees found in a thrifty condition at the time of giving up his land. Similarly, the department has expended large sums in attempting to establish forests in part of the arid region of Baluchistan, and, on the whole, during 1894 to 1895, about $150,000 were expended on cultural operations, which up to that time involved about 76,000 acres of regular plantation and 36,000 acres tongas, mostly teak, making a total of 112,000 acres, besides numerous large areas where the work consisted merely in aiding natural reproduction. But in 1909, the plantations seem to have been reduced to 59,000 acres. Probably through failures, the tongas, however, increased to 84,000 acres, and the budget for plantings and other cultural measures formed a little over 2% of the gross revenues. We see then that though the forests of India are now and will continue for some time to be little more than wild woods with some protection and a reasonable system of exploitation in place of a mere robbing or culling system, yet the work of actual improvement steadily increases in amount and perfection. In disposing of its timber, the government of India employs various methods. In some of the forest districts, the people pay merely a small tax and get out of the woods what and as much as they need. In other cases, the logger pays for what he removes, the amount he fells being neither limited in quantity nor quality. The prevalent systems, however, are the permit system, when a permit is issued indicating the amount to be cut and the price to be paid for the same, and the contract system, when the work is more or less under the control of government officers and the material remains government property until paid for. To a limited extent, the governments carry on their own timber exploitation. Working plans. Only a relatively small part of the total forest area, each year, however increasing, is as yet worked under plans. In 1885, only 109 square miles, in 1899, 20,000 square miles, and in 1903, nearly 30,000 square miles, about 13% of the total or 30% of the reserved area were operated under working plans, and each year about 4,000 square miles are added, so that now, 1909, over half the reserved area is under working plans. Only gradually was the character of these plans brought into practical form, and their execution, in spirit at least, enforced, the conservators having the right to deviate from the plans. A map prepared by the survey branch naturally forms the basis of the plan. The form of the plan is prescribed by the provincial regulations, and the preparation is also carried on by the provincial service under advice and supervision of the imperial department. The strip valuation survey, which Brandes introduced, covering sometimes as much as 30% of the area, is employed in determining number of trees and sizes, growing stock and cut, modeled after the European practice, except that little, perhaps too little, money is spent on their elaboration, especially on determining the proper amount of cut. That the cut is controlled at all is the most important result. 6. Education and literature. In 1866, Sir Dietrich Brandes selected as assistants two young men who had been trained in the forest schools of Germany, in turn his successors, and at the same time arrangements were made for the training of young Englishmen in the forest schools of France and Germany. At the end of 1875, the professional education was entirely transferred to Nancy. The present force of conservators is composed largely of these men. For some reason, the training of men in Germany and France became unpopular, and this objection finally led, in 1884, to the establishment of a chair of forestry at Cooper's Hill College for engineering in England. At first, the course of study extended over 26 months, during 22 of which the candidates prosecuted their studies at the college, the remaining 4 months being spent under suitable supervision in selected British and continental forests. In 1905, this department was transferred to Oxford University and the course extended to 3 years, 1 year to be spent in continental forests. At present, this time may, however, be reduced to 2 years and the vacations in continental forests. This is a government affair, and probationers receive stipends from the government. Mr. Brandes, as early as 1869, saw also the necessity of providing the means of giving the natives of India some sort of technical education in forestry. The first step in this direction was to place natives, selected ones, under one or two officers of the imperial service who were deemed fit to instruct them, and in this way a few good men were turned out. Another experiment, after the German pattern, was made by apprenticing likely young men under some forester for a year or two and then sending them to an engineering school for theoretical instruction. This was also a failure. After much hard work, the Indian Forest School at Dehradun was established in 1878. The forests between the Jumna and the Ganges River were set aside at training grounds, formed into a special forest circle and placed under the control of the director of the school. These forests have been subjected to regular systems of management based on European experience, and excellent results have been obtained. The first course of systematic theoretical instruction was opened on the 1st of July, 1881. In 1884, the school was made an imperial institution by the Government of India, and the Inspector General of Forests was charged with its supervision under a board of control consisting of the Inspector General, the Director, and the 3 conservators, with the Assistant Inspector General as secretary. This board meets once a year at Dehra, conducts the examination, and looks into all of the workings of the school very carefully. There were 2 courses, one in which the teaching was given in English for rangers, the other in which the instruction was given in the vernacular for foresters, courses extending over 24 months. In 1906, the school was raised to the rank of a college and the course in the vernacular abolished. The graduates may aspire to the rank of division officers. The training of low-grade officers is left to the provinces. The Bombay Presidency had for some time their own forest school in connection with the engineering college at Pune, but this is now abandoned. Another school, however, is located at Tharavadi, with a 2-year course in Burmese and one in Madras with a 1-year course, so that the education of lower-grade officials is well attended to. Forest experiment and investigations have never been systematically instituted, being left to individual initiative, but lately, 1909, provision has been made in this direction in connection with the Dehradun School by the establishment of an Imperial Research Institute. Besides the monthly journal, the Indian Forester, which came into existence in 1875 through Schlicht's initiative, and the annual reports of the various conservators and of the Inspector General, a small book literature has developed within the last 10 or 15 years. Descriptive volumes of notes are J. S. Gamble's Manual of Indian Timbers, new edition 1902, Trees, Shrubs and Woody Climbers of Bombay Presidency by W. A. Talbot, 1902, Ribbentrop's Forestry in British India, 1900, and the earlier publication of H. R. Morgan, Forestry in Southern India, Brandis's Indian Forestry and Distribution of Forests in India. Of professional interests are E. E. Fernandez's Manual of Indian Silviculture, unfortunately out of print. The same authors, Forest Industries, D.R.C.'s Manual of Forest Working Plans, C. C. Rogers' Manual of Forest Engineering in India, and B. H. Baden-Powell, Forest Law. The influence of the development of the Indian Forest Service on the forest policy of other British colonies and of the home country has been considerable and is growing, Indian forest officers being detailed to assist in developing forest policies in these other parts of the British Empire. End of section 24.
Section 25 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 25. Canada. The largest single colony of Great Britain, and the most important as regards forest supplies, both as to quantity and character, Canada has been for a long time supplying the mother country with a large proportion of her imports. Although in size larger than the United States, its land area being estimated at over 3,600,000 square miles, Canada has so far attained only 1/15 of the population of her neighbor, namely less than 7 million, although now rapidly growing. Much of her territory is still unknown, and will remain for a long time unavailable for civilization, owing to its inhospitable climate. Indeed, as yet not 1/3 of its territory may be considered opened up to civilization, and not much more than 100,000 square miles can be said to be occupied, 1/2 improved in farms, and 2/3 of this in crops. Much of the northern country remains unorganized, and the vast Northwest Territory, 2,656,000 square miles, between Hudson's Bay and the Rocky Mountains, as well as Labrador, are for the most part uninhabited, except by Indians and a few military and trading posts. The central interior region, dotted with lakes and intricate river systems, is a continuation of the forestless, arid and subarid plains and prairies of the country west of the Mississippi River, toward the north changing by steps into lowlands studded with open tree growth, and barren tundra frozen all the year, 1,000,000 square miles answering to this last description. The Pacific slope is a rough and lofty mountain country, the extension of the Rockies and Coast Ranges, with a variable, in part humid and temperate, in part dry and rigorous climate, more or less heavily wooded, about 600,000 square miles, with the Fraser River in the south forming the most important drainage basin. The Atlantic portion, south of the plateau-like, bare or scantily wooded Hudson Bay and Labrador country, with a climate somewhat similar to northeastern Germany, is formed by the slopes of the watersheds of the Great Lakes and their mighty outlet, the St. Lawrence River, and its gulf, the slopes rising gradually northward to the low range of the height of the land, a plateau with low hills, not over 1,500 feet elevation, which cuts it off from the northern country and forms the limit of commercial forest. This region, the bulk of square miles, with 93,000 square miles in the Maritime Provinces, around 250 million acres in all, represents, outside of British Columbia, the true forest region of Canada, and at the same time the center of Canadian civilization. Although the Cabot brothers discovered Cape Breton and Labrador in 1497 and 1500, the first settlement of Canadian territory was not made until 1541 by French colonists, after the first Captain-General of Canada, Jacques Cartier, the discoverer and explorer of the St. Lawrence in 1534, had taken possession of the country for Francis I. But not much progress in colonizing was made until Champlain's arrival in the first years of the next century. Quebec was founded as early as 1608, and Montreal in 1611, but Ottawa dates its first beginnings not farther back than 1800. The northern country around Hudson's Bay was, under the name of Rupert's Land, after Prince Rupert, the head of the enterprise, undefined in limits, granted by Charles II in 1670 to the Hudson's Bay Company, a powerful fur-trading corporation which had not only a commercial monopoly, but, except for occasional interference by the French, held absolute governmental sway over the country through 200 years, its jurisdiction at one time extending to the Pacific coast. Friction and warfare with the English resulted in the latter acquiring by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 Newfoundland and settling their rights on Hudson's Bay. The final conquest of New France by the English ended French rule in 1763. But the French colonists remained peacefully, and their descendants form today, at least in Quebec, the predominating influence. Indeed, in 1774, by the so-called Quebec Act, the first permanent system of self-government was established much on the lines of the French feudal system, and the French civil law was retained. At first, under English rule, the territory, then including the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, formed one colony, But after the War of the Revolution in 1791, the territory remaining English was divided into two separately governed provinces, Upper and Lower, or West and East Canada. They were reunited in 1840 and continued so until 1867, when the so-called Union or British North America Act effected the present organization of the Dominion of Canada, a federal union comprising only the provinces of Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. After various combinations and subdivisions, all of the British possessions in North America, except Newfoundland and its dependencies in Labrador, came into the Union, and in 1882 the Union was completed with the then 7 provinces, those mentioned with Prince Edward Island, Manitoba, and British Columbia, and all the organized and unorganized territory. In the same year, 4 territories, Isonobia, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Athabasca. In 1895, the territory of Ungava in Labrador, and in 1898, that of Yukon, were organized, with a view of their eventual elevation into provinces, the relations of the Federation being quite similar to that of the states and territories in the United States. In 1905, the Western Territories were organized into 2 provinces, Saskatchewan and Alberta. The government, although practically much like a republic and largely independent of the home country, is theoretically a limited monarchy, the king being represented by a governor-general, appointed by the king, and a privy council selected by the governor. The latter also appoints, now 81, senators for life to form the upper house of the parliament or legislative body, while the lower house of commons is elected by the people. Besides this imperial government, each province has its own separate government with a lieutenant governor, appointed by the governor-general, and an elected legislature. This autonomy being somewhat similar to that of the states of the United States, and the division of functions between federal and provincial governments being also similar. Although the home government retains the veto power, the supreme jurisdiction and various other powers, although apparently by the appointment of officials, its influence is guarded. Practically, the party management as exercised in Great Britain prevails, and independence from imperial influence and from home government is continually increasing. In regard to the Crown lands, including forests, this division as well as this relationship becomes important. Each provincial government, except those of the 3 middle provinces, administers the Crown lands within its boundaries in its own way, yet on similar lines, while the Dominion government controls only the lands located outside of the provinces, together with those of the middle provinces and the so-called railway belt in British Columbia. These latter lands were mostly acquired by purchase from the Hudson's Bay Company, the company relinquishing its territorial rights in 1868, and the transfer being completed in 1870, upon payment of £300,000. 1. Forest conditions. The forest area has at various times and by various authorities been roughly estimated as between 1 1/4 of over 1 3/4 million square miles, which would make the forest percent at least over 32. But this includes the open woodlands of the Northern Territory and of the prairies, which, while of great importance to the local settlers, are for the most part probably or surely not of commercial value. Commercially valuable forests, actually or prospectively, are found almost only in British Columbia and in the old provinces, the 2 forest regions separated, just as in the United States, by a forestless region, except that north of the prairie region a continuous belt of open woodland extends to near the mouth of the Mackenzie River. A careful examination of the sources of information has led the writer to the conclusion that less than 350,000 square miles, or around 200 million acres, would cover fully the commercially valuable forest land, although the wooded area of the provinces in which the commercial timber occurs is stated officially as around 450 million acres, 2/5 of which is to be found in British Columbia. Indeed, although we are accustomed to look upon Canada as a great forest country, it really possesses about 60% less commercial forest than the United States. and about 1/4 of the mature timber of that country. It will be understood that all such statistics are merely rough estimates, the data being slim and eked out by conjectures based on geographical conditions which predicate the character of the country. Most unreasonable speculations and calculations as to the amount of timber standing and value have been made on impossible assumptions. As an instance, one statistician, by mere mathematical figuring, namely deducting the known crop and pasture area from the total land area, would make the forest area of Quebec alone over 209 million acres. This includes the country north of the height of land of 163 million acres, which by another mathematical calculation is made to be able to furnish over 65 billion feet of lumber, besides over 600 million cords of pulpwood and 370 million railroad ties. But under present conditions, owing to topography and character of the timber, it cannot be utilized, and its commercial value is altogether problematic. This calculation would leave as really or potentially available forest land south of the height of land 46 million acres, in addition to over 5 million on farms. It is claimed that this forest area may still produce some 100 billion feet of coniferous and 1.5 billion feet of hardwoods, or 2,500 feet to the acre. The chief of the Provincial Forest Service lately made the forest area of the province 131 million acres, including 2 million acres of waste land. While by the change of standards and by local needs, forest areas may become commercially valuable, which were not so considered before, and thereby the above figures may be eventually increased from the standpoint of valuable lumber supply for the world trade. The above named area may be assumed to set the limit for the present. A computation based on slender information has placed the country with open woodlands in the central region as exceeding 280,000 square miles. The Director of Forestry estimated that 150,000 square miles of this area might contain nearly 200 billion feet merchantable lumber. The southeastern territory south of the height of land was originally all densely wooded. From it, a farm area of around 25 million acres has been cut out, less than 7% of the land area included. Especially the southwestern half of Ontario, between the Great Lakes, which contains the most fertile land, is densely settled, as also the shores of the St. Lawrence. A large part of the remaining forest area is cut over and culled, especially for pine. The amount of white pine remaining, according to estimates made in 1895, would now be less than 20 billion feet. Extensive areas have been turned into semi-barrens by repeated fires. The statistician of the Dominion, in his report made in that year, comes to the conclusion that the first quality pine has nearly disappeared, and that we are within measurable distance of time when, the exception of spruce as to wood and of British Columbia as to provinces, Canada shall cease to be a wood-exporting country. The composition in general is the same as that of the northern forest in the United States. Hardwoods, birch, maple, and elm prevailing, with conifers mixed, the latter, especially spruce, becoming occasionally pure. The nearly pure hardwood forest of the southern Ontario peninsula has been almost entirely supplanted by farms, and here, even for domestic fuel, coal, imported from the United States, is largely substituted for wood. Although white pine, the most important staple, is found in all parts of this forest region, the best and largest supplies are now confined to the northern region north of Georgian Bay. Unopened spruce and fir lands still abound, especially in Quebec on the Gaspé Peninsula and northward. Spruce forms also the largest share in the composition of the New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland forest, the pine in the first two provinces having practically been cut out. Extensive, almost pure balsam fir forest, fit for pulpwood, still covers the plateau of Cape Breton, while Prince Edward Island is to the extent 60% cleared for agricultural use. Much of this eastern forest area is not only culled of its best timber, but burnt over and thereby deteriorated in its composition, the inferior balsam fir appearing in largest number in the reproduction. North of the height of land in Ungava and westward, spruce continues to timberline, but outside of narrow belts following the river valleys, only an open stand, branchy and stunted, hardly fit even for pulp, for the most part with birch and aspen intermixed. This open spruce forest, interspersed among muskegs, continues more or less to the northern tundra and across the continent to within a few miles of the mouth of the Mackenzie River and the Arctic Ocean, the white spruce being the most northern species. In the interior northern prairie belt, groves of aspen, dense and well-developed, skirt the watercourses and form an important wood supply. The forests of British Columbia partake of the character of the Pacific forest of the United States, the Coast Range along the coast for about 200 miles being stocked with conifers of magnificent development. Douglas fir, giant arborvitae, hemlock, bull pine, and a few others. The Rocky Mountain Range also of coniferous growth, pine and larch, but of inferior character, large areas being covered with alpine fir, Abies labiascarpa, and lodgepole pine, important as soil cover and for local use in the mining districts, but lacking in commercial value. If much of the forest area in the settled provinces is burnt over and damaged by forest fire, much more extensive destruction is wrought in this northern forest by fires sweeping annually over millions of acres unchecked, many of them said to be started by lightning. About 50% of this country is said to be fire-swept. Among the large notable forest fires, the Great Miramichi Fire in New Brunswick in 1825 destroyed more than 6,000 square miles in a few hours. In 1880, the loss by forest fires in the Ottawa Valley alone was still estimated at $5 million annually. In 1909, reports indicate over 500,000 acres burnt over in that year. The river systems of eastern Canada, with the mighty St. Lawrence permitting seagoing vessels to come up to Montreal, have been most potent factors in the development of the lumber industry and export trade, without the need of railroads. Yet, although, as a consequence, this trade was early developed to a relatively large figure, it has not grown at as a rapid rate as might have been expected, and today, with an export in excess of imports of less than $40 million, is considerably below that of the United States. The small export trade of earlier times, having been stimulated by exempting Canadian timber from paying duties in the home country, or at least allowing it a preferential tariff, had by 1820 grown to 15 million cubic feet, all squared timber, and sent to England. In 1830 it had crept up to only 20 million cubic feet, but by 1850 it amounted to over 50 million cubic feet, 2/5 of which was sawed material, the 2,632 mills being reported by the census 1851 as having cut 776 million feet BM. By 1867, when the Dominion was formed, the total export of forest products had advanced in value to 18 million. The next decade, with a climax year in 1873 of 26 million, saw an increase to $20 million in the average, the proportion of sawn material being nearly 3 times that of hewn wood, and the entire cut of Ontario going to the United States. At that time it was computed that the waste of value in shipping square timber amounted for the province of Ontario alone still to over $350,000 annually. At present, sawed lumber, deals, boards, planks, etc., form 70% of the total export. In the last 20 years, a steady increase in exports at an average rate of about 3% per annum is noted, the total in 1903 culminating at nearly 41 million, but in the following year sinking to 36.7 million. In 1910, the total export amounted to 53 million, against which an import of nearly 16 million is to be offset, nearly double what it was 3 years before. Adding wood manufactures, the net export must be increased by some 36 million. The bulk of the export goes, of course, to the United States. But while exports of forest products thus increased absolutely, relatively to other exports, they have considerably declined, i.e., the lumber industry has not grown proportionately to other developments. For a while, in 1868, forest products formed 34% of the total export. In 1904, they represented only about half that figure. The same conclusion, namely that the lumber business has not increased rapidly in the last 25 years, may be derived from the report of the decennial census. Well, for 1890, the total cut amounted to over 5 billion feet, and its value to nearly 80 million. In 1900, the cut, or at least the census report, fell below 4 billion, and its value to 53 million. In 1909, the total lumber cut was reported as 3.8 billion feet BM, and its value 62.8 million. A measure of the depletion of the great staple white pine is found in the statement that from 1865 to 1893, the average size of pieces decreased by 1/4 to 1/3, and that in 1863, over 23 million cubic feet were exported from Quebec, as against 1.5 million feet in 1904. Well, the price had more than quadrupled in that period. Spruce has here taken the place of pine, and Ontario is now the main producer of pine. Yet in 1909, the white pine cut in amount almost equaled that of spruce, and in value exceeded it by 40%. Spruce, and especially pulpwood, forms an ever-increasing item in cut and export. Export of pulpwood having increased sevenfold in the last decade to nearly 2 million, and of wood pulp to over 4 million. A notable economic improvement has taken place during the last 10 or 15 years in that the proportion of raw materials exported, especially logs and square timber, has decreased in favor of manufacturers. While originally the home country took the bulk of exports of forest products, the cut of Ontario has been always, duty or no duty, sent almost entirely to the United States. In the last 6 or 8 years, the export to the United States has been doubled, amounting now to about half of the total export, and as the state's return of its own forest products largely in the form of manufactures, to the extent of about $6 million worth, a balance of trade for the Canadian forest product of $12 million is left. 2. Ownership. When the French took possession of the country, all the land belonged to the king, and could be held by others only under feudal tenure, i.e., as a gift under obligation of counter-service. The whole country was placed as a fief under the rule of the 100 Associates, a company which also exercised a trading and colonizing monopoly, but made no success and was dissolved in 1663. It was then that Richelieu introduced the system of seigneurial tenure, the land being divided into portions of from 100 to 500 square miles, usually with a small amount of riverfront, and given outright to younger noblemen, favorites of the court, and clerics, who were, however, obligated to subgrant to colonists, thereby becoming so many immigration agents. These not only treated their colonists as tenants, exacting rent and service, but exercised nearly absolute jurisdiction within their domains, the colonists becoming virtually serfs or retainers of the seigneurs. This condition continued until 1854, when an adjustment of rights was formulated by the Seigneurial Tenures Act, and the government aided the habitants to secure their freedom by indemnifying the seigneurs, or else by paying rent, which was done mostly. Under English rule, the granting of lands, without, however, the seigneurial rights, was continued. In 1784, such grants were made along the St. Lawrence and the Bay of Quinte to veterans of the Loyalist army, some 20,000, in lots of 200 acres for privates, up to 5,000 acres for field officers. In 1791, every 7th section was ordered to be set aside as clergy reserves for the support of the Protestant Church, a measure which created much friction and formed, especially in the Roman Catholic province of Quebec, a chief grievance in starting the Pépinieu Rebellion of 1837. Some 3,300,000 acres were gradually withdrawn for this purpose, and as far as possible leased to secure an income. Some of these lands were sold after 1827, and finally, in 1853, a statute was passed to sell the remainder and turn over the proceeds to municipalities for educational purposes and local improvement. Extensive grants and sales were made to lumbermen and speculators. In this manner, by the granting of 13,000 acres to an American, Philemon Wright, in 1800, the great lumber industry of Ottawa was started, and in 1836 another American syndicate secured about 1,000,000 acres of grants. Out of the 50 million acres granted in aid of railroad construction, some portion must also have been in timber. By all these methods, as well as by small grants and sales to settlers, a large area of uncertain extent has become private property. In Nova Scotia, nearly the entire government domain has passed by grant and sale into private hands, some 6 million acres, one-half in small holdings. Of the lands remaining in the Crown, at least two-thirds is on barrens. Similarly, in Prince Edward Island, the 800 square miles of woodland remaining are almost wholly owned privately, the 14,000 acres of state land being, like most of the private property, stripped of its value. In New Brunswick, over 1.6 million acres, mostly woodland, containing over 10 billion feet, was granted to the railway company, and another 1,000,000 acres or so is in other private possession, a liberal disposal of lands having been continued until 1883, when about 7¼ million acres of timber and wasteland remained to the Crown. In Quebec, some 6 million acres are estimated as privately owned, mostly in woodlots on farms. In Ontario, the private woodland area of commercial character may be over 5 million acres. Besides the large grants, which were and still are probably to the greatest extent in timberlands, the farms in the various provinces, according to the census of 1901, have from 22 to 57% in woodlots, or altogether probably in the neighborhood of 30 million acres. The total area privately owned may then be placed at not to exceed, say, 40 million acres, and the largest part of the forest area is still Crown lands, the government of the different provinces and the Dominion government in the territory and in the middle provinces administering them and deriving the revenue therefrom. This condition has prevailed since 1837, when the home government gave up its claim to land and revenues. The provincial ownership extends over about 500,000 square miles. The Dominion government owns an area of 20,000 square miles in the railway belt of British Columbia, 20 miles on each side of the railway for 500 miles, which contains good timber, and some 722,000 square miles of land in the middle provinces, which contains practically only timber suitable for local use. 3. Administration of timberlands. In the development of ownership conditions, the realization of the valuable assets in timber growth had not been overlooked by the home government, care of supplies for naval construction giving, as in the United States, the first incentive to a conservative forest policy. Even under the early French rule, the grants of land were made under reservation of the oak timber fit for naval use, as is evidenced from a land grant made in 1683. This reservation led to considerable friction, as it hampered the colonists in making their clearings on the best lands. Later, the reservation was extended to include other timber needed for military purposes, and when the British occupation began, these established rights of the Crown were not only continued, but reservations of larger areas for the timber were ordered, notably around and north of Lake Champlain. In 1763, and again in 1775, the home government ordered reservations to be set aside in every township. But the great timber wealth seemed so inexhaustible that the governors paid little attention to the wise instructions of the home government for the creation of reservations, and whatever regulations regarding the cutting of timber were made failed to be strictly enforced. In 1789, the policy of reserving to the Crown all the timber as far as not granted, and giving licenses to cut, was inaugurated. But not until 1826 was even the revenue feature strongly enough realized to attempt systematically to secure the benefit of it, namely by allowing anyone to cut timber, such as was not required for the Navy, who would pay a fixed rate for what was cut, a surveyor general of woods and forests being appointed to collect the timber dues with the aid of qualified cullers, 1811. There was even an attempt made to prevent waste by doubling the rate of timber dues on all trees cut which would not square more than 8 inches. This restriction probably remained a dead letter for lack of supervision. Lumbermen, however, found it cheaper to buy the land, making only part payment, and after cutting the best timber, forfeiting the land. Contractors who had the monopoly for cutting the timber for the Royal Navy cut also for their own account. Corruption and graft pervaded the administration, which enriched its followers with the revenues obtained from the timber licenses and otherwise. The strong hand which, in the absence of a strong government, lumbermen were driven to use in order to protect themselves from piracy by their neighbors, or else to perpetrate such, brought about many bloody conflicts. The general maladministration of the so-called family compact, besides other grievances, caused the Revolution of 1837, which, although readily put down, led to the union of the provinces of Upper and Lower Canada in 1841, and to reform of the abuses. It was then that, after the new Governor-General, Lord Durham's admirable report on the situation, the home government turned over the administration, in part at least, and revenues of the Crown lands to the several provincial governments. At that time, in New Brunswick, where a thriving export trade had been early established, the dues on $2 million worth of production were involved, and in Quebec and Ontario the income amounted to between $200,000 and $300,000. But even then, the immediate revenue, and not any concern for its continuation, animated the administration of the public or Crown forests. The freehand sales for nominal sums were changed into licenses to cut, and in order to secure larger returns, these were by and by put up at auction for competitive bids, the premium or bonus being paid for the limits, i.e., a limited territory on which the holder or licensee had the exclusive right to cut, in addition to the fixed dues or charges per unit for the timber actually cut. Later, to discourage the holding of timber limits for a rise of prices, an annual cut of first 1,000, then 500 feet per square mile of holdings was required. To still further accelerate the use of the licenses to cut, the Crown Timber Act of 1849 limited the license to 1 year and provided for an eventual limit in size of the grants. All these provisions forced to more rapid cutting and overproduction, and depression in the lumber market was the result, the supply in 1847 being 44 million feet to meet an export of 19 million. New rules were promulgated in 1851, introducing a ground rent system, a set price being paid per square mile of limit, and doubling the ground rent for unused limits each year. Needless to say, the impracticability of this geometric progression in ground rents became visible in a few years. The final present system in the disposal of timber limits, varying in detail, were gradually perfected in varying manner by the several provincial governments, but they agree in general principles, in that they grant limits for a certain time, some by the year, others by periods, usually 21 years, during which certain conditions as to establishment of mills and amount of manufacture without waste must be fulfilled, and a ground rent, a bonus, and timber dues for all timber cut are to be paid by the limit holder, details and prices varying and being changed from time to time. A diameter limit below which trees are not to be cut also mostly prevails. Lately, sales by the 1,000 feet BM have been inaugurated in Ontario, and sale by the mile is to be abandoned. As a rule, licenses become negotiable and can be transferred upon paying a small fee per square mile. The governments reserving absolute rights to change conditions of this contract at any time. The interest of the licensee is to cut as fast as he can, other unsatisfactory conditions leading in the same direction. A Department of Crown Lands in the Dominion government and in each province, in Nova Scotia, the Attorney General acting as head, administers the lands. Scalers or cullers attend to the measuring of the cut. The revenue derived by this system by all the provinces amounts now to around $4.5 million per year. Ontario leading with about 20,000 square miles now under license, mostly pine, producing in 1910 $1,835,000. The yearly average for the decade ending 1910 was $1.75 million, and some $41 million have altogether accrued since 1867. Quebec, with over 70,000 square miles under license, mostly in spruce, producing only about $700,000, nearly $30 million having accrued during the 43 years, or at the rate of $418 per square mile, two-thirds of which from dues. Since land settlement is, as in the United States, obtainable by homestead and other entries, a good many fraudulent applications under guise of settlement have curtailed the revenue. Until now, closer scrutiny of the fitness of land for settlement is made. The retention of the lands by the government is naturally a feature which would permit and should have earlier induced conservative forestry methods, but the immediate revenue interest has had, and still has, a more potent influence than considerations of the future. 4. Development of forest policy. The impetus to introduce conservative features seems to have largely come through the influence of the forestry movement in the United States, and although voices of prominent Canadians, like that of James and William Little and Sir Henry Joly de Lotbinière, have been heard before in advocacy of a more far-seeing policy, the meeting of the American Forestry Congress at Montreal in 1882 may be set as the date of the inception of this movement in Canada. The definite result of that meeting was the inauguration of forest fire legislation in the various provinces. In the province of Ontario, the Fire Act of 1878, which had until then remained a dead letter, was improved in 1885 by inaugurating a fire ranger system in which limit holders pay one-half the cost of the rangers. The force of firefighters, 37 in the first year, was gradually increased until, in 1910, nearly 1,000 were employed at a cost of $300,000. In that year a change was made, the whole service, including inspection, being charged against the limit holder. In New Brunswick, a fire law was passed in 1885, followed, in 1897, by the introduction of the Ontario Ranger system. In 1883, Nova Scotia passed a forest fire law, which, like that of New Brunswick, remained ineffective for lack of machinery. This was not provided until 1904, and since then has worked most satisfactorily. Recently a forest survey of this province was made. Quebec also enacted fire legislation in 1883, but did not provide means to carry it into effect until 1889. Since at first only $5,000 annually was allowed for its execution, and by 1901-2 not more than $7,226 was expended for fire protection over an area of 40 million acres, its effectiveness may be doubted. But in 1905, a special forest protection branch, with a superintendent and a ranger system after the Ontario pattern, was organized, and the service has become more effective. The need for more organized effort and advice led to the establishment of special bureaus of forestry. In Ontario, a clerk of forestry was established in the Department of Agriculture in 1883, and in 1895 he was replaced by a clerk in the Crown Lands Department, later named Director of Forestry, Mr. Thomas Southworth. This office later was changed to a Bureau of Forestry and Colonization, and a technically educated man was appointed as provincial forester, with a view of developing a forest management, at least in the reserves. This movement, however, soon collapsed for lack of appreciation. The office was transferred back to the Department of Agriculture, which does not control any timberlands. The forester resigned, and the Bureau was, finally, in 1907, restricted to the colonization work, the forestry part being deliberately abandoned. Meanwhile, the province of Quebec pursued a more enlightened course. To control the cut, a color's office was established in 1842, which, however, only checked the square timber, then the principal material. In 1873, after various futile attempts to secure better supervision, a corps of forest rangers was created, but as they worked without organization, the results were only partial, until in 1889 they were placed under 7 chiefs or superintendents. In 1897 the number of superintendents were reduced to 1, but having to work with incompetent men, political appointees, this improvement in headship did not produce much result. In 1907 a reorganization took place by introducing 2 professional foresters, educated at government's expense at American colleges of forestry, who upon their return were employed to supply the technical supervision of cutting on licensed lands, and otherwise to forward forestry reforms. In 1910 the logical sequence occurred by placing the entire Forest Service, except the protection against fire, under one of these technical men as chief, with the other one as his assistant, and a corps of 3 civil engineers, 40 forest rangers, and 6 scalers, besides 20 student assistants, the first organized provincial forest service in Canada, administered under the Superintendent of Woods and Forests in the Department of Crown Lands. In 1898, the Dominion government had also recognized the need of more technical administration by instituting a forestry branch in the Department of the Interior under a superintendent, with a view of developing improved methods. At first manned without technical advisers, who were indeed not in existence, gradually the professional element was introduced, and the scope of the branch enlarged, the irrigation interests of the country being added. Under the able guidance of the present director, whose task under the political conditions surrounding is not an easy one, this department may in a few years also become fully organized with technical men, of whom there are now 17 employed, besides student assistants. These various government agencies and other propaganda produced at least the important result of committing the governments to see the propriety of setting aside permanent forest reserves. The first movement in this direction was made in 1893, and in 1895 the first Dominion reservations were made by executive order through the Minister of the Interior. These, to be sure, were located in the thinly timbered parts of the province of Manitoba, the Turtle Mountains, and Riding Mountain, mainly for the protection of water supply. Several other similar reserves were set aside by the minister, but to give more stability to these reservations, an Act of Parliament was passed in 1906, declaring their permanence and placing them, 3,380,000 acres, under the administration of the Superintendent of Forestry. There are, so far, some 26 Dominion forest reserves created, or in the act of creation, comprising an area of over 25,000 square miles. The forestry branch is making a brave beginning to survey and manage these reserves under forestry principles. Of the provinces, Ontario was the first to recognize the principle of reservations in 1893, when a partially cut over, partially licensed territory of over 1 million acres was set aside as the Algonquin National Park in the Nipissing district, but the first definite establishment of a forest reserve policy dates from the Forest Reserve Act, passed in 1898, which authorizes the executive, as in the United States, to withdraw lands for reserves. Some 8 reserves and 2 parks have so far been established, and the reserved area amounts to around 20,000 square miles. Of management on forestry lines on these reserves there is far little to be heard, except an effort to keep fires out. Quebec has followed this example of Ontario, first by setting aside the Laurentides Park in the Saguenay region, 1,634,000 acres, which, like Algonquin Park, was more in the nature of a game preserve. During 1906 and 7, however, under a law authorizing the lieutenant governor to set aside forest reserves, over 100 million acres were placed in reserve. Apparently, however, no administration of this preserve in the forestry sense is as yet attempted. British Columbia, which until lately was only concerned in disposing of the well-timbered crown lands, after having disposed of the best parts, has placed under reservation the balance, and a forest commission of inquiry has been constituted to devise further measures in the interest of forestry. Its report, appearing in 1911, gives a very clear statement of conditions in the province and the promise of active organization of a better service. Of other attempts to foster forestry interest may be mentioned a law in Quebec, passed in 1882, providing a bonus of $12 per acre for tree planting, which seems to have remained without effect. Another providing for a diameter limit of 12 inches on the stump for pine and 9 inches for other kinds, these dimensions are now varied, inaugurated in 1888, may have preserved some young growth on the limits, although since pulpwood is now the main product, and supervision has been inefficient, not much may be expected from such laws. Indeed, the chief of the Forest Service reports that 60% of the regeneration is of the inferior balsam fir. In Ontario, a very competent commission was created in 1897, with a noted lumberman, Mr. Bertram, as president, to formulate methods of reform, but the able report remained barren of results. The Dominion has been active in encouraging tree planting in the prairies. The Agricultural Experiment Station at Ottawa not only set out object lessons by planting some 20 acres of sample plots, but for a number of years distributed plant material to settlers. This work was later taken over by the Forestry branch and increased to a larger scale, some 85 acres being in nursery, and the distribution having grown to 15 million seedlings in 1910. Ontario, under the direction of its Department of Agriculture and in cooperation with the Agricultural College at Guelph, has lately embarked in 2 movements of amelioration, namely establishing a state nursery from which plant material at cost, with advice as to its use, is given to farmers, and purchasing and reforesting wastelands in the agricultural section. Tariff legislation is another means which is in the hands of the Dominion government to be used for encouraging forest conservancy. It has, however, so far not been used directly for such purpose, fiscal and commercial policies being uppermost. But the provinces have in this respect helped themselves by encouraging manufacture rather than export of raw materials. Ontario leading in this matter by prohibiting export of unmanufactured logs from Crownlands in 1898. Other provinces impose an export duty on pulpwood, cut on Crownlands, as does also Ontario. At present writing, a reciprocity agreement with the United States is under contemplation, which would admit wood products from Canada free of duty, an arrangement which, whatever its commercial advantages, bodes no good for conservative forest policy. Meanwhile, private limit holders here and there had begun to see the need of conservative methods, and by 1908 at least 2 large paper and pulp concerns had placed foresters in charge of their logging operations. 5. Education. Until 1900, associated effort to advance forestry in Canada had relied on the International American Forestry Association. In that year, largely through the officials of the Dominion Forestry Branch, Mr. E. Stewart, the Canadian Forestry Association was formed. This association has grown more and more vigorous, and having escaped the period of sentimentalism which in the United States retarded the movement so long, could at once accentuate the economic point of view and bring the lumbermen into sympathy with their effort. In 1905, a quarterly magazine, the Canadian Forestry Journal, was started by the association, making its work of instruction and propaganda more effective. The technical literature, as yet slightly developed, is found mainly in bulletins of the Forestry Branch. A most promising convention held in January 1906, with the Premier of the Dominion presiding, participated by prominent officials and businessmen, seemed to foreshadow the time when a real rational forest management, at least in some parts of the Dominion, would be inaugurated. But it can hardly be said that the expectations were realized, and another such convention was held in 1911, which may perhaps be followed by better results. In 1909, following the precedent of the United States, a conservation commission was appointed for the Dominion under federal support, manned by the leading officials and prominent representative men from all provinces, and here the forestry interests may find at least educational advancement. The first 2 years of the existence of this commission have, however, produced little advancement. While the Ontario government had directly discredited the forestry movement by abolishing its Bureau of Forestry, indirectly it laid the foundation for a sure future, in 1907, by establishing in its provincial university at Toronto a faculty of forestry, with full equipment. A year later, the province of New Brunswick also established a chair of forestry in its university, while sometime earlier the Guelph Agricultural College had introduced the subject of farm forestry in its curricula. The latest development in educational direction is the Forest School organized in 1910 by the Government of Quebec in connection with its Forest Service for the purpose of educating its own agents. End of section 25. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. A brief
Section 26 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Great Britain and Her Colonies, Newfoundland and Other British Possessions and Colonies. Newfoundland. Newfoundland, probably the first discovery of America by the Norsemen, remained a mere fishing station until modern times, and, except for the open coast, unknown as regards the wooded interior, which was supposed to be largely barren. It became a possession of Great Britain in 1713. Development did not begin until 1880, when the first railroad was built, and has progressed more rapidly since the Newfoundland Railway, traversing the entire island, was opened in 1898. It was found that, while the shores and a considerable part of the west and south coast are barren or poorly timbered, and on the interior plateau large moss barrens exist, there are extensive timber areas of mixed growth, white and red pine, balsam and spruce, with white birch. A lumber industry, which by 1904 had grown up to probably not less than 100 million feet, is rapidly extending over the whole island, and an extensive paper pulp industry is preparing to establish itself on timber limits under a license system similar to that applied in other parts of Canada. Some 5,000 square miles are now under license. Forest fires have repeatedly devastated large areas, especially in 1904. The experience of that year led to the enactment of a forest fire law, but without any agency to make it effective. No forest policy exists except the commercial restriction of the license system. A forestry association has lately been formed. Other British possessions and colonies. Under the influence of the Indian Forest Service, or stimulated by its success, some of the other British colonial governments in Africa and Australia have attempted and sometimes succeeded in establishing a forest policy. Of East Indian territories, Ceylon, the nearest neighbor to India, with over 25,000 square miles, of which 42% wooded, mostly with second growth forest of small value, attempted long ago an organization with the aid of Indian foresters, but by 1900 had of over 10,000 square miles only 431 in reserves, in addition to nearly 1,800 acres planted. One conservator and 8 assistant conservators produce a net revenue of less than $30, there being an import of $250,000 necessary to eke out the wood requirements of the 3.5 million people. The Straits Settlement, an area of 1,526 square miles, had by 1900 a reserved state forest area of 138 square miles under an experienced Indian forest officer, Gutta Percha. Rubber and gums are here the most valuable products. The Federated Malay States, with 26,350 square miles and heavily wooded, after a report by the Indian Inspector General, have begun to reserve forest areas, some 100,000 acres having been set aside, which are administered by the Conservator of the Straits Settlements Reserves. The government of the island of Cyprus also employs a forest officer and guards to look after its 700 square miles of forest. In Africa, during the last few years, small forest departments have been established by the governments of the Sudan, East Africa, Nigeria, Transvaal, Orange River, and Natal, mostly for the purpose of planting on the treeless plains. The government of Mauritius had made attempts at conservancy for many years, but without notable success. The most successful attempt in Africa so far is reported from Cape Colony, which as early as 1819 had a superintendent of lands and woods, and in 1876 a department of forests and plantations, neither of which have left much of record. In 1881, a new forest department under a French forest officer was started, which has grown until now. It consists of 1 conservator, D.E. Hutchins, 22 assistant conservators, 84 European foresters, and a few native guards. In 1888, the needed legislation was had for regulating the working of the nearly 500,000 acres of forest area, which in 1902 was declared inalienable government property. Since the wood imports amount to over $2,250,000 annually, the need of conservative use is appreciated, especially as climatic conditions are unfavorable to reproduction. Some 24,000 acres have been planted during 22 years at a cost of $1,500,000, the first plantations beginning to yield a substantial revenue, and it is believed that another 40,000 acres of such plantations would supply all the timber needed in the colony. Tree planting by private landowners and municipalities is encouraged by furnishing advice gratis and plant material at low cost, and to municipalities in addition government aid is extended to the extent of half the cost of planting. The 7 Australian colonies are very variously situated regarding timber supplies, 3 of them, Queensland, Western and South Australia, being poorly wooded, the others more or less heavily forested, especially Tasmania with 65% and New Zealand with 31%. Generally speaking, the forest areas are confined to the coast in narrower and wider belts, the interior being forestless or with scrubby growth. This portion is large enough to reduce the total forest to less than 6.5. The mountains and hill ranges facing the eastern, southern, and western coasts are especially heavily wooded with magnificent eucalyptus, jarrah, and karri, while the Kori pine is the most valuable tree in New Zealand. The one successful attempt at a forest policy was made by the almost forestless colony of South Australia, which in 1882 reserved its scanty forest area of 217,000 acres and started to plant. Now 13,000 acres planted, employing a conservator and 6 foresters. In the other colonies at various times unsuccessful beginnings were made, and there exist in Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria so-called forest branches or departments, but mostly without power or equipment, and no intelligent conception of forest policy seems practically to exist. In Queensland, since 1897, the Governor and Council may reserve forest lands and regulate the cutting by diameter limit. 1.5 million acres have been reserved, but no staff for administration exists. In New South Wales, 6 million acres were withdrawn from settlement, but it is mostly used for pasture, and withdrawal may be revoked at any time. No effective system of control exists. In Victoria, 5.5 million acres have been declared reserves under Act of 1890, nearly half the forest area. There exists a forest department of 1 conservator, 2 inspectors, and 25 foresters, but no plan of management. 4 state nurseries of doubtful value seems the whole result. The other colonies still merely exploit their forest resources under loosely managed license systems, without even an inefficient attempt at intelligent treatment. End of section 26.
Section 27 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2020. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 27. Japan. The modernization of this remarkable island empire of Nippon, the native name, which began in 1868, included the organization of a forest department after German models. Curiously enough, there are other noteworthy points of similarity to be found in the historic development of forestry in Germany and Japan. The empire comprises 4 larger islands: Kyushu, Shikoku, Hondo or Honshu, and Hokkaido or Yezo, and a host of smaller ones, stretching in a chain of nearly 3,000 miles north and south along the Asiatic shore, the width of land being nowhere over 200 miles. It comprises an area of nearly 150,000 square miles, with a population approximating 50 million, largely engaged in fisheries and other sea industries. The islands are of volcanic origin, part of the Girdle of Fire, which reaches from the Alaska Peninsula through the Philippines to the Antilles, with many active craters, subject to frequent disastrous earthquakes and tidal waves; mountainous, with numerous ranges of high hills and with lofty central ridges, with numerous short rivers, apt to turn into treacherous torrents, while hurricanes and waterspouts, typhoons, and equinoctial gales sweep the surrounding seas frequently. The soil is nowhere particularly fertile, but the patient and painstaking labor of the Japanese has brought every available foot of it — little more than 10% is arable — into producing condition, wherever the climate compensates for the infertility, especially in the most densely populated part, the southern half of Hondo. Extending through 30 degrees of latitude, the climate naturally varies from the tropical one of Formosa, through all variations of the temperate to the alpine one of the high mountains and the nearly Arctic one of the Kurile Islands. The the Japan Current skirting the eastern coast, and the mountain ranges with elevations generally not exceeding 6,000 feet, occasionally up to over 13,000 feet, which cut off the dry continental west winds, also produce great climatic variations between east and west coast. In general, however, the climate of the whole empire is characterized by a high percentage of relative humidity and ample rainfall, especially during the hot season, producing luxuriant growth. 1. Forest conditions and ownership. Due to these great variations in climate, 4 climatic regions being differentiated, the forest flora of Japan almost rivals in variety that of the United States, with over 200,000 deciduous and more than 30 coniferous species of size, besides a large number of half-trees, although not more than some 50 or 60 are of silvicultural importance, and not more than 10 or 12 species form the basis of forest management and of the lumber trade, which requires some 2 billion cubic feet annually and supports an export of over $6 million. The value of the total cut was, in 1907, placed at over $17 million, of which $6 million was to the credit of the state treasury. In the tropical districts, bamboos form the main staple. In the subtropical region, the most densely populated, and hence also almost forestless, the broadleaf evergreens, especially several species of oak, furnish desirable fuel wood, and 2 species of pine are most valued for timber. One, the red pine, P. densiflora, extending its realm rapidly over waste areas. Camphor tree and boxwood furnish ornamental wood. The region of temperate forest furnishes, out of over 60 species, some 14 conifers and 19 broadleaf trees of value, the former mainly of the cedar tribe, with Chamaecyparis obtusa and Cryptomeria japonica the most widely used, while of the broadleaf species, which occupy more than 50% of the forest area, Tselkova keaki of the elm tribe, a chestnut, a beech, several oaks, a walnut, and an ash count among the most useful. Spruce, fir, and white birch are the trees of the northern forest. Mixed forests form 45%, broadleaf 25%, conifer 21%, and 9% is rated as blank or thinly stocked. The forest area, which over the whole covers, with the addition of the newly acquired island of Sakhalin, 67% of the land area, or around 75 million acres, 1¼ acres per capita, is quite unevenly distributed according to topography and population, being mostly confined to the mountain ranges and hills which form the backbone of the country, and to the northern provinces, which contain still large, untouched areas. Hokkaido, which was opened up to colonization only 35 years ago, now with a population of only 20 to the square mile, has 63% of forest, 15 acres per capita. The northern part of Hondo has a somewhat greater area percent, mostly on the high steep mountains, but only 1.2 acres per capita. On the southern portion, the low ranges of hills and valleys, the forest area has been reduced to 53%, but shows only 3/4 acre per capita, and Okinawa, with 26% and less than 1/3 acre per capita, shows the lowest. Of this forest area, however, almost 1/2 is hara, brush forest, chaparral, or dwarfed tree growth, the result of mismanagement, excessive cutting, and fires, and in the southern districts impenetrable thickets of dwarf bamboo, which crowd out tree and even shrub growth wherever such mismanagement gives it entrance. These extensive haras are cut every 2 or 5 years for the brush, which is used to cover and furnish manure for rice fields. Fire, which, until lately, ran over 5 or 6 million acres annually, and ruthless cutting have in the past and are still deteriorating the forest area. Grassy prairie and barrens due to natural conditions are not absent, and are due to excessive drainage through loose, coarse-grained rock soil. They are found not extensively at the foot of volcanoes and on highest elevations. The differentiation of land areas is not quite certain. In 1894, there was still 30.5% of grassy prairie reported, but some of this, no doubt, was forested, probably one half. The bulk of the forest area is owned by the state and the imperial household. Communal forests are estimated to aggregate, in 1904, somewhat over 4 million acres, 7.5%, in 1910 reported as 11%, and private property some 18 million, 26%, in 1910 22%, leaving 30 million for the state and for imperial or crown forest, 66%, the latter comprising some 5.5 million acres. These figures are liable to variation due to sales of the latter class and to adjustments of the somewhat obscure property rights. The ownership by the state and the conservative use of the mountain forest is necessitated by the protective value of the forest cover, the cultivation of the extensive rice fields being dependent upon irrigation. 2. Development of forest policy. The history of Japan dates back to 660 BC, when the empire was founded on the island of Kyushu by the warrior king Jimmu Tenno. He established a kind of feudal government, with the daimyos, knights or barons, holding their fiefs from the Mikado, who was considered the sole owner of the soil, or at least all exercise of ownership rights emanated from him. Private property seems then not to have existed at all, the people having merely rights of user. Colonization of the islands brought under the Mikado's dominion progressed rapidly, and with it not only arable portions, but even mountains were denuded. With the beginning of the Christian era, the need of better protection against floods seems to have been recognized, and in 270 A.D., we find the first forest official appointed, a son of the royal house, who with assistance was to regulate the use of the forest property, which, under the rights of user granted by the Mikado, was being excessively exploited and devastated. In the 5th century, the feudal method of giving fiefs of land and forest to the deserving vassals had come generally into vogue, and later, with the rise of Buddhism, forests were assigned to the temples and priests, who, as in Germany the monks, were assiduous in cultivating and utilizing them. Soon the daimyos, similarly to the barons in Germany, began to assert exclusive property rights, and, notwithstanding various edicts, issued from time to time to secure free use to the people, more and more of the forest area was secured by daimyos and by priests as temple forests. In the 9th century, deforestation and excessive exploitation had so far progressed that not only the need of protecting watersheds was recognized by edicts, but fear of a timber famine led even to planting in the provinces of Noto. A period of internal strife and warfare during the following centuries, which left forest interest in the background, led, in 1192, to the establishment of the rule of the shoguns, the hereditary military representatives of the Mikado, who made him a mere figurehead, and exercised all the imperial functions themselves, until the revolution of 1868 restored the Mikado to his rights. The effort at conservative forest use was renewed with increased harshness when, after a period of warfare and devastation, the great shogun family of Tokugawa, 1603, assumed the rule of the empire, enforcing the restrictive edicts with military severity. Even at that early age, the protective influence of forest cover on soil and water flow was fully recognized, and a distinction of open or supply forest and closed or protection forests seems to have been made, the latter being placed under the ban of the emperor or shogun and withdrawn from utilization. The extensive forests of the province of Kiso, the best remaining, owe their preservation to these efforts. The daimyos, 260 in number, each in his district, enforced the edicts in their own way, giving rise thereby to great differences in forest administration, yet in the absence of technical knowledge, deterioration continued. The severity of punishments for depredations, etc., reminds us of those of the German Markgenossen, a hand or finger being the penalty for theft, death by fire that for incendiaries. The idea of protecting or reserving certain species of trees, which was practiced in India by the Rajas, we find here again in the beginning of the 18th century, the number of such protected species varying from 1 to 7 and even 15 in different districts. Another unique and peculiar way of encouraging forest culture was to permit peasants who made forest plantations in the state forests to bear a family name, a right which was otherwise reserved to the knights or samurai, or to wear a double-edged sword like the latter. Arbor days were also instituted, memorial days and festivities, as at the birth of children, being marked by the planting of trees. While in Germany the love of hunting had led to the exclusion of the people from the forests, in Japan it was a question of conserving wood supplies that dictated these policies. It is claimed that to these early efforts is due the preservation of the remaining forests. But while this may be true in some instances, as in the province of Kiso, more probably their distance from centers of consumption and their general inaccessibility preserved those of Hokkaido and of the northern mountains. Certainly the brush forests south of Tokyo do not testify to great care. The detested shogunate was abolished in 1867 by a revolution which brought the Mikado to his rights again and crushed the power of the daimyos, whose fiefs were surrendered, and their acquisitions of forest property, as well as, a few years later, those of the priests, were declared state property, with the exception of some which were recognized as communal properties. Similar to the experiences of France, the disturbances in property conditions, which implied instantaneous loss by the people of all rights of user in the state property, as well as removal of all restrictions from private and communal properties, led to wholesale depredations from the state domain and to widespread deforestation and devastation, an area of 1 million acres of burnt waste near Kofu, west of Tokyo, testifying to the recklessness of these times. Without any force to guard property rights, stealing on an extensive scale, similar to past experiences in the United States, with the accompanying wastefulness, became the order of the day, and is even now not uncommon. A first provisional administration of state forests was inaugurated, and a forest reconnaissance ordered in 1875 in order to secure insights into the mixed-up property relations, and restore to their rightful owners such portions as had been wrongly taken by the state. In 1878, the state forests were placed under a special bureau organized by Matsuno, who had studied forestry in Germany, Eberswalde, for 5 years. But it was not academic knowledge that was needed in the situation. It was necessary first to mold public opinion in order to secure means for administrative measures. This he set himself to do through public addresses and pamphlets, and by organizing a society of friends of forest culture, and finally, in 1882, by establishing an experiment station at Nishigahara, and, a year later, a dendrological school, which 4 years later was combined with the agricultural school at Komaba. 5 years later, both were joined to the University of Tokyo. With the transfer of the Forestry Bureau to the Department of Agriculture and Commerce in 1881 and the reorganization in 1886, a new era seemed to be promised. Yet, a substantial progress in organized forest management of the state property does not seem to have been made for another decade at least, the slow progress being largely due to lack of personnel and the continuance of mixed property conditions, which involved not only uncertainty of boundaries, but also mixed ownership. Although this last trouble, namely of mixed ownership by state and private individuals, had been recognized as inimical to good management, it was deliberately increased by the law of 1878 in a curious way, reviving an old custom, namely by permitting private individuals to plant up clearings in the state forests. In this way, these individuals secured a certain percentage, usually 20%, of the eventual profits arising from the results. Some 200,000 acres were planted under this arrangement. To remove the boundary difficulty, a survey of the boundaries of state property and adjustment of property rights, as well as segregation of the state lands to be disposed of, namely small lots and others not needed, was ordered in 1890. It was then also that the first provisional working plan for the fellings on state lands was elaborated, and gradually with the progress of the survey, more permanent plans were adopted for district after district. By 1899, the adjustment had progressed far enough to begin the restoration of properties, which the state had improperly claimed, to their proper owners. It was then also that the imperial forests, intended for the support of the imperial household, were increased to about 5 million acres. Meanwhile, the personnel had increased in numbers and improved in character. In 1904, the organization of the Forestry Bureau under the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce, arranged somewhat after German models, consisted of 1 director and 4 forest commissioners with 10 clerks, forming the head office. The 16 districts into which the state forests were divided were presided over by 32 conservators and 80 inspectors, while 325 district officers with 880 assistants and 626 guards, altogether over 1,800 employees, formed the field force. In 1910, the number had increased to 2,500, mainly by additional rangers. This organization applies to the state forests under control of the Department of Agriculture. Strangely enough, those in Sakhalin, Hokkaido, and Formosa are not under that department, but under the supervision of the Minister of Home Affairs, and are merely exploited, while the imperial forests are under the Household Department. In 1907, only 7% of the state forests were under working plans. The need of supervision of the ill-managed private and communal forests, mostly located near the settled portions, early attracted the attention of the new regime, mainly on account of their protective value. Annual losses through floods to the amount of $4 million and similar losses due to unchecked forest fires gave the incentive to the passage of a law, in 1882, simply forbidding all forest use in protection forest, which simple prescription evidently did not work until a further revision was made in 1897. This latter does not confine itself to legislation for protection forests alone, but also authorizes the supervision of supply forests, under the special control of the local governors. Under this law, which also extended the assistance of local authorities to would-be planters, aided by reforms in the corporation system, remarkable activity in planting wastelands ensued, so that in the next 2 years not less than 1 million acres of communal property was set out with trees, numbering over 800 million, while in the state forests some 400,000 acres of vacant land had been planted by 1970. Some sand dune planting and reboisement works are also the result of this legislation. Further legislation more closely defining state control was had in 1907. In connection with this planting, it may be of interest to record the attitude of Japanese foresters toward natural regeneration. This is no longer popular in these days when the knowledge of forest management possessed by foresters has become highly developed, for if that method is the easiest and least troublesome, nevertheless it is not advisable, in view of the necessity of effecting a thorough improvement in our silvicultural conditions. Only on steep slopes and for protection forests it is applicable. In 1897 also some 8 experiment stations were organized, in addition to the earlier one at Nishigahara organized in 1882 by Matsuno. Education in forestry has lately run riot in Japan, as it has in the United States. Since the first school, organized in 1882, not less than 62 institutions had seen the need of offering the opportunity to become acquainted with that subject. By 1910, these had been reduced to 47. Here, however, different grades are frankly acknowledged. There are 3 collegiate institutions whose diploma admits to the higher service, 4 are of secondary grade, 19 give special courses, and the rest treat the subject merely as a subsidiary of a practical education, including agriculture, stock farming, and fishery. A ranger school, which was instituted under Matsuno's guidance, controlled by the Forestry Bureau, came to an end during the Russian War for lack of funds, but has probably been revived again. A forestry association now with 4,000 members carries on propaganda and publishes a magazine, and cooperative associations among small owners to facilitate better management are being formed under the law of 1907. In conclusion, we may say that Japan has done wonders in reorganizing its forestry system in a short time, but, according to one competent observer, while all the Japanese care for detail and love for orderliness is apparent in the office, not all that is found on paper is to be found as yet in the woods, and that, for similar reasons as have been indicated for Russia, many things happen in the woods that are not known in the office. End of section 27. Section 28 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2020. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 28. Korea. The latest move in forest reform in this part of the world, as a result of Japanese influence, is to be recorded from Korea. Indeed, in 1910, Japan annexed Korea and will doubtless apply her own methods in the new province. The forest area of Korea comprises only about 2,500,000 acres, out of an area of nearly 53 million acres of very mountainous country. A concession for the exploitation of the northern forests to a Russian, which included the replanting with exotic tree species, was the immediate cause of the Russo-Japanese War. In 1907, by cooperative arrangements with Japan, a conservative forest policy was to be inaugurated by laws similar to those of Japan. Drought, floods, and erosion of soils have been common experiences. The preservation of forest cover, especially at the headquarters of the Yalu and Tumen in the northern part of the country, is aimed at. For this purpose, the government has taken all forests under its care. All private owners or leaseholders must report their holdings and have their property listed, and in case of failure to do so, the property is forfeited. The government may then expropriate or else regulate the cutting, or, where protective functions of the forest cover require it, may forbid cutting altogether. A forestry school is also part of the program. End of section 28.
Section 29 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. United States of America. 1. Forest Conditions. The great and exuberant Republic of the United States, vast in extent and rich in natural resources generally, excelled and still excels in extent, importance, and value of her timber resources, and having only lately begun to inaugurate rational forest policies, promises to become of all-absorbing interest to foresters. The marvelous growth of the nation, which from 3 million in 1780 had attained to a population of 76 million in 1900, and by the last census numbered around 92 million people, has been the wonder of the world by reason of its rapid expansion, yet the limit is far from being reached. Annually some 750,000 or more immigrants from all parts of the world arrive, and there is still room and comfortable living for at least another 100 million, if the resources are properly treated. The large land area of nearly 2 billion acres, over 3 million square miles, is undoubtedly the richest contiguous domain of such size in the world, located most favorably with reference to trade by virtue of a coastline of over 20,000 miles and diversified in climate so as to permit the widest range of production. While a simple mathematical relation would make the population at present about 31 to the square mile, such a statement would give an erroneous conception of economic conditions, for the distribution of the population is most uneven, a condition which must eventually diversify the application of forestry methods in different parts of the country. In Massachusetts and Rhode Island combined, for instance, the density of population is 428 to the square mile, exceeding that of the similar-sized state of Württemberg in Germany, while in the neighboring state of Maine it is not 25. The Atlantic coast states south of South Carolina, a territory slightly larger than Germany, show about half, and the central agricultural states about one-third the density of that densely populated country. On the other hand, some of the western states, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, have less than 3 to the square mile. Similar unevenness is found in the distribution of resources, especially of timber wealth, and to some extent at least, the present populational distribution is explained by the uneven distribution of farm soils and timber. Outside of the unorganized territory of Alaska and the disenfranchised District of Columbia, the country is divided into 46 states and 2 territories, which will eventually acquire statehood. In addition, there are a number of insular possessions under the direct control of the federal government, each state being under the Constitution sovereign in itself as far as its internal administration is concerned. It is evident that no uniformity of policies can be expected, except so far as initiativeness, in which the American citizen excels, may lead state after state to repeat the experiment attempted by one. The federal government has no direct jurisdiction in matters concerning the management of resources within the states, except so far as it still owns land in the western, so-called public land states, and a few parcels in the eastern states over which it still retains jurisdiction. The severest test of democratic institutions is experience when the attempt is made to establish a policy which shall guard the interests of the future at the expense of the demands and needs of the present. Democracy produces attitudes and characteristics of the people which are inimical to stable economic arrangements looking to the future, such as are implied in a forest policy. The vast country, with an unevenly distributed and heterogeneous population, presents the greatest variety of natural as well as of economic conditions. The immediate interests of one section naturally do not coincide with those of other sections. Particularistic and individualistic tendencies of the true democrat are antagonistic to anything which smacks of paternalism. the attitude under which alone a persistent, far-sighted policy can thrive. Frequent change of administration, or at least the threat of such change, impedes consistent execution of plans. Fickle public opinion may subvert at any time well-laid plans which take time in maturing. The true democratic doctrine of restricting state activity to police functions, and the doctrine of non-interference with private rights, as well as the idea of state rights in opposition to federal power and authority. All these characteristics of a democratic government are impediments to a concerned action and stable policy. That, in spite of these antagonistic interests, conditions, and doctrines, substantial progress toward establishing at least a federal forest policy has been made, is due to the fact that the American, in spite of his reputation as a materialistic, selfish opportunist, is really an idealist, that he responds readily to patriotic appeals, that in spite of his rabid nationalism he is willing to learn from the experiences of other nations, that indeed he is anxious to be educated. Finally, much credit is due to the men who, with single purpose, devoted their lives to the education of their fellow citizens in this direction. It must, to be sure, be added that remarkable changes in the political attitude of the people have taken place in the last 30 years since the propaganda of forestry began. Changes, partly perhaps induced by that propaganda, which have aided this movement, and which, if they persist, promise much for the future development of forest policies. A decidedly paternalistic, if not socialistic, attitude has lately been taken by the federal government, and by skillful construction of the Constitution as regards the right to regulate interstate relations, has led to an expansion of federal power in various directions. A similar paternalistic attitude has developed in the legislatures of several states to a noticeable degree. Even the judiciary has taken up this new spirit, and is ready to sanction interference with private property rights to a degree which a decade ago would have been denounced as undemocratic and tyrannical. Two courts have lately ruled that owners of timberlands may be restricted, without compensation, as regards the size of trees they may fell on their property, if the welfare of the state demands such interference. The argument of the Roman doctrine, utere tuo ne alterum noceas, which forestry propagandists have so strenuously used, seems finally to have found favor, and the inclusion of the community at large, present and future, as the possibility-damaged party does not appear any more strained. The idea of the providential function of governments, as the writer has called it, seems to have taken hold of the people. The democratic doctrine of state rights and restriction of government functions has, even among Democrats, been weakened through the long-continued reign of the Republican Party, the party of centralizing tendencies, to such an extent that the latest Democratic platform of a presidential campaign, 1908, outdid the Republican platform in centralizing and paternalistic propositions. It is proper to emphasize the growth of this socialistic attitude, as it is bound to influence, and influence favorably, the further development of forest policies. Nevertheless, it is still necessary to keep in mind that the states are autonomous, and that while the federal government, in spite of the antagonism in the western states, in which the public lands are situated, has been able to change its land policy from that of liberal disposal to one of reservation, it alone cannot save the situation. While a few of the states have made beginnings in working out a policy to arrest the destruction of their forest resources, which are mostly in private hands, still much water must flow down the Mississippi before adequate measures will be taken to stave off the threatening timber famine, and the energy of the various local and national conservation associations will need to be exercised to the utmost. Forest conditions. 3 extensive mountain systems running north and south give rise to at least 8 topographic subdivisions of the country, going from east to west. 1, the narrow belt of level coast and hill country along the Atlantic shore, from 100 to 200 miles in width, with elevations up to 1,000 feet, but especially low along the seacoast from Virginia south, drained by short rivers navigable only for short distances from the mouth. A farming country, with the soils varying from the rich to the poorest, some 300,000 square miles. 2. The Appalachian mountain country, nearly of the same width as the first section, with elevations up to 5,000 feet, the watershed of all the rivers to the Atlantic, of several rivers to the Gulf, and of the eastern affluents of the Mississippi. A mountain country of about 360,000 square miles extent, rich in coal, iron, and other minerals, except in its northern extension formed of Archean rock. 3. The great river basin of the Mississippi, a central plain of glacial and river deposit, rising gradually from the Gulf to the headwaters for more than 1,200 miles, and nowhere over 1,000 feet above sea level. The richest agricultural section, 700,000 square miles more or less in extent. 4. The plateau rising toward the Rocky Mountains from 1,000 to 5,000 feet above sea level, some 870,000 square miles in extent, a region of scanty rainfall, hence of prairie and plain, but mostly rich soil of undetermined depth, capable of prolific production where sufficient water supply is available. 5. The Rocky Mountain region, rising from 5,000 to near 10,000 feet, except some higher peaks, an arid to semi-arid district of rugged ranges, covered mostly with forest growth, often open and of inferior kind, with tillable soils in the narrow valleys, requiring irrigation for farm use, a mining country rich in gold and silver, extending over 150,000 square miles. 6. The Sierra Nevada mountain range, including the Coast Range, rarely over 7,000 feet elevation, arid to semi-arid on the eastern slopes, humid and supporting magnificent forest growth on the western slope, some 190,000 square miles. 7. The interior basin, lying between the two preceding mountain ranges, some 400,000 square miles, for the most part a desert, although in part supporting a stunted growth of pinon and juniper, and where irrigation is possible, productive. 8. The interior valleys of the Sierra, comprising about 30,000 square miles, which under irrigation have become the garden spots of the Pacific. To these topographical subdivisions correspond in part the climatic and the forest conditions, although variation of soil and of northern and southern climate produce further differentiation in types and in distribution of field and forest. The first three sections are originally densely wooded, the great Atlantic forest region, but farms now occupy most of the arable portions. The fourth and seventh are forestless, if not treeless, while the fifth and sixth were more or less forested, the Pacific Coast region. Floristically also these topographic conditions are reflected, namely in the wide north and south distribution of species, unimpeded by intervening mountain ranges, and in the change in composition from east to west. The two grand floristic divisions of the Atlantic and the Pacific forest, having but few species in common, are separated by the plains and prairies. The Atlantic forest is in the main composed of broadleaf leaves with conifers intermixed, which latter only under the influence of soil conditions form pure stands, as in the extensive pineries of the south and north, and in the northern swamps and on southern mountain tops. The central region west of the Alleghanies exhibits little conifer growth in its composition, and is most widely turned to farm use. White pine, hemlock, and spruce are the important coniferous staples of the northern section, and a number of yellow pine species, with bald cypress and red cedar, are the valuable conifer species in the south. As regards valuable hardwoods, there is but little change from north to south. The Pacific forest flora is almost entirely coniferous, but here also climatic conditions permit a distinction of two very different forest regions, the Rocky Mountain forest being mostly of rather inferior development, and the Sierra forest exhibiting the most magnificent tree growth in the world. Nearly half the country is forestless, grassy prairie and plain, some 400 million acres being of the latter description, while open prairie and bush forest or wasteland occupies 600 million acres. Within the forest region of the east, some 250 million acres have been turned into farms, leaving still two-thirds of the area either under woods or else wasted by fire. Although any reliable data regarding this acreage are wanting, the area of really productive woodland in this section may probably be set down as not exceeding 300 million acres, which would be nearly 40% of the total area, varying from 13% in the central agricultural states to 50% in the southern states. Maine, New Hampshire, and Arkansas being most densely wooded with over 60%. The Rocky Mountain and Sierra forests, each with 100 million acres, would bring the total productive woodland area to around 500 million acres, or about 26% of the whole. Later estimates, including brushlands of doubtful productive capacity, increased this area to 550 million acres. It is almost idle to attempt an estimate of the timber still standing ready for the axe. Not only are the data for such an estimate too scanty, but standards of what is considered merchantable change continuously and vitiate the value of such estimates. The writer's own estimate made some years ago of 2,500 billion feet, which by others has been treated as authoritative and forming a basis for predicting the time of a timber famine, and which was lately sustained by an extensive official inquiry, must nevertheless be considered only as a reasonable guess, ventured for the purpose of accentuating the need of more conservative treatment of these exhaustible supplies, in comparison with the consumption, which represents around 45 billion feet (bm) and altogether 23 billion cubic feet of forest-grown material, and the ultimate value of all forest products reaching the stupendous sum of around $1,250 million. And as in other countries, this lavish consumption of forest growth, from 5 to 15 times that of Europeans, has shown in the past a per capita increase of 30% for every decade. The bulk of the standing timber is to be found along the Pacific coast and the Sierra, and in the southern states with their extensive pineries. The northern and eastern sections are within measurable time of the end of their virgin supplies of saw timber. The practice of culling the most valuable species has changed the composition and the regeneration, making it inferior, and large areas have been rendered worthless by fires. The loss of fire, the bane of American forests as far as loss in material is concerned, probably does not exceed 2 or 3% of the consumption, and may be valued at, say, $25 million per annum. But the indirect damage to forest and soil, changing the composition, burying the soil, and exposing it to erosion and washing, turning fertile lands into wastes, and brooks and rivers into torrents, is incalculable. There is no doubt that at the present rate of consumption, the bulk of the virgin supplies will be used up in a measurable time, which will force a reduction in the use of wood materials. A more or less severe timber famine is bound to appear, indeed has already begun to make its appearance, and all recuperative measures will not suffice to stave it off, although they may shorten the time of its duration. End of section 29.
Section 30 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 30. United States of America. Early Forest History. The early colonizers, settling on the Atlantic coast, soon after the discoveries of Columbus, did not, as is usually believed, find an untouched virgin forest. The aboriginal Indians had, before then, hewn out their cornfields, and had supplied themselves with fuel wood and materials for their utensils, and fires, accidental, intentional, or caused by lightning, had, no doubt, also made inroads here and there. The white man, to be sure, is a more lavish wood consumer. His farms increased more rapidly, his buildings and his fireplaces consumed more forest growth, and carelessness with fire was, as it is still, his besetting sin. Moreover, a trade in timber with the old world developed, in which only the best and largest sized material figured. Wastefulness was bred in him by the sight of plenty, and the hard work of clearing his farm acres incited a natural enmity to the encumbering forest. The first sawmill in the New World was erected in 1631 in the town of Berwick, Maine, and the first gang saw, of 18 saws, in 1650 in the same place, while before that time masts and spars, hand-make cooperage stock, clapboards, and shingles formed commonly parts of the returned cargoes of ships. By 1680, nearly 50 vessels engaged in such trade cleared from the Piscataqua River. The ordinances on record, which were issued at the same early times by the town governments of Exeter, 1640, Kittery, 1658, Portsmouth, 1660, and Dover, 1665, restricting the use of timber, remind us of the early European forest ordinances. They were probably not dictated by any threatening deficiency of this class of material, but merely intended to secure a proper and orderly use of the town property. The appointment of a royal surveyor of the woods for the New England colonies in 1699, and the penalties imposed in New Hampshire, 1708, for cutting mast trees on ungranted lands, $500 for cutting 24-inch trees, and in Massachusetts, 1784, for cutting white pine upon the public lands, $100, were probably also merely policy regulations to protect property rights of the Crown or Commonwealth. That this last move was in no way conceived as a needed conservatism is proved by the fact that 2 years later the legislature of Maine devised a lottery scheme for the disposal of 50 townships, and 3,500,000 acres were disposed of in this way during the 12 years following the war. Altogether, the states sacrificed their wild lands at trifling prices. But when William Penn, the founder and first legislator of the state which represented his grant, stipulated in 1682 that for every 5 acres cleared, 1 acre was to be reserved for forest growth by those who took title from it, that may properly be considered an attempt to inaugurate a conservative policy dictated by wise forethought, an attempt which, however, bore little or no fruit. Thoughtful men probably at all times looked with pity and apprehension upon the wasteful use of the timber as they do now, yet squander went on just as it still does, but the apparently inexhaustible supplies in those early times called for no restriction in its use. At the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century, a fuel wood famine must have appeared in some parts of the country, just as in Germany at that time, and for the same reasons, the wood having been cut along the rivers, which were the only means of transportation, and hence the distance to which wood had to be hauled increasing the cost. This was probably the reason why the Society of Agriculture, Arts, and Manufactures of New York, after an inquiry by circular letter issued in 1791, published in 1795, a report on the best mode of preserving and increasing the growth of timber. This condition probably also led the wise governor of New York, DeWitt Clinton, of Erie Canal fame, in a message in 1822, to forecast an evil day, because no system of economy for the reproduction of forest supplies was being adopted, and, he added, probably none will be, until severe privations are experienced. Like Great Britain at the time, the federal government became concerned as regards supplies for naval construction, and by act approved in 1799, appropriated $200,000 for the purchase of timber fit for the navy, and for its preservation for future use. Small purchases were made on the Georgia coast, but nothing of importance was done until, in 1817, another act renewed the proposition of the first, and directed the reservation of public lands bearing live oak or cedar timber suitable for the navy, as might be selected by the President. Under this act a reservation of 19,000 acres was made, in 1828, on Commissioners, Cypress, and 6 islands in Louisiana. Another appropriation of $10,000 was made in 1828, and some lands were purchased on Santa Rosa Sound, where during a few years even an attempt at cultivation was made, including sowing, transplanting, pruning, etc. This was done under a more general act of 1827, by which the President was authorized to take proper measures to preserve the live oak timber growing on the federal lands. Under these acts, altogether some 244,000 acres of forest land were reserved in Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and Mississippi. But although another act of 1831 provided for the punishment of persons cutting or destroying any live oak, red cedar, or other trees growing on any lands of the United States, no general conception of the need of a broad forest policy, or even of a special value attaching to the public timber lands, dictated these acts, except so far as the securing of certain material, then believed necessary for naval construction, was concerned. Indeed, the act of 1831 remained for 60 years the only expression of interest in this part of the federal domain. In those early times the extent of our forest domain was entirely unknown, and the concern of occasional early voices in public prints regarding a threatened exhaustion of timber supplies can only be explained by the fact that, in the absence of railroads, the supplies near centers of civilization, or near drivable and navigable rivers, were alone of any account. That the earlier propagandists of forest culture received scant attention was due to the fact that conditions soon changed, and with these changes the evil day seemed indefinitely postponed, and the necessity for forest culture apparently vanished. These changes were mainly wrought by the opening up of the West, by extending means of transportation through canals and railroads, and by distributing population, whereby the need for nearby home supplies was overcome. A continental supply of apparently inexhaustible amount was brought into sight and within reach. Meanwhile the population began to grow, immigrants began to pour in by the 100,000, and the westward stream opened up new country and new timber supplies, and lumber industry of marvelous size began to develop. The small country mill, run in the manner of, and often in connection with, the grist mill, doing a petty business by sawing as occasion demanded, to order for home customers or export, gave way to the large mill establishment as we know it now, and with the development of railroad transportation and the settlement of the western country, especially the forestless prairies, the industry grew at an astonishing rate. It is worth while to briefly trace the history of this industry, for the sake of which the need of conservative forest policies is essential. That the petty method of doing business lasted until the middle of the century is evidenced by the census of 1840, which reported 31,560 lumber mills, with a total product valued at $12,943,507, or a little over $400 per mill. By 1876 the product per mill had become $6,500. By 1890, with only 21,000 mills, it was $19,000. In 1900, nearly the same number of mills as were recorded in 1840, 33,035, furnished a product of $566 million, and in 1907, the banner year of production, the cut of 28,850 mills was reported at over 40 billion feet, and the gross product per mill had grown to $23,000, or a value for all of $666,641,367. In 1909, 48,112 mills cut 44,509,761,000 feet valued at $684,479,859. Nearly half this product came from the Southern states. In the 50 years from 1850 to 1900, the value of all forest products harvested increased from 59 million to 567 million, and in 1907 the value had risen to 1,280,000,000, representing a consumption of over 20 million cubic feet of forest-grown material. Especially after the Civil War, the settlements of the West grew as if by magic. The railroad mileage more than doubled in the decade from 1865 to 1875, and with it the lumber industry developed by rapid strides into its modern methods and volume. How rapidly the changes took place may be judged from the fact that, in 1865, the state of New York still furnished more lumber than any other state. Now it supplies only insignificant amounts, a little over 2% of the total lumber cut. In 1868, the golden age of lumbering had arrived in Michigan. In 1871, rafts filled the Wisconsin. In 1875, Eau Claire had 30, Marathon 30, and Fond du Lac 20 sawmills, now all gone, and mills at La Crosse, which were cutting millions of feet annually, are now closed. By 1882, the Saginaw Valley had reached the climax of its production, and the lumber industry of the great Northwest, with a cut of 8 billion feet of white pine alone, was in full blast. The white pine production reached its maximum in 1890, with 8.5 billion feet, then to decrease gradually but steadily to less than half that cut in 1908. Southern development began to assume large proportions much later. At the present time, the lumber product of the Southern states has grown to amounts nearly double that of all the Northern states combined. But not only the unparalleled and ever increasing wood consumption, which now has reached 260 cubic feet per capita, 5 times that of Germany and 10 times that of France, threatened the exhaustion of the natural supplies. Reckless conflagrations almost invariably followed the lumbermen, and destroyed generally the remaining stand, and surely the young growth. So common did these conflagrations become that they were considered unavoidable, and though laws intended to protect forest property against fires were found on the statute books of every state, no attempt to enforce them was made. No wonder that those observing this rapid dissemination of our forest supplies, and the incredible wastefulness and additional destruction by fire, with no attention to the aftergrowth, began again to sound the note of alarm. Besides the writings in the daily press and other non-official publications, we find the reports of the Department of Agriculture more and more frequently calling attention to the subject. In a report issued by the Patent Office as early as 1849, we find the following significant language in a discussion on the rapid destruction of forests and their influence on water flow. The waste of valuable timber in the United States, to say nothing of firewood, will hardly begin to be appreciated until our population reaches 50,000,000. Then the folly and short-sightedness of this age will meet with a degree of censure and reproach not pleasant to contemplate. In 1865, the Reverend Frederick Starr discussed fully and forcibly the American forests, their destruction and preservation, in a lengthy article in which, with a truly prophetic vision, he says, "It is feared it will be long, perhaps a full century, before the results at which we ought to aim as a nation will be realized by our whole country, to wit, that we should raise an adequate supply of wood and timber for all our wants. The evils which are anticipated will probably increase upon us for 30 years to come, with a tenfold the rapidity with which restoring or ameliorating measures shall be adopted." And again, "Like a cloud no bigger than a man's hand just rising from the sea, an awakening interest begins to come in sight on this subject, which, as a question of political economy, will place the interests of cotton, wool, coal, iron, meat, and even grain, beneath its feet. Some of these, according to the demand, can be produced in a few days, others in a few months or a few years, but timber in not less than one generation. The nation has slept because the gnawing of want has not awakened her. She has had plenty and to spare, but within 30 years she will be conscious that not only individual want is present, but that it comes to each from permanent national famine of wood. The article is full of interesting detail, and may be said to be the starting basis of the campaign for better methods which followed. Another unquestionably most influential official report was that upon Forests and Forestry in Germany, by Dr. John A. Warder, United States Commissioner to the World's Fair at Vienna in 1873. Dr. Warder set forth clearly and correctly the methods employed abroad in the use of forests, and became himself one of the most prominent propagandists for their adoption in his own country. About the same time appeared the classical work of George B. Marsh, our minister to Italy, The Earth as Modified by Human Action, in which the evil effects on cultural conditions of forest destruction were ably and forcibly pointed out. Among these earlier publications designed to arouse public attention to the subject should also be mentioned General C.C. Andrews' Report on Forestry in Sweden, published by the State Department in 1872. The census of 1870 attempted for the first time a canvass of our forest resources under Professor F.W. Brewer, as a result of which the relative smallness of our forest area became known. All these publications had their influence in educating a large number to a conception and consideration of the importance of the subject, so that when, in 1873, the Committee on Forestry of the American Association for the Advancement of Science was formed and presented a memorial to Congress, pointing out the importance of promoting the cultivation of timber and the preservation of forests, and recommending the appointment of a Commission of Forestry to report to Congress, there already existed an intelligent audience, and although a considerable amount of lethargy and lack of interest was exhibited, Congress could be persuaded, in 1876, to establish an agency in the United States Department of Agriculture, out of which grew later the Division of Forestry, a Bureau of Information on Forestry Matters. Dr. Franklin B. Hoe, one of the signers of the memorial, was appointed to the agency. It is to be noted as characteristic of much American legislation that this agency was secured only as a rider to an appropriation for the distribution of seed. While these were the beginnings of an official recognition of the subject by the federal government, private enterprise and the separate states also started about the same time to forward the movement. In 1867, the Agricultural and Horticultural Societies of Wisconsin were invited by the legislature to appoint a committee to report on the disastrous effects of forest destruction. In 1869, the Maine Board of Agriculture appointed a committee to report on a forest policy for the state, leading to the Act of 1872 for the encouragement of the growth of trees, exempting from taxation for 20 years lands planted to trees, which law, as far as we know, remained without result. About the same time a real wave of enthusiasm regarding the planting of timber seems to have pervaded the country, and especially the western prairie states. In addition to laws regarding the planting of trees on highways, laws for the encouragement of timber planting, either under bounty or exemption from taxation, were passed in Iowa, Kansas, and Wisconsin in 1868, in Nebraska and New York in 1869, in Missouri in 1870, in Minnesota in 1871, in Iowa in 1872, in Nevada in 1873, in Illinois in 1874, in Dakota and Connecticut in 1875, and finally the federal government joined in this kind of legislation by the so-called Timber Cultural Acts of 1873 and 1874, amended in 1876 and 1877. For the most part, these laws remained a dead letter, excepting in the case of the federal government offer. The encouragement by release from taxes was not much of an inducement, nor does the bounty provision seem to have had greater success, except in taking money out of the treasuries. Finally, these laws were in many or most cases repealed. The Timber Cultural Act was passed by Congress on March 3rd, 1873, by which the planting of timber on 40 acres of land, or a proportionate area, in the treeless territory, conferred the title to 160 acres, or a proportionate amount, of the public domain. This law had not been in existence 10 years when its repeal was demanded, and this was finally secured in 1891, the reason being that, partly owing to the crude provisions of the law, and partly to the lack of proper supervision, it had been abused, and had given rise to much fraud in obtaining title to lands under false pretenses. It is difficult to say how much impetus the law gave to bona fide forest planting, and how much timber growth has resulted from it. Unfavorable climate, lack of satisfactory plant material, and a lack of knowledge as to the proper methods, led to many failures. A number of railroad companies, opening up the prairie states, planted at this time groves along the right of way for the sake of demonstrating the practicability of securing forest growth on the treeless prairies and plains. There was also considerable planting of windbreaks and groves on homesteads, which was attended with better results. Altogether, however, the amount of tree planting, even in the prairies and plains, was infinitesimal, if compared with what is necessary for climatic amelioration, and it may be admitted now as well as later that the reforestation of the plains must be a matter of cooperative, if not of national, enterprise. At this time also an effort was made to stimulate enthusiasm for tree planting among the homesteaders and settlers on the plains by the establishment of arbor days. From its inception by Governor J. Sterling Morton, and its first inauguration by the State Board of Agriculture of Nebraska in 1872, Arbor Day gradually became a day of observance in nearly every state. While, with the exception of the so-called treeless states, perhaps not much planting of economic value is done, the observance of the day in schools, as one set apart for the discussion of the importance of trees, forests, and forestry, has been productive of an increased interest in the subject. Arbor days have perhaps also had a retarding influence upon the practical forestry movement, in leading people into the misconception that forestry consists in tree planting, in diverting attention from the economic question of the proper use of existing forest areas, in bringing into the discussion poetry and emotions, which have clouded the hard-headed practical issues and delayed the earnest attention of practical business men. Private efforts in the East in the way of fostering and carrying on economic timber planting should not be forgotten, such as the offering of prizes by the Massachusetts Society for the Promotion of Agriculture as early as 1804 and again in 1876, and the planting done by private landholders at Cape Cod, in Rhode Island, Virginia, and elsewhere. These efforts, to be sure, were only sporadic and unsystematic, and on no scale commensurate with the destruction of virgin forest resources. A touching attempt of two noble Frenchmen to teach their American hosts a better use of their magnificent forest resource, although of little result, should never fail of mention. André Michaux and his son André François, who between 1785 and 1805 explored and studied the forest flora of the United States, and published a magnificent North American Sylva in 3 volumes, left, in recognition of the hospitalities received, 2 legacies of $20,000 for the extension and progress of agriculture, and more especially of silviculture, in the United States, which bequests became available in 1870. The American Philosophical Society at Philadelphia, a trustee of one of the legacies, has devoted its income to beautification of Fairmount Park, providing a few lectures on forest botany and forestry, and collecting a forestry library, while the other legacy has been used by the Massachusetts Society for the Promotion of Agriculture to aid the botanical gardens at Harvard and the Arnold Arboretum, besides offering the prizes for tree planting referred to above. End of section 30.
Section 31 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Development of Forest Policy. The first period of desultory efforts to create public opinion on behalf of a more conservative use of forest resources was followed by a mere systematic propaganda, in which the Division of Forestry, growing out of the agency in the Department of Agriculture, took the lead. This it did officially, as well by assisting the American Forestry Association, soon after organized with a view of educating public opinion. For 15 years, the chief of the division acted either as secretary or chairman of the executive committee of the association. The first Forestry Association had been formed on January the 12th, 1876, in St. Paul, Minnesota, largely through the efforts of Leonard B. Hodges, who was the first to make plantations in the prairies for the St. Paul and Pacific Railroad. This association was aided by state appropriations, which enabled it to offer premiums for the setting out of plantations, to distribute plant material, and also to publish and distribute widely a tree planter's manual, revised editions of which were issued from time to time. In 1875, Dr. John A. Warder issued a call for a convention in Chicago to form a National Forestry Association. This association was completed in 1876 at Philadelphia, but never showed any life or growth. In 1882, a number of patriotic citizens at Cincinnati called together a forestry congress, incited thereto by the visit and representations of Baron von Steuben, a Prussian forest official, when visiting this country on the occasion of the centennial celebration of the surrender of Yorktown. A very enthusiastic and representative gathering on April 25th was the result, lasting through the week, which led to the formation of the American Forestry Congress. In the same year, in August, a second meeting was held in Montreal, under the patronage of the Canadian government, and the name was changed to the American Forestry Association. In 1898 it began the publication of a propagandist journal, The Forester, later changed to Forestry and Irrigation, then to Conservation, and now again to American Forestry. It has now a membership of over 5,000. Much of the early educational propaganda was done through this association. Indeed, this association, holding yearly and intermediate meetings in different parts of the states, became the center of all private efforts to advance the forestry movement. 12 volumes of its proceedings contain not only the history of progress in establishing a forest policy, but also much other information of value on forestry subjects. Other local or state forestry associations were formed from time to time, more or less under the lead of the National Association, and exist now in almost every state, while several other societies, like the Sierra Nevada Club and the Mazamas of the Pacific Coast, and state horticulture societies in various states, made the subject one to be discussed and to be fostered. The most active of these associations, since it was formed in 1886, publishing also a bi-monthly journal, Forest Leaves, at first less frequently, is the Pennsylvania State Forestry Association, which has succeeded in thoroughly committing its states to a proper forest policy, as far as official recognition is concerned. Usually, as a result of this associated private effort, the states appointed forestry commissions or commissioners. These commissions were at first, for the most part, instituted for inquiry and to make reports, upon which a forest policy for the state might be framed. Others have become permanent parts of the state organization, with executive or merely educational functions. Such commissioners of inquiry were appointed at various times. In Connecticut, 1877, New Hampshire, 1881 and 1889, Vermont, 1882, New York 1884, Maine 1891, New Jersey in Geological Survey 1894, Pennsylvania 1893, North Carolina in Geological Survey 1891, Ohio 1885, Michigan 1899, Wisconsin 1897, Minnesota 1899, North Dakota 1891, Colorado 1885, California 1885. It was but natural in a democratic country that these movements sometimes became the playballs of self-seeking men, political wire pullers and grafters, or more often of ignorant amateurs and shallow sentimentalists, aided by half-informed newspaper writers. Infinite patience was required to steer through these rocks the ship of true economic reform, and to educate legislators and constituents to its true needs. The very first Forestry Congress was really conceived with a view of advancing political preferment of one of its organizers, and many another forestry meeting was utilized for a similar purpose, the new catchy title attracting the gullible. One of the first state forest commissions, well endowed to do its work, soon fell into the hands of grafters, and created such scandals that they led to its abolishment, and to set back in the movement everywhere. Arbor Day sentimentalism discredited and clouded the issue before the business world. The movement was in constant danger at the hands of its friends. Antagonism of the lumber world was aroused by the false idea of what the reform contemplated, and, in the absence of technically trained foresters to instruct the public and the amateur reformers, and to convince the legislators of the absolute need of discontinuing old established habits, progress was naturally slow, and experienced many setbacks. It was a hard field to plow, grown up with the weed growth of prejudice and custom, and means and tools for the work were inadequate. The federal government was naturally looked to take the lead. The first two agents employed in the Department of Agriculture to report on forestry unfortunately lacked all technical knowledge of the subject. The first, a most assiduous worker, being a writer of local histories and gatherer of statistics; the second, a preacher; the third, the writer himself, had at least the advantage of this technical training, but, at the same time, the disadvantage of being a foreigner, who had first to learn the limitations of democratic government. Only the paltry sum of 8,000 was at his disposal for plowing the ground, and even after the agency had been raised to the dignity of a division in 1886, for years no adequate appropriations could be secured, and hence the scope and usefulness of the work of the division was hampered. The Forestry Association, inaugurated with such a flourish of trumpets and with such a large membership at the start, had in the first 2 years dwindled to a small number of faithful ones, and was without funds when the writer became its secretary. In spite of these drawbacks, the propaganda had progressed so far in 1891 that, through the earnest insistence of the then Secretary of the Interior, John W. Noble, who had been won over to the views for which the division and the association stood, a clause was enacted by Congress in an act to repeal timber culture laws and for other purposes, giving authority to the President to set aside forest reservations from the public domain. Again, this important legislation, which changed the entire land policy and all previous notions of the government's functions concerning the public domain, was not deliberately enacted, but slipped in as a rider at the last hour in conference committee. In this connection the name of Edward A. Bowers, in 1887 special agent in the Department of the Interior, and later Assistant Commissioner of the General Land Office, deserves mention as most active in securing this reservation policy. Acting under this authority, Presidents Harrison and Cleveland proclaimed, previous to 1894, 17 forest reservations, with a total estimated area of 17,500,000 acres. The reservations were established usually upon the petition of citizens residing in the respective states, and after due examination, the Forestry Association acting both as instigator and as an intermediary. Meanwhile, no provision for the administration of the reserves existed, and the comprehensive legislation devised by the chief of the Division of Forestry, which included withdrawal and administration of all public timberlands, failed to be enacted, although in the 53rd Congress it was passed by both houses, but failed to become a law merely for lack of time to secure a conference report. But the purpose of the advocates of forestry was to create such a condition as would compel Congress to act by continually withdrawing forested lands that would lie useless until authority was given for their proper use and administration. In order to secure influential support from outside, a committee of the Forestry Association induced the then Secretary of the Interior, Hoke Smith, in 1896 to request the National Academy of Sciences, the legally constituted advisor of the government in scientific matters, to investigate and report upon the inauguration of a rational forest policy for the forested lands of the United States. After an unnecessary so-called junket of a committee of the Academy to investigate the public timberlands, a preliminary report was submitted recommending the creation of 13 additional reservations, with an area of over 20 million acres, and later a complete report was made with practically the same recommendations which had been urged by the Forestry Association. President Cleveland heroically proclaimed the desired reserves all on one day. Washington's birthday, 1897, without the usual preliminary ascertainment of local interests, and immediately a storm broke loose in the United States Senate, which threatened the overthrow of the entire toilsomely achieved reservation policy, and impeachment of the president was strongly argued in a 2-day Sunday session. Congress, however, came to an end on March 4th, before it had taken any action, but as it had also failed to pass the annual sundry civil appropriation bill, it was immediately recalled in extra session. Then again, by a clever trick, and in an indirect and surreptitious manner, instead of by open, direct, and straightforward consideration and deliberation of a proper policy, most important legislation was secured in this sundry civil appropriation bill, which provided for the temporary suspension of the reservations lately set aside until they could be more definitely delimited, private claims adjusted, and agricultural lands excluded, by a survey, for which $150,000 was appropriated to the United States Geological Survey. The agricultural lands were then to be returned to the public domain for disposal. At the same time, provisions for the administration of the remaining reservations, much in the sense of the legislation advocated by the Division of Forestry and by the Forestry Association, and especially for the sale of timber, were hung on to this appropriation clause. Under this act, the reserves were administered until 1904. If the interior history of this bit of legislation were revealed, it would probably appear that, not conception of the importance of the subject, but the need for the employment of a certain organized survey party in the Geological Survey was at the bottom of it. While this law had set aside 1 year and a limited sum to accomplish the survey, this could not, of course, be done, and hence appropriations were continued, and the date for the segregation of the lands was deferred, sine die. For years this forest survey continued, giving rise to magnificent volumes issued from the Geological Survey, describing the forest reservations, a very useful educational piece of work, not at all contemplated by the legislation, for which not less than $1.5 million have been expended. By 1905, some 110,000 square miles had been examined when this work was handed over to the Forestry Bureau. Thus it happened, almost by accident, that finally the aims of the reformers were realized. The appointment of forest superintendents, rangers, etc., to take charge of the forest reservations was secured, and rules and regulations for their administration were formulated by the Commissioner of the General Land Office, marking the beginning of a settled policy on the part of the United States government to take care of its long neglected forest lands. In this work of first organization, The name of Philibert Roth, a German-born forester, deserves mention. Meanwhile, the Division of Forestry had continued to bring together and distribute, in the shape of reports, bulletins, circulars, addresses, and letters, such information useful for the education of the public, of wood consumers, and timberland owners, as its limited appropriations permitted, undertaking also some scientific investigations, especially in the line of timber physics. Soon after, in July 1898, when the writer resigned his position as chief of the Division of Forestry, to organize the first professional forest school, the New York State College of Forestry, Mr. Gifford Pinchot took charge of the division. Young, ambitious, aggressive, with some knowledge of forestry acquired in Europe, and with influential connections and a large fortune, he easily secured the first need for effective sowing, on the well-plowed field before him, appropriations. Whatever had been feebly begun could be broadly, sometimes lavishly, extended, and the new idea of making working plans for private timberland owners could be developed, a great educational work, which earlier, when even cooperation with state institutions was considered a questionable proposition, would have been turned down as too paternal. In 5 years the appropriations had increased tenfold to over $250,000, and in the first decade of the new regime, around $3 million had been spent on forestry investigations, not counting expenditures on forest reservation account. A further strong support came into the field when Mr. Roosevelt became President of the United States in 1901, and unreservedly threw his overpowering influence into the balance to advance forest policies. Owing to his interest, the withdrawal of public timberlands from entry proceeded at a rapid rate. By 1902, the reservations had grown to 65 million acres. In 1905, there were over 100 million acres included, and by the end of his administration, 175 million acres had been placed in reservation. The anomalous condition which placed the survey of the forest reserves in the Geological Survey, their administration in the Land Office, and the scientific or technical development of forestry in the Department of Agriculture was finally ended in 1904, when on February the 1st the whole matter was placed in the hands of the Department of Agriculture, with its Forestry Division, which had been changed into a Bureau of Forestry, and then changed its name again to Forest Service. With this transfer, it may be said, the federal forest policy was fully established, at least for its own lands, and all that remains to be done in the perfection of details in their administration and the development of silvicultural methods. With appropriations which now, 1907, exceed $950,000, for investigating work alone, limitless opportunity seems to be open to extend the many directions of inquiry and solve the silvicultural problems, and satisfy the educational function of this government agency. But besides the administration of the federal timberlands and the educational and other assistance of private owners, a further expansion of the Forest Service is developing under the paternalistic and socialistic tendencies referred to before, which may ultimately lead to the purchase and federal control of forest reserves in the eastern states. Such expansion was indeed proposed in the establishment of reserves in the White Mountains and the southern Appalachians, propositions which have been resisted by Congress for the last 7 years, but with ever-weakening resistance. Finally, in 1910, success was attained, and the federal government placed in position to acquire these forest areas, to the amount of $10 million. Meanwhile, the single states have begun to develop their own policies, outside of legislation aiming at protection against forest fires, which nearly every state possessed from early times, ineffective for lack of machinery to carry it into effect, and outside of the futile attempts to encourage timber planting referred to, no interest in timberlands was evinced by state authorities for the first 2/3 of the century, since practically all these lands had been disposed of to private owners, and the authorities did not see any further duties regarding them. The first state to institute a commission of inquiry was Wisconsin in 1867, but with the rendering of the report prepared by I.A. Lapham, one of the active early propagandists, the matter was allowed to mature for 30 years. The next state to move in a feeble way in 1876 was Minnesota, the legislature making an annual grant of money to its Forestry Association. The appointment of commissions of inquiry then became fashionable. New Hampshire appointed such a commission in 1881, which reported in 1885, without result, and another commission in 1889, whose report in 1893 led to the establishment of a permanent commission of inquiry and advice, with a partial supervision of forest fire laws. Vermont followed suit with a commission of inquiry in 1882, whose report made in 1884 remained without consequences. In Michigan, the expedient was resorted to of constituting the State Board of Agriculture, a commission of inquiry, whose report, published in 1888, had also no consequences except those of an educational character. Similarly, the state of Massachusetts ordered the State Board of Agriculture in 1890 to inquire into the consideration of the forests of the state, the need and methods of their protection, with similar results or lack of result. In New Jersey, the matter was referred to the state geologist, who, since 1894, has made reports on forest conditions and needs. Similar reference of the subject was made in the state of North Carolina in 1891 and in West Virginia. The first, more permanent, state institution deliberately established as an educational and advisory agent was the Forest Bureau of Ohio in 1885, which published a number of annual reports, but eventually collapsed for lack of support. In the same year, 3 important states, New York in the east, Colorado in the middle states, and California in the west, seemed simultaneously to have awakened to their duty, largely as a result of the propaganda of the American Forestry Association. In California, a state board of forestry was instituted, with considerable power and ample appropriations, which, however, eventually fell into the hands of unscrupulous politicians and grafters, the resulting scandals leading to its abolishment in 1889. In Colorado, which when admitted to statehood in 1876, had in its constitution directed the General Assembly to legislate on behalf of the forestry interests of the state. These interests were rather tardily committed to a forest commissioner, who was charged to organize county commissioners and road overseers throughout the state as forest officers in their respective localities, to act as a police force in preventing depredations on timbered school lands and in enforcing the fire laws. Colonel E.T. Ensign, who had been most instrumental in bringing about this legislation, was appointed commissioner, and with singular devotion, in spite of the enmity aroused by his activity, which eventually led to a discontinuance of appropriations, tried for a number of years to execute this law. With his resignation from the office, this legislation also fell into innocuous desuetude. In New York, concern in the water supply for the Erie Canal had led such a far-sighted statesman as Horatio Seymour, twice governor of the state, and once running for the presidency, to conceive the need of preserving the Adirondack watershed in state hands. Accordingly, a law was passed in 1872 naming 7 citizens, with Horatio Seymour chairman, as State Park Commission, instructed to make inquiries with a view of reserving or appropriating the wild lands lying northward of the Mohawk, or so much thereof as might be deemed expedient for a state park. The commission, finding that the state then owned only 40,000 acres in that region, and that there was a tendency on the part of the owners of the rest to combine for the enhancement of values should the state want to buy, recommended a law forbidding further sales of state lands, and their retention when forfeited for the non-payment of taxes. It was not until 11 years later, in 1883, that this recommendation was acted upon, when the state, through the non-payment of taxes by the owners of cut-over lands, had become possessed of 600,000 acres. In 1884, the comptroller was authorized to employ such experts as he may deem necessary to investigate and report a system of forest preservation. The report of a commission of 4 members was made in 1885, but the legislation proposed was antagonized by the lumbermen's interests. The legislature finally passed a compromise bill, which the writer had drafted at the request of Senator Lowe, entitled "An Act Establishing a Forest Commission, and to define its powers, and for the preservation of forests," the most comprehensive legislation at that time. The original Forest Commission, appointed under the Act of 1885, was superseded in 1895. The Commission of Fisheries, Game, and Forests, which brought allied interests under the control of a single board of 5 members, appointed by the governor for a term of 5 years. In 1903, the commission was changed to a single commissioner, and another backward step was taken in 1911 by handing over the work of this commissioner to the newly created State Conservation Commission, consolidating with it several other commissions. Here, then, for the first time on the American continent, had the idea of state forestry, management of state lands on forestry principles, taken shape. A new doctrine of state functions had gained the day. Not only was the commission charged to organize a service with a chief forester and under foresters to administer the existing reserve according to forestry principles, but also from the incomes to lay aside a fund for the purchase of more lands to constitute the state forest reserve. Unfortunately, instability of purpose, the characteristic of democracy, spoiled the dream of the forester. Both commission and chief forester were, of course, political appointees, and rightly or wrongly fell under the suspicion, when proposing the sale of stumpage, that they were working into the hands of lumbermen. A set of well-meaning but ill-advised civic reformers succeeded, in 1893, in securing the insertion into the Constitution, then being revised, of a clause preventing the cutting of trees, dead or alive, on state lands, declaring that they shall forever be kept as wild lands. Later this constitutional provision was deliberately set aside by the Commission, which began to plant up some of the fire-wasted areas. The legislature appropriating money for this breach of the Constitution, because it was popular, and lately permission had also been granted by the legislature to remove trees from burnt areas in order to reduce the fire danger, the foolish objection of a constitution notwithstanding. In 1897, new legislation was passed to authorize the state to purchase additional forest lands within a prescribed limit, to round off the state's holdings. A special agency, the Forest Preserve Board, being constituted for that purpose. Under this law, some $3,500,000 have been spent, and by 1907 over 1.5 million acres had been added to the state forest preserve. This large area is withdrawn from rational economic use, reserved for a pleasure ground of wealthy New Yorkers who have located their camps in the wilderness under the avowed assumption that the state can be forced to maintain forever this anomalous condition. In later years, private planting has been encouraged by the Commission, selling plant material from the state nurseries at low rates. The most important administrative function of the Commission has been the reduction of forest fires, in which, also owing to political conditions, only partial success has been attained. The legislation of 1885, for the first time, attacked this problem in a more thorough manner, providing for the organization of a service, and this served as an example to other states who copied and improved upon it, notably the forest fire legislation of Maine, 1891, of Wisconsin, 1895, and of Minnesota, 1895, was based on this model. Another of the large states to start upon and, differently from New York, to develop consistently a proper forest policy was the state of Pennsylvania, as a result of a persistent propaganda by the Pennsylvania Forestry Association, formed in 1886, and especially by its active secretary, Dr. J. T. Rothrock. A commission of inquiry was instituted in 1893. Before its report was established, the legislature of 1895 provided for an executive department of agriculture, and included in its organization a provision for a division of forestry, the botanist member of the previous commission, Dr. Rothrock, being appointed Commissioner of Forestry at the head of the division. 2 years later, the final legislation, which firmly established a forest policy for the state, was passed, namely for the purchase of state forest reservations. All later legislation was simply an expansion of these propositions. By 1910, the state had acquired by purchase wild, mostly cold lands to the extent of over 900,000 acres, and the Commission had progressed far towards providing for their management and recuperation. The usually disastrous conflagrations of 1894, the growing conviction that the pleaders of the exhaustibility of timber supplies were right, accentuated by a rapid decline in white pine production, and a rapid and indeed almost sudden rise in stumpage prices, the example which the federal government had set in withdrawing public timberlands from spoliation, together with an increasing number not only of advocates of saner methods, but of technically educated men, who came from the schools lately organized. All these influences had worked as a leaven in all parts of the country, so as to bring in the new century with a realization of the seriousness of the situation, and within the first 7 years of the century the change of attitude at least was almost completed in all parts of the country, and among all classes, the lumbermen and others depending directly on wood supplies becoming especially prominent in recognizing the need and value of forestry. State after state came into line in recognizing that it had a duty to perform, and in some way gave expression to this recognition, so that by 1908 hardly a state was without at least a germ of a forest policy. 2 principles had been recognized as correct and were brought into practice, namely, that the forest interests of the state called for direct state activity, and that eventually the state must own and manage at least portions of the forest area. The first principle took shape in appointing single state foresters, as in Maine, 1891, and 1903, in Massachusetts, 1904, in Connecticut, 1903, in Vermont, 1906, in Rhode Island, 1906, or commissions or boards, as in New York, 1885, changed to a single commissioner with superintendent and state foresters in 1903. In Pennsylvania, 1901, in New Hampshire, 1893, Maryland with a state forester, 1905, Wisconsin with a state forester, 1905, Indiana, 1901 to 1903, Louisiana with a state forester, 1904, Michigan, 1899, Minnesota, 1899, California revived with a state forester in 1905, Washington with a state forester, 1905, Kentucky, 1906, in New Jersey with a state forester, 1904, Alabama, 1907. A very important feature in these appointments was the fact that more and more professional or technically educated men displaced the merely political appointees, or were at least added to the commissions. The idea of state forests found expression, more or less definitely, in setting aside forest reservations, or else in enabling the state to accept and administer donations of forest lands. Among the states recognizing this principle were New Hampshire, Connecticut, New Jersey, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Indiana, California. Where neither of these 2 principles had as yet found application, at least some agency was established to give advice and investigate or experiment in matters of forest interest, and sometimes to offer assistance to private woodland owners or planters, as in Delaware, Ohio, North Carolina, etc. Meanwhile, largely through the influence and with the cooperation of the Federal Bureau of Forestry, private owners had begun, if not to apply, at least to study the possibility of the application of forestry to their holdings. The Bureau prepared working plans, which were now and then followed in part, or at least led to attempts at a more conservative method of logging. Notably, various paper and pulp manufacturers realized the usefulness of more systematic attention and conservative methods in the use of their properties. In this connection, the object lesson furnished by Mr. G.K. Vanderbilt on his Biltmore estate in North Carolina, which was begun by Mr. Pinchot and conducted by Dr. C.A. Schneck, a German forester, requires special mention as the first, and for nearly 20 years continued experiment in applying forestry methods systematically in America. At present time, the continuance of this experiment is in doubt. With the second decade of the century, we shall enter upon the flood tide of development, when no more need of argument for its necessity, and only the question of practical methods will occupy us. So far, silviculturally, the selection forest, i.e., culling the best and the stoutest, practiced hitherto by the lumbermen, without reference to reproduction, but carried on somewhat more conservatively, and is still the method advocated in most cases by the Forest Service. This so-called conservation lumbering is, to be sure, the transition to better methods. According to reports of the Federal Forest Service in 1907, some million acres of private timberland were under forest management or conservatively lumbered. Planting of waste or logged lands, as distinguished from planting in the prairies, which had sporadically and in a small way been done by individuals here and there for many years, is practiced in ever-increasing amount, both by state administrations and by private owners. The New York State College of Forestry starting such planting in its college forest on a larger scale and systematically in 1899. At present writing, the Forestry Department of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company is perhaps the largest single planter in the country, having set out over 4 million trees by 1910, with the avowed purpose of growing railroad ties. By 1908, popular interest in forest conservation had become so keen, and at the same time paternalistic tendencies so fully developed by the Roosevelt administration, the federal government having entered upon extensive plans of reclaiming lands by irrigation, and preparing to develop water powers and inland waterways, that the time seemed ripe to bring all these conservative forces into unity. The president called together in conference the governors of all the states with their advisers, together with the presidents of the various national societies interested, and others, to discuss the broad question of the conservation of natural resources. As a consequence, national and state conservation associates and commissions were formed in all parts of the Union, and a new era of active interest in economic development seems to have arrived. End of section 31. Development of Forest Policy.
Section 32 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bo Wood. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 32, United States of America. 4. Education and Literature. The primary education of the people at large, and of their governments in particular, the propaganda for the economic reform contemplated by the forestry movement, was carried on, as stated, by the Federal Division of Forestry, and especially by the forestry associations, which sprang up in all parts of the country, by means of their annual and special meetings, aided by the general press, and sometimes by special publications. The first Journal of Forestry, a monthly publication, ventured into the world as a private enterprise, edited by Dr. Howe soon after the Forestry Congress in Cincinnati, but it survived just 1 year, vanishing for lack of readers. This was followed by irregularly appearing forestry bulletins, of which the writer prepared 4 under the aegis of the American Forestry Association. In 1886, the Pennsylvania Forestry Association began the publication of a bi-monthly journal, Forest Leaves, which has persisted to this day. In 1895, Dr. John Gifford launched another bi-monthly, the New Jersey Forester, soon to change its name to the Forester, and under that name, 3 years later, taken over by the American Forestry Association, continued as Forestry and Irrigation, changed to Conservation, and now again changed to American Forestry. Now, half a dozen or more similar publications emanate from the various state associations. In this connection, there should not be forgotten the journal Garden and Forest, edited by Professor C.S. Sargent, which for 10 years, from 1888 to 1897, did much to enlighten the public on forestry matters. Some provision for technical education was made long before opportunity for its application had arisen, and indeed before any professional foresters were in existence to do the teaching. The new doctrine attracted the attention of educational institutions, and the desire to assist in the popular movement led to the introduction of the subject, at least by name, into their curricula. The professor of botany or of horticulture adding forestry to his title and explaining in a few lectures the objects and, as far as he knew them, the methods of forestry, or at least some lectures on dendrology and forest geography, were introduced in the botanical courses. By 1897, 20 institutions, land-grant colleges, had in this way introduced the subject. Perhaps the first attempt to present systematically a whole course of technical forestry matter to a class of students was a series of 12 lectures delivered by the writer at the Massachusetts College of Agriculture in 1887, and another to students of political economy at Wisconsin University in 1897. The era of professional forest schools, however, was inaugurated in 1898, when the writer organized the New York State College of Forestry at Cornell University, and almost simultaneously, Dr. Schenck opened a private school at Biltmore. A year later, another forest school was opened at Yale University, an endowment of the Pinchots, father and sons. In 1903, the University of Michigan added a professional department of forestry, and then followed a real flood of educational enthusiasm, one institution after another, seeing the necessity for adding the subject as an integral part to its courses. Before there were enough competent men in the field, some 20 colleges or universities called for teachers, besides private institutions. An inevitable result of this overproduction of forest schools and of foresters all at once must be an overcrowding of the profession with mediocre men before the profession is really fully established. Brief reference to the history of the first school, established by the state of New York, may be of interest, as exemplifying in a striking manner the political troubles besetting reforms under Republican conditions. But for a similar occurrence in France, this case might be unique in the history of educational institutions. Although the school thrived almost beyond expectation, having in its 4th year attained in numbers to 70, larger than any French or German forest school at the time, and readily finding employment for its graduates, it suddenly came to an end in 1903. Its appropriation, unanimously voted in the legislature, was vetoed by the governor on the alleged ground that the silvicultural methods applied in the demonstration forest of the college had been subjected to grave criticism. It is true, the only silvicultural method officially sanctioned by the Forest Service, the selection forest, had not been applied. Yet the war against the college, being waged by two wealthy bankers of New York, and the well-known character of the then governor, suggest that other considerations than mere criticism of professional judgment were at the bottom of his action. As from the start, the Federal Forestry Bureau naturally continued in ever-increasing degree to be the educator of the nation, not only as regards popular conceptions and attitudes, but as regards technical matter. Its bulletins, circulars, and reports on the subjects which come under investigation form the bulk of the American literature on the technical side of the subject. During the first 20 years of its existence, some 20,000 pages of printed matter were produced, and the next decade increased the crop of information apace. At first intended for popular propaganda, the matter printed was naturally argumentative, statistical, and descriptive, but gradually more and more technical matter filled the pages, and now most of the publications are of technical nature. One of the first extensive and important lines of investigation undertaken by the division was that into the characteristics and strength, the timber physics of American woods, which in its comprehensiveness commanded the admiration of even the Germans and gave rise to a series of reports. The biology of the American species, more or less exhaustively studied, was also begun in the old division, as well as forest surveys, etc. By 1902, enough professional interest was in the country to make the publication of a professional journal possible and desirable. The Forestry Quarterly being launched by the writer, with a board of editors chosen mainly from the forest schools. The first association of professional foresters was formed in 1900, the Society of American Foresters, which issues from time to time proceedings containing technical discussions. The technical book literature, partly due, no doubt, to the overpowering publication facilities of the federal government, is still scanty, and good textbooks especially are still lacking in most branches. A series of ephemeral popular books answered the demands of earlier days, but outside of Professor Henry S. Graves' volumes on forest mensuration, and lately on the principles of handling woodlands, and a few minor aid books and lecture notes, there is as yet nothing of permanent value to be recorded. The writer's own publication, Economics of Forestry, is intended less for foresters than students of political economy. Three monumental works can be mentioned in the dendrological line, however, namely, the 10th volume of the 12th Census, 1880, on the Forest of North America, Michaud and Nuttall's North American Silva in 5 volumes, 1865, and C.S. Sargent's Silva of the United States in 14 magnificent volumes. 3 publications which can take rank with any similar literature anywhere. End of section 32. Recording by Bo wood.
Section 33 of A Brief History of Forestry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow. Section 33. United States of America, Insular Possessions. The Spanish War in 1898 brought to the United States new outlying territory, over 150,000 square miles in 3 locations, the relationship as regards government varying in the 3 cases, namely Puerto Rico, the Sandwich Islands, and the Philippine Islands, besides several smaller islands in the Pacific Ocean. While the latter are only temporarily under control or tutelage of the United States, and are expected sooner or later to attain complete self-government, Hawaii was annexed as a territory in the same sense as all other territories, the inhabitants having become citizens of the United States, while Puerto Rico is a dependency with partial self-government, but its inhabitants do not enjoy citizenship in the United States. All these islands are located in the tropics, and hence the composition of the forest is of tropical species. Commercially, the forests of Puerto Rico and of Hawaii are relatively of little value, but their protective value is paramount, and a conservative policy is needed in order to preserve the water supply for agricultural use, sugar plantations in Hawaii, and to prevent erosion. For Puerto Rico, a beginning of forest policy was made by setting aside in 1903 the Luquillo Forest Reservation, some 20,000 acres in the eastern mountainous part of the island, which is under direct control of the United States government. The rest of public lands and forests was placed under the Department of the Interior of the island. In Hawaii, even before annexation, a movement on the part of the Sugar Planters Association was made in 1897 to induce the insular government to devise protective measures. The result was the appointment of a committee who made a report in which the writer had a hand. But not until 1903 was a board of commissioners of agriculture and forestry established, a superintendent of forestry appointed, an organization of district foresters effected, and a number of forest reservations established. The principle of state forest was fully recognized by planning the gradual withdrawal of some 300,000 acres and by beginning the extension of forested areas by plantations. In 1910, 23 reserves with an area of 575,000 acres had been made. Distribution of plant material and of advice to planters is also part of the policy. Annual reports are issued which attest the good common sense in the administration. In the Philippine Islands, a territory of 120,000 square miles, largely mountainous, not only the protective but the commercial value of the timberlands is considerable. The extent is variously estimated as covering between 40 and 50 million acres, 50% of total area, much of it virgin, and 16 million acres of it commercially valuable. Of the 700-odd species of trees, mostly heavy woods, composing the forest, some 160 are marketable at home and in China, yet almost 50% of the home consumption is imported from the United States, owing to absence or inaccessibility of softwoods and high cost due to excessive expense of present logging methods. When the United States took charge of the islands, it was found that the Spaniards had since 1863 a forestry service manned by Spanish foresters, and in the lower ranks by Filipinos. To be sure, the activities of this forestry bureau went hardly beyond the collection of dues for timber licenses, which yielded little more than the cost of the service, although on paper excellent instructions were found elaborated. It so happened that an officer of the American Army, Captain George P. Ahern, had for some time given attention to forestry matters in the States, and he naturally was placed in charge of this bureau in 1900. There were found to be around 1 million acres private and church property, the rest being considered state lands. But all private owners were required to register their holdings before being allowed to exercise their rights. A system of licenses for cutting timber and of free use permits to the poor population was continued after Spanish models. Not only was an efficient administration gradually secured, but the technical side of dendrological and silvicultural knowledge was developed as rapidly as possible under the able administration of Captain Ahern, a continuously growing literature being the result. End of section 33. End of A Brief History of Forestry by Bernhard Fernow.